Tailwind CSS is the perfect choice for modern web design. So are you ready to revolutionize the way you design and develop websites? Because Tailwind CSS is not just another CSS framework. It is a game changer for modern web development. Whether you're a beginner, an intermediate, or an experienced professional, Tailwind CSS offers a streamlined, customizable, and highly efficient way to design and develop modern websites. So, welcome to my Tailwind CSS course. In this course, you will learn high-in-demand skills because Tailwind CSS is rapidly growing popularity among developers and companies. Learning it now will give you a competitive edge in the job market. It also has a simplified workflow because Tailwind CSS simplifies the development process, making it easier to prototype, iterate, and deploy your projects. So future-proof your skills as web development evolves. Tailwind CSS remains at the front end, ensuring that you are equipped with the latest technologies and tools. So what will you gain by enrolling in this course? You will definitely unlock the full potential of Tailwind CSS by learning how to set up Tailwind CSS and configure it for your projects. Learn to use utility classes to style your web pages with precision and ease. Build responsive and modern designs that adapt with ease to any screen size. Master advanced techniques and best practices to create reusable components and scalable design. And apply your knowledge on hands-on projects and real-world examples. You know, my courses are always project-based first, less theory, less fluff, a lot of exercises, a lot of real-world stuff. So who is this course for? Who should take this course? This course is for beginners eager to dive into the world of web development with a powerful and intuitive framework. For intermediate developers looking to enhance their productivity and skills, advanced developers who are looking to streamline their workflow and adopt modern design practice. So basically anyone passionate about creating beautiful, responsive, and user-friendly websites. So join me and transform your web development journey. And don't miss this opportunity to master Tailwind CSS and take your web design to the next level. Whether you're building personal projects, freelancing, or working on professional websites, Tailwind CSS will empower you to create exceptional designs with confidence and efficiency. So enroll now and start your journey in becoming a Tailwind CSS expert. I'm Norbert BM. I teach web development. See you in the course. Now let's talk about the course outline, how it's structured, what technologies we're going to use in order to learn CSS, Tailwind CSS. We're going to have a short introduction after this about Tailwind CSS, what it does, what it's used for, also what are the differences between Tailwind CSS, regular CSS, and Bootstrap. Then we're going to move to Visual Studio Code. There's be the code editor of our choice. We're also going to download it, install it, talk a little about it, install a couple of important extensions that are specific to Tailwind CSS. And after that, we're going to move to install Node.js. We're going to use Node.js in the command line. We're not going to program everything in Node.js, but we do need it in order to install Tailwind then as a CLI, so not as a CDN, because we're going to use it, first of all, as a CDN, then as a CLI, and then we're going to run it in React using Vite also. So fun things to come. So as I said, after installing Node.js, we're going to get started with Tailwind CSS. First of all, we're going to use it as a CDN. And in order to do that, you will need the sandbox. Now, the sandbox are just downloadable files. You're going to download the entire project. It's everything in a zip. If that would be corrupted, I also have, as you can see here, the repository on GitHub with everything that you need right in here in the GitHub repository with Tailwind CSS basics, with the projects, with everything. So after we're done with the basics, which are, we're going to talk about typography, sizing, container spacing, colors, display and positioning, backgrounds, borders, effects, filters, transitions, animations, transforms, tables, column, flexbox, grid, and the properties of flexbox and grid, and of course custom configuration. But for this, we need a special project that is going to be almost at the end of the course, and then we're also going to talk about dark mode. We're going to implement dark mode in almost each and every one of our projects. So about the projects, first we're going to create a little portfolio. This portfolio is pretty interesting because not only that it has dark mode, not only that we have our navigation here, which will scroll down to each and every section, we also going to implement the projects within our portfolio. Basically, you can navigate from here to the projects. This is one of the project calculator. Why a calculator? Not doing JavaScript, although it has JavaScript in it. We will use this in order to learn how to use Tailwind CSS not only in HTML, but also in JavaScript. You can also use Tailwind CSS in JavaScript. I'm going to show you how and how you can then make this. It's also working, by the way. And after this, we're going to create a mini to-do list. This is also very important. We're going to learn about different things here, where again, Tailwind CSS can shine and help us do lists, buttons, inputs, and so far and so on. So step by step, we're going to gradually move upwards towards, for example, this website, which is completely responsive, a booking site for your portfolio. Then you can then showcase with testimonials. This will be on your own too. So then with subscription for newsletters, with navigation up here, with the responsive navigation. And of course, after we're done this is all done using HTML and CSS. We're going to move on to the big one, which is creating our very own components. Now, this right here will be a project that we're going to call the color palette. In this project, you will learn how to use different colors in order to create then different, not only colors, but different settings for different components. As you can see, we can select them from a range of colors with the shades. And then when we have the right one, then we can implement it in our button components, which we are going to create custom components for us to use in our project. Card components, alert components, and these down here are our custom components. You can just check them out, how they would look in different colors, in different color palettes of that color, and of course, in dark mode. Now, after we're done with this project, we will then move on to more complex projects. For example, the Shop King, where we will use our components to create custom cards, custom buttons, and actually use those buttons for a completely working shopping cart here. You can add then elements to the cart, you can remove elements to the cart. These alerts will appear from your custom alerts. You can delete elements from the cart. You can also add a full cart, which will calculate them prices. This is all done in React. Don't worry about this. We're going to take everything step by step and then just check out and you're done with this project. Completely responsive, completely dark mode implemented, which will of course then lead us to the next project, which would be the admin panel, where we're going to create an admin panel with limited accessibility. For example, here, implement alerts. For the last part where the user will not have any access, for the analytics, the user will have access where you can watch some diagrams, of course. And in the home panel, we're going to implement this data fetching effect, which will also have different colors in dark mode for the users and is going to be completely responsive with a side panel that will appear and disappear depending on the width of our web page, of course. So hope you're excited and let's get started. Learning is a lifelong process and there's no single right way to do it. However, in my experience, there are some general strategies that can help you learn more effectively. And we're going to talk about them in this video, and we're going to learn about the principles of learning. No pun intended. Because actively learning doesn't just mean passively observing information, it means engaging with it. And this means asking questions, taking notes in your own words, summarizing what you learned, modifying material on your own. For example, spaced repetition is simply reviewing material at increasing intervals. This helps to reinforce learning and move information into long-term memory, where interleaving means mix up different subjects or topics while studying. This can help you better understand the relationship between different concepts. Also, retrieval practice is testing yourself on the materials you learned. This will help strengthen your memory and identify areas where you need to focus more. And also, a growth mindset where you should believe that your intelligence and abilities can be developed through your effort and practice. This will help you stay motivated and persevere throughout challenges. Now, let's talk about a couple of practical strategies, because there are a lot of them. And also everything that I say here is in the notes. So first would be to set clear goals. What do you want to learn? Why do you want to learn it? Having clear goals will help you to stay focused and motivated. Creating a learning environment. Find a quiet and comfortable place to study and minimize distractions. Throw away that phone. Just throw it away. Use a variety of resources. Don't just rely on one resource for your information. Use textbooks, articles, videos, podcasts, and other resources to get well-rounded understanding a topic. Also, try to connect new information to existing knowledge. Try to relate your concepts to things you already know. This will help you to better understand and remember the information. Do not forget to take regular breaks. Don't try to cram everything in at once. Take regular breaks to avoid burnout. 10 to 15 minutes every hour is a good rule of thumb. And please do not make the same mistake that I did. Get enough sleep. Sleep is essential for learning and memory. Stay curious. Cultivate a sense of curiosity and love for learning. This makes the process more enjoyable and rewarding. Also, find your learning style. Some people learn best by visual methods, others by auditory, and others by kinesthetic methods. Try different methods to see which one works best for you. One of my favorite one is get criticism. Don't be afraid to ask for feedback. This can just help you, once again, help you to identify areas where you need to improve and give you a different perspective on learning. Last but not least, accept failure. We all fail. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Failure is a natural part of the learning process. Learn from your own mistakes, even from those of others, and never ever give up. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next one. Take care. Bye-bye. How's it going? This is going to be the few videos that you're going to see me. Not about me, about Tailwind CSS. So we're going to do a little introduction about Tailwind CSS. And let's just ask a couple of questions. What is Tailwind CSS? What are the key features? Why should we use Tailwind CSS? What is the difference between Tailwind CSS and Bootstrap and other technologies? Simple CSS. Why should you use Tailwind CSS? We're going to cover this in this presentation. Also, there are not too many slides, so let's get started. First things first, I'm Norbert PM. I teach web development. That's enough about me. Let's go to Tailwind CSS. What is Tailwind CSS? It is basically a utility-first CSS framework. So it is a framework, and that provides low-level utility classes to build custom design quickly. So when you're styling something with HTML and CSS, basically you're writing a bunch of CSS. You're going to take a class, you're going to take an ID, you're going to take a tag. This is opposite to that. You are styling it, defining specific padding, left and right, top and bottom, all around, margin, left and right, top and bottom, all around, different colors, background colors within words. And then Tailwind is going to do its magic. It's going to use the precompiler and switch out the end code. Now, unlike traditional CSS frameworks, it does not come with pre-designed components, but instead it offers a set of utility classes. Now, if you're going to go to their website, you are going to see that they do have components, and it costs a lot of money. So this is why I created this little course when we are going to create our own components. This is basically my 2 cents to this course, my extra for this course. I'm not only going to teach you how to use Tailwind CSS, but we are going to also create a couple of utility components, and you can then utilize them in whatever framework you want. Because you can basically write them the same way in each and every framework. We're going to use React. Maybe we're going to use also a little bit of Angular later on, but we are going to use React for building our components, and then you can just take them and boop, pop them in there and use them in every whatever project you wish for. Now, Tailwind CSS also, it enables developers to style elements directly in HTML without writing any custom CSS. And we're going to touch on this as soon as we're going to come to the next section of the course. So what are the key features of Tailwind CSS? Tailwind CSS, it is, as I said, utility first. So this makes it, its approach makes it extremely rapid to style something. It's also highly customizable. After we install Tailwind CSS, you're going to see that we're going to create this little tailwind.config.js file, and there's where a couple of magic things can happen. It is also mobile first and completely responsive by default. So you don't have to do anything. It kind of works right out of the box. It is also optimized for performance because if you're typing some classes that are not used, they are purged in production because you're basically exporting just one CSS file at the end. And a really cool feature, I must say, it has built-in dark mode support. You're going to pop in one single class that is dark, and everything will just work as long as you specify which element should be using that dark mode. Now, why use Tailwind CSS? First things first, it is really fast, so it's faster development, which eliminates the need to write custom CSS. It also has a consistent design, which uses a predefined set of classes for specific colors, typography, so forth and so on, margin padding, the widths, and you're going to go in all of this just in a couple of seconds. Highly customizable because you can modify themes, extend utilities, and configure your styles easily. And it's also optimized for production. It removes unused CSS and reduces file sizes. And it has a great community and a great ecosystem. A large number of plugins are available for you and third-party tools. Now, next up, let's jump to why use Tailwind CSS versus regular CSS or even Bootstrap, which is different. We're going to talk about this next up. So why use Tailwind CSS and not use Bootstrap or use just custom CSS? Regular CSS that you write and style your websites. Maybe create your own style. So I'm going to have here on the left side features, I'm going to go to styling approach, customization, learning curve, performance, pre-built components, design, consistency. So let's start with Tailwind CSS. For styling approach, it is utility first. Bootstrap prefers components. Regular CSS, you do everything manually. Customization, Tailwind CSS, highly customizable. Bootstrap, limited customization. And regular CSS, completely customizable. The learning curve for Tailwind CSS, it's medium. Bootstrap, it's easy. It's really easy. I also have a Bootstrap course. Definitely check that one out. And regular CSS, that is a lot to learn. There's really, really much to learn, especially if you want to get into Sass, which is sassy CSS. That would be the superpower of CSS, Sass. And actually, there is where everything else here is built. Even Bootstrap, even Tailwind CSS, with Sass, you could build your own framework. So performance-wise, Tailwind CSS is high in performance because it purges all unnecessary CSS. Bootstrap, on the other hand, is moderate. And regular CSS, it kind of depends on the implementation. Do you have a lot of dead CSS in your files? Did you write a lot of unnecessary CSS? And so forth and so on. Now, pre-built components. I told you that Tailwind CSS has it is utility first, has no components, but you could buy components on the website. But we are going to build our own components in this course. On the other hand, Bootstrap has components, and regular CSS, again, does not have components. You build everything from scratch, but you can build components using Sass, which I also did in my Sass course. I built a lot of components that I still use to this day when I want to basically style a website right from the get-go. So just a prototype website, but I don't want to deliver a Bootstrap website because that's extremely obvious. Sometimes also Tailwind CSS websites are obvious, but not as much as Bootstrap websites, believe me. But it is fast. It is fast to just get started with Bootstrap. Extremely fast. Just a quick prototype. Does it work? Does it not work? What do we need to change? Okay, let's go. Design-wise, so design consistency, Tailwind CSS has a strong consistency. Bootstrap, on the other hand, has a moderate consistency. And, well, regular CSS depends on the developer. Believe me, it really depends on the developer. So this is kind of where you need to understand what are the main differences between Tailwind CSS, Bootstrap, and regular CSS. Now, we're not quite done because when is actually the use case for CSS? When should you use CSS? Tailwind CSS, not CSS. It is case specific. So, for example, when you want to fully customizable design without being restricted by pre-built components, like, for example, in Bootstrap, I just talked about it. Also, when working on projects that require a scalable and maintainable CSS structure. You also do it with regular CSS, but it's faster with Tailwind CSS. Also with speed and performance is a key feature. And when you want to avoid writing custom CSS and prefer to use utility classes. Simple as that. You just want to pop everything in there in one HTML file because you will not write two files. One is HTML, CSS. And because CSS now does support modules, you could also write modules in regular CSS for specific components of your website, for the navigation, for the header. You can write specific files, import them in one CSS file, but also you would have multiple files but you would use the separation of concerns principle then. Now, in summary, Tailwind CSS is extremely powerful. It is a utilities first CSS framework that enhances, at the end of the day, the power of developers and their speed and their efficiency. So compared to Bootstrap and regular CSS, it offers greater flexibility and customization. And it is ideal for modern website or web development where as always, performance and maintainability is crucial. Don't want to work too much on your projects. I'm talking for experience here. So what is next in this course? We're going to set up our environment by installing Visual Studio Code, installing Node.js. We are going to use Node.js later on, just for typing a couple of things, a couple of lines of code in the command line. So we're not going to build servers or something like that. We're also going to install a couple of extensions in Visual Studio Code. There will be specific to Tailwind CSS. And we're going to talk about the sandbox where all of the projects are located, and they're also on the Git. You can find them in the project course. And if something would happen to the files due to download errors, you're also going to find them in my repository, in the repository on my GitHub. Then we're going to move to understanding the utility classes and the best practices when using Tailwind CSS. We're going to go through everything. We're going to use the CDM, use the CLI to install CSS, Tailwind CSS. We're going to talk about fonts, typography, sizing, displaying, backgrounds, colors, filters, transitions, animations, grid system, flexbox, properties, dark mode even. And then, of course, hands-on examples with real projects. And we're going to learn a lot with those hands-on examples. Projects, practice, makes perfect. Can't wait to see you in the next lecture. And this is it. You're not going to see me anymore. Have fun, happy coding. Catch you next time. Bye-bye. Now, a good web developer has a good setup that works in his favor. He has his code editor, he has his runtime, and he has his repositories. So this is what we're going to do in this section. We're going to set up our environment in order to help us be more productive. Now, I'm going to use Visual Studio Code as a code editor. You can use whatever code editor you want. So we're going to install Visual Studio Code and set it up. We're going to install a couple of extensions, specific for working in our HTML, CSS, and JavaScript environment, and also in Tailwind CSS specific environment. Now, we're also going to set up Node.js, install Node.js. Not much to set up here, but we do need Node.js in order to run a couple of commands, because we're going to use it in apps development, like to develop a couple of apps using React. Also just regular JavaScript. But as you can see here, Node.js is a free, open source, cross-platform runtime environment that lets developers create servers. We're not going to create any servers, but we are going to create web apps and command line tools. We are going to run our CLI commands within Node.js, within a terminal. It's going to be integrated in Visual Studio Code. And from them, we're going to serve our Tailwind CSS server. Okay. Also, you not necessarily need a GitHub account. You're just going to follow all of the links that after this episode, there are going to be a couple of links. A short one that's going to be called resources and links. And you're going to find, beyond many more links, you're going to find the link to my repository for this course, which is the Master Tailwind CSS, a beginner guide to modern web design and / course. Okay. This is going to be free. It's going to be public. And here you're going to find all of your resources and all of your starter files for the entire course. Also, if I update the course, this is where those updates will live. Basically, they're also going to live as videos in the section here, in all of the sections. But the repository will be updated then. Okay, so these are the three basic things that we need. If you want, you can create a GitHub account. Basically, you wouldn't need it if you're planning to work in web development and collaborate with others and have access to your code from all over the world. I do have a crash course in GitHub. Also have a full course here on Udemy for GitHub and Git. So definitely check those out if you're not familiar with Git and GitHub. Okay, so I would say we're going to jump to the next one and get started by installing Visual Studio Code. So let's get started with downloading and installing Visual Studio Code. So here we are on Visual Studio Code's webpage, and that is you're also going to find the link in the resources, but that is code.visualstudio.com. Now, this is Visual Studio Code and not Visual Studio. Visual Studio is a bit different. We are going to use Visual Studio Code, as it says here, is a code editor. It's basically a text editor. You can edit text. It's not like Word or anything like that. And it is extremely small, but as we add extensions to it, you're going to see that it's going to become a much larger program. It's extremely fast, extremely easy to use. It's the most popular right now. Actually, for over 10 years, it's the most popular code editor. But if you do want to use another code editor, please feel free to do so. I'm going to use in the entire course Visual Studio Code. Also, the extensions that will help us code more faster will be in Visual Studio Code. So let's just get started by downloading it. Now, if you're on a Windows machine, you're going to see here download for Windows. If you're on a Mac, you're going to see Mac. If you're on any kind of other platforms like Linux with Debian or Ubuntu interface, then go here to other platforms, click on it, and it's going to redirect you to the preferred platform. So it's pretty simple, just download it. I'm going to just download it on my desktop, then run the executable, accept here, next, and have everything checked here. Hit an icon on your desktop, install it, and this is just going to take a couple of seconds. And after the installation is done, you get to open up Visual Studio Code and go over a couple of basics. If you never used it, just to get familiar with Visual Studio Code. It's not that hard to use, so I do expect that you're going to get used to it really quickly. So check this. If you want to automatically open it, if not, then open it from the icons. So click finish, and there we go. Visual Studio Code opened. So this is what you see, what you should see. If this tab is not opened, it's right here. The Explorer bar. You also have search. You can search in your entire codes, spaces, source control, where you can then push and pull from GitHub or GitLab or any kind of other depository. But we don't need a run and debugger. We don't need remote control. What we do need later on is extensions tab that we definitely will need. So very quickly, you can close this one up. You can also hold down Control and B or Command and B on a Mac. You can close this one up. Now, if you want to open existing files or folders, you can go here, open file, folder, open recent. Also, one important thing, you will always need a folder. So you're going to see here, when we are going to open up the repository, you need to have everything in here. So just drag and drop it in here. When you're creating a clone, you're going to clone your repository. Actually, you know what? I'm going to show you how this works. Clone your repository and then, or open up a new folder, and then you can basically pull everything in here. Now, if you want to clone the repository, you do need to have your GitHub account activated down here. So you should see something else here. You should see nothing if you're freshly installing this. Setting up the GitHub account, I have a separate video on that one. Not here in this course because it's not the main function of the course. Also, you could just download everything and drop it in here. Okay, so this is the main Explore tab. Also on the right side, as soon as you open something up, you're going to have the code editor. We're going to talk more about the editing section. We're going to talk more about that later on. One very important thing, because I'm going to use it later on, is the terminal. You basically open up the terminal by here, terminal, new terminal, and it is not shift, but it's control and tilde. Okay, it is command, actually control and tilde, also on the Mac. So open and close is done by this. Also, you can switch themes from here. So down here on manage and pick themes and theme color and just go through them, switch themes. But you can see the best variant is to have something opened, some code. That's the light version. Do not use this one. Oh, my eyes. Okay, so I'm just going to use the regular theme. In all of my courses, I'm using basic setup, basic icons. No, wait, actually, I'm using file icon, material icons. You should have them installed. If not, then search here on extensions. Actually, we can talk about this later on, but also material. And as you can see here, material themes, material icons, have this installed. So yeah, just going to show you the files a bit different. But that's basically all you need to know now about Visual Studio Code. We're going to talk about this later on in the course. Okay, next up, let's install Node.js. So leave your Visual Studio Code open, just make it smaller, and we're going to install Node.js next up. So let's now move to installing Node.js. Now to get Node.js, you're going to go to nodejs.org. Also, the link is then in the description of this section and also in the resources and links section, lecture of this section. So once again, JavaScript is Node.js is a runtime for JavaScript. It's in your browser. It's well, it's not in your browser, but this this is basically how you can run JavaScript in your browser and also in development environment. So it is open source, it is free. Now let's just download Node.js. Click here. You should see the current version. Just going to down here. The current version is version 22.14.0. Now, before I install Node.js, let's just go to Visual Studio Code, as I said. Let's switch tabs here. Open up the terminal. So Command tilde, or go up here. Terminal. It's the same thing on the Mac. And within here, just type in node-v. Hit enter. Now, this should indicate you the version. If you have an error or something else, then you don't have Node.js installed. If you have a different version, you see an older version. Also npm-v, because you're also going to use npm, is version 10.2.4. Okay, now let's install the current Node.js version, and we should see now. This is going to take just a couple of seconds. So next, accept, yes, and next. Also click here automatically as install the necessary tools. Next, install, and we're going to wait just a couple of seconds. It shouldn't take that long, depending on the machine you have. I have an older machine. I have to upgrade my machine. That's certain. Now, by the way, you can also create servers if you want with Node.js, but we're not going to create any kind of server. We're just going to use then our live server extension from Visual Studio Code, so we don't need to create the server. Okay, so this is successfully installed. Finish. Press anything to continue, and we should be just let this finish. It is also going to install the newest version of Python. Just let it do its job, and just in a couple of seconds, you should be good to go. Okay, now let's type enter, and there we go. Okay, so this is now set up. Let's switch to Visual Studio Code, and now type in node-v, and we have the version 22.14.0 now installed, and also npm-v, and what? Oh, npm-v. Yeah, but I do know that it's running, so this is a pretty strange error. Nevertheless, should be good to go. Next up, let's install a couple of extensions in Visual Studio Code. Now, back to Visual Studio Code. So right here on the left side, you're going to see the extension tab. You're going to click here, and there are a couple of things you're going to need. Auto tag closer is one very important one. We're just going to basically close. You see here, you open up a tag, it's also going to create for you the closing tag. And then jump between the lines with your cursor. So install this one. Then auto tag renamer is also a really useful one. If we rename one tag, is that not an example? Yeah, there we go. So anchor tag, and rename it to a tests, and you can see it renames it both of the start and the end. And also if you rename it at the end, it's going to rename them both. Next up, I would suggest HTML CSS support. Just going to give you a much better support for IDs, classes, so far and so on. Also JavaScript ES6 code snippets. We're not going to write that much JavaScript, but we are going to write a little bit of JavaScript, okay? Next up will be live server. This is going to help you create your own server and serve your web pages. So really important, please install it. After you have it installed, you should see this little icon right here. Click to run server. This will only work when you have an HTML file opened, okay? Then prettier, really important one. It's going to basically make your code look much better. So if you type, there's no example here. Amazing. So let's say you type something and you try to organize your code. As soon as you hit save, this is going to reorganize your code and makes it much, much prettier. Then we have Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. This is going to give you all of the classes. As soon as you start typing a class, it's going to give you using Emmet, a range of classes that you can select from. So that's basically all you need. One last thing, you can search up here, Tailwind, where you search for those extensions that I just showed you. And maybe this is also good. Tailwind fold is going to hide all of your classes. You can see here, by talking the Control, Alt, and A, going to, you know what, I'm going to install it here. And it's going to fold all your classes. Because Tailwind can become a really, really long formatted. So it's going to bottle up your code with classes. Okay. That's it. That's all we need in order to start working with Tailwind CSS. So let's move on to the next one. Now back to Visual Studio Code. So right here on the left side, you're going to see the extension tab. You're going to click here, and there are a couple of things you're going to need. Auto tag closer is one very important one. We're just going to basically close. You see here, you open up a tag, it's also going to create for you the closing tag. And then jump between the lines. Now let's look at quick look at our sandbox, at our code source, at our repository, whatever you want to call it, where the resources for this course are located. So first of all, they're located in your resources. You can see in your course files. They're also located on GitHub. It doesn't matter from where you get them, but if you want to work with GitHub, which I would recommend, so you can take your course anywhere and your code, basically your code anywhere, then I would suggest that you go to GitHub. And as I said, don't necessarily need a repository. You can just search for my name. That is Norbert PM, and you should find me here. And then go here as a owner, jump to owner. You're going to find me here. And from here, you can look through my repositories. You can see you have a lot of repositories, but what you're going to search for is, it's already pinned to my portfolio, is the master Tailwind CSS, a beginner's guide to modern web development and course and design. Okay, now the link is also in the course resource file, so you're going to be directed here. Now within here, we're going to have two main folders. One is going to be the project folder, which we're going to take care of later on in the course, and the second one is going to be basics, Tailwind CSS basics. This is what we're going to start with. In both of them, if we take a look in our projects, are two different folders. One is finished, one is start. Also, if I go back to Tailwind CSS basics, we have finish and start. Now you are going to work in the start folder. The finish folder is, well, the entire course is finished, and you will see, you can compare what you typed out with what I typed out. Basically, the finish folder is for you to see if you made any kind of mistakes. This will 100% work. If your code doesn't work, then please consult the finish folder. But you're going to start here in the start folder, and this is from where you're going to work. Now, as I said, there's two ways getting access to this. Either you're going to go here to these three dots. You're going to go back to the main Tailwind CSS repository, and here at code, you're going to copy this, click here, copy to clipboard, and clone it. In Visual Studio Code, you need a GitHub account and so forth and so on. If you don't want to do this, then you could just download, click on download zip, and it's going to download the zip file. Not that large of a file, you're going to see the same things. So whatever direction you want to take is up to you, but this is one of the ways you're going to get access to the resource files. Okay, now let's load them up in Visual Studio Code, and they should look something like this. So you can just drag and drop the folder. You can see it's out here. Drag and drop it within here is going to have the same effect. And you should see something like this, a README, a license. This is an MIT license, so don't worry about it. Tailwind CSS and basics, start and finish, project, start and finish. And we're going to work ourselves up from here. We're going to start, first of all, with basics. So once again, I'm going to work in finished. You're going to work in start. Now, in the next video, I'm going to show you how you're going to hook up your CDN to the Tailwind CSS in order to get it to work. Okay, so see you in the next one. So in the upcoming section, we are going to learn everything there is to know, that's basically important, about the basics of Tailwind CSS. So we're only going to learn about the basics, not going to do advanced stuff for now. That is more or less reserved for the project base of the course. So here's a run through for what you're going to learn in this section. That is typography, sizing, container spacing, colors. Let me just click through them. So typography, sizing, container spacing, colors, of course, displays and positioning, backgrounds, borders, effects, filters, transitions, animations, transformations, tables. Not much to learn about tables here, but I want you to have also some basics about tables. Maybe we're going to use them. Columns is really interesting. Then Flexbox, how Flexbox is used in Tailwind CSS, the grid system, and the properties of Flex and Grid. Also, something about customization. It's not showing here, but I'm going to show this a little bit later on. And then dark mode, how dark mode is used in Tailwind CSS. Also, one important thing, you're also going to find resources after this section. That is where you're going to find the link to Tailwind CSS, to this website, but not the version 4. I don't know if I specify this or not. We're going to go through version 3.4.17 through the entire course. At the end of the course, I'm going to show you version 4. Why? Once again, because version 4 is not quite finished. And I want to show you the version that is basically still used in production. So that is Tailwind CSS version where did we have it? Version 3.4.17. Okay, so you just need to change the version there and you're going to land here. So also if you want to look up then later on definition of something, just go to the docs and you can find here different resources if you want to look something up. But this documentation right here that I prepared for you is perfectly suited for you to have all the documentation you need in this course. Also, please feel free to pause the video at any time and add comments to your code. The teacher said something, because it's very important to take your own notes. Also, you can just take pen and paper to this. So this is what you're going to learn in this section. Let's get started. Have fun, have breaks, regular breaks, have a coffee, have some tea, and let's get started with the very first, and that is typography. Now, it's time to get started to work with, well, Tailwind CSS. Now, we are going to go into Tailwind CSS Basics. As I said, you're going to work in Start. You're going to go in here, open your index file. I'm going to work in Finish because this is what you're going to get at the end as a finished document. Now, open out your index. So from here, from Start, not from Finish. Not always going to work in Start. And we're going to open this up using right-click, open with Live Server. And you should see now something like this. Make it larger just a tinge. 150. Okay, so this does not look beautiful. Just has a bunch of anchor tags and learn Tailwind CSS with me, Norbert PM. I'm going to drag and drop it here to the right side and make my code edit smaller. So why isn't this working? Why are we not seeing anything? Well, the following is true. Tailwind CSS can be used as a CDN, as it stands here. This is a comment for me. This is basically what you will do. You will always see these to-dos as what you need to do. Maybe it's green for you, this comment section right here. For me, it's yellow. I'm using a special extension here. It's called Battle Comments. If you want to install it, please feel free to do so. It's not necessary for the course. Now, following the link that is provided to you in the resources and links section should leave you to Tailwind CSS version 3, which looks something like this. Now, you should see up here that is v3.tailwindcss.com. And if I click, let's just go back here. If you just type in tailwindcss.com, then you're going to land on version 4. So why aren't we working in version 4? Well, because it's not finished. It's just version 4.0. I'm going to also show you version 4. That not that big differences between them. But we're going to stick to version 3.4.17. It's the last version 3 version, and it's perfect. It works, no hiccups. It just works. Okay, now let's go back. If you landed on this page, it's pretty simple. You're going to go up here, go back to version 3.4.17, and now we are on the front page of Tailwind CSS. From here, we want to hook up Tailwind CSS to our project. Now, there's multiple ways we can do that. We're going to click here on Get Started, and this is going to leave us to installation. As you can see, there are multiple ways to install Tailwind CSS. We are going to use this CLI later in the course. We're also going to use it a framework guide. We're going to use it as Vite React. Later on, I'm going to add Nox and Next.js and Angular, blah, 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 blah. We're going to work with multiple frameworks. But for now, we are going to use the plain CDN. CDN stands for Content Delivery Network. And yeah, we're going to deliver the content through the network, meaning we always have to hook up to the internet in order for this to work. So if you don't have an internet connection, this is not going to work. This is why it's better to completely install Tailwind CSS, and then you can have all of your classes. Okay, so we are just going to take this little fellow right here, this script tag, which has the link as the source as https://cdn.tailwindcss.com. You're going to take this, copy it. As you can see here, you need to copy it in your head. So we're going to go back to, put it up here. We're going to go back to our index, and when it says to do insert Tailwind CSS CDN here, boom, we're going to paste it in. And as soon as we hit save, we're going to see this change, meaning that Tailwind CSS is not now working. You can also activate now the navigation tab. Okay, now if you navigate to any other typography, sizing, so far and so on, you're going to already see them working due to the fact that we're going to go here to pages, typography. You will see that we already inserted our CDN link up here. A couple of maintenance things. So here, the link CSS output, CDN. You're actually not going to need it. I'm going to use this later on. But this little fellow right here, script source nav.js. This is this little fellow. Do not touch it. Well, basically, this helps us use this navigation, and it also enables us to have these colors and color randomizers. And there's a bunch of stuff that is in this navigation tag that helps us, well, learn easier. Okay, so you should be good to go. We are going to, let's close everything up. We are going to start up with typography. So just here, if you want to have typography open, you're going to open up your typography. Close this up. Open up your typography. Sorry about that. Typography file. You can close this up, and you will see everything that we have right here. This is going to change as soon as we start writing. So then you can navigate later on to all of these sections in the course. And when you're finished, it's going to look really beautiful. Also, you can revisit this. And one important thing, if you hear me say something that's interesting, please write it down as a comment. This is the way you write comments. So just hold down Control and /, and this is from the right shift, the left button. Okay, and type in he said something. Okay, thing. Okay, and these to-dos, as always, is what you need to do. So let's get started with typography. Okay, now let's get started with typography. So once again, in Visual Studio Code or whatever code editor you're using, please open up your Tailwind CSS Basics folder. Within here, we have your finish and start. You're going to work in start. Remember, always work in the starter files. In the starter files, you're going to see basically this. This is also what you're going to see here in the finish, in the course now in the finish files, because after I'm done with this, you're going to see the finished product. But you're going to work in the starter files. So open up start pages, and then here typography. So this is going to be the very first file that we're going to work in. So I'm going to move now to finished and typography, right click, open in live server. So we're going to drop it right here, make this a bit smaller, and we are almost good to go. Let me just rearrange this just a tinge. There we go. We also see our navigation. Actually, you know what? We do not need to see our navigation. That is why I created it this way. Want to open this up? Just pang and pang. Okay, now I'm going to close up the Explorer tab. And first, we're going to talk about font families, font sizing, and setting some line heights. And after that, we're going to take a look at font weight. And after that, we're going to take a look at text itself. Okay, so first things first is font family. And this is basically a utility that controls the font family of the element, exactly as the title says. So we have here 3 elements. They have different 3 text, 3 paragraph tags. They have different text colors because I'm created there a little JavaScript code for that. It's going to always generate. We take refresh here, going to generate different colors. So just then we can differentiate them. I don't like this, so if you have different colors, that's why. Because I have a auto color generators constantly changing the text of the color. Enough about that. So we're going to talk now about different fonts that we can apply within Tailwind CSS. Also, you can import from Google Fonts different fonts, so you can work with whatever you want. But you also can apply right here from classes. Let's say a font and sans. Hit save. It's going to change it to font sans. Next, we're going to type in here, always where the dotted lines exist is where you need to type in your classes. This is how you always have here your to-dos, and that's exactly what you need to type. Don't copy paste it. I'm going to delete them to make me angry. Okay, so type them out. That's the exercise here. So exercise font and serif. Okay, you can see the font changing here. And then let's also do a font mono, font and mono. And there we go. There's a mono font. I love this font. Let's take a look how beautiful it is. Now, next we're going to have our font size, which basically influences the size of the element. So this utility will control how big the element will be. And let's get started with text and SM, which is going to be the very first one. It's basically going to have a 14 pixel size. So this is a small as possible size. It is a 0.875 RAM. Next, let's take a look at text and then base, which is the base font size of each and every web browser that you're working in. So for Google Chrome, it's 16 pixels. And I have to be honest, I can't remember any other browser because most of the development that I'm doing is for Chrome teaching. So, but when you're creating a application or a font, you need to adapt this to all of the sizes. This is why it's so good to just work with RAM, because one RAM will always equal to whatever the default pixel size of that specific web browser is. So by using here text space, you're going to have a one RAM, and that will be whatever the pixel size of that specific browser is. Okay, now if you want to increase it, there are multiple values. I'm just going to use here the next one, which is text and LG. Sorry about that. Basically, just going to just increase by 1.125, so 18 pixels. Then you have here a next level, which is text and -LG, 21.25 or 20 pixels. The next one will be text and 2 times LG. Okay, and now we're going to exaggerate. So we're going to add here text and 9XL, which is just massive. This is looking ugly, but just remember, you can do all this. And please check out the complete documentation. Actually, this is the maximum font size that you can go to. This is 8 RAM, 128 pixels. So it's 9 times larger. Okay, now let's talk about line height. Now, this utility will help you control the leading line height of an element, meaning I could just type in here a text -SM and then divide it by 8, or I could do a 8 pixel, and this will change the element's height to just XP. So basically, you can also use custom heights here. Now let's take a look at font weight. This is one option you're going to use a lot. Obviously, this is going to influence the font weight of your element, and we're going to start up with the lightweight, which is font and thin. It's the thinnest font. You can see here is equals to font and font weight 100. And now we're going to increase it. Next up will be font and extra light. This will be a 200 font weight. Now let's go to light, font -light, a 300 weight. Now let's go to a 400 weight, which is font normal. Actually, most commonly used is the font 500. Most of the buttons, most of the important elements will use this font. So font and medium will be the 500 one. And let's do a semi-bold for font 600, font and semi-bold. Then we have bold for 700, so font -bold. And now we can just increase it by extra bold, font and extra bold, and of course font block and block. And then we can, hey, there we go. And then we also have custom fonts for font and open and close square brackets 1000, which is, well, as you can see here, almost the same as 900. Okay, so I'm going to stop here, and next time we're going to talk about text. Now we're going to learn about text, and we're going to start up with text decorations. So let's start out here with a underline decorations. Just type in underline, is going to make the text underlined. Next up, we're going to have, don't double click, that should work. Next up, we're going to have an overline. We're going to place a line over the text. You can see this blue line is associated with the blue text. After that, we can also have a line through the text, in the yellow example here. We can also have it as underlined, and then in a hover effect, so basically just type in hover, and then we're going to have a no underline if we hover. So we're going to have it underlined, and if we hover over it, it's going to take out the underline. And if we remove our cursor, then it's going to be underlined again. We could also do it in reverse, and let's do something here. Let's say we have a overline, and let's do a underline if we hover over it. So underline. Okay, so we have a green overline. If I hover over it, you have to replace it with a underline. Okay, so simple as that. Now, the text decoration for the color is not the text color. You have to come also to text color, but it's just a decoration. So let's say that we have it underlined, and we can add to this a different color. The entire text is blue, as you can see. We could add here a decoration and dash sky, let's say red and 300. Okay, so it's going to hit save again. Okay, we have a blue text and a red underline for the decoration. Let's change this overline actually, and let's make this a decoration pink. and 500. And let's make this a line through the last one and decoration. Oh, what did I just do here? And let's replace this with decoration and orange. Why not? Now let's do a green one. Green and 500. Okay, there we go. Change the line through to a green color. Now we could also change the decoration style. So we're going to do here the next segment where we have underlined, and the first one to add a decoration and solid. Okay, that's the base case. Then we're going to do a decoration dashed. Okay, so we're going to transform this into dashed line. We could also do a dotted decoration and dotted. Okay, so we have here the green text now. Dotted could have a different color on your side. Then we have decoration and double. We have two lines underneath of it. And let's also do a decoration and wavy. Okay, so square line. Now, last but not least, we're going to do some text transform. Obviously, as the title says, it's going to transform your text from a normal text to, let's say, uppercase text. So it's going to say a quick brown fox. Now let's do the next one. We're going to do a complete lowercase. Also, the starting line will not longer start with capital T, but with a small t. We also have capitalized, which is going to transform the text into capital letters. Each word going to start with a capital letter. And we could also use hover. So basically we have capitalize here, and then we can just replace it with normal case, which is just going to transform it back on a hover. Okay, so G-O-M-B-I-G, the B and the G is going to be transformed back. And if we are on this, we're just going to show you something basic, and that is text right. We're just going to move the text to the right side. So this is text placement, also text for center, to place the text in the center of the page, and you can also add justified and end and so on. So these are really, really basic stuff. So text and end is going to do the same thing as text right. Okay, so I hope you got the drift of this. We are done with our very first lecture here. So congratulations, and let's move on to the next one. Now that we are done with typography, let's close it up, open up the Explorer tab here, and open up sizing. Now you could just navigate here to sizing, and this will also work. And let's scroll up here. So we're going to go over width, min width, maximum width, and then we're going to go over height. Okay, so let's get started with width. And it's obviously used to set the width of an element. Now, when we want to define width in Tailwind CSS, we're just going to use W dash and specify a couple of predefined width that we can choose from. For example, then 6 width will just save here. We'll have right this, and this is also, let me just show you something. This is not responsive. It is a fixed width. Let me just click here on inspect. This is going to have where did I have it? The actual width was interesting to show you. Oh, it's a 384 pixel width. Okay, close this up, drag this back here. That's perfect. Okay, make the Explorer tab larger. Now let's go down way. So width and then 80, be much smaller. Then W and 64. Then we have a W and 48. So we're just going to play around with this. Now the increments do differ. Then we have a W40, next one, and a W32, 32. And let's go here with the W8. Really, really small, but I actually want to leave this at 24. Okay, so there are multiple widths that you can choose, starting with 0 and then 1 and so on and so on. And that's not all that we can do with width. We can also specify here a minimum width, which would basically not go under, let's say, min and width and 80. So this will not go under this minimum width. It would leave this responsive, then we could change the width as you would most likely guess. And now let's do here minimum width of 64. And we're just going to exercise this, of course. Then a minimum dash width of 48. Hit save. You always need to hit save, don't forget. Then a minimum width of 40. Oops, forgot the dash there. Okay, next up we're going to have a minimum width of let's say 32, and then 20 The last one will be here, 24 minimum and width and 24. Then I forgot to dash once more. Now let's play around with the container. So if I would change this to a width of 90, sorry about that, 98, you will see that all width just increased. But if I decrease this to, let's choose a width from what we have here, 64. So 64, let's save. Then the 80 width will maintain its width and everything else will be a maximum of 64, but a minimum of whatever we defined here. So if I go down to 32 now with my container, 32, you see they're all going to keep their minimum defined width. Okay. And the same thing goes for, let's go down here, a maximum width. And we can also use here, I'm going to use now different types of definitions for width. You can also use LG. So for example, if I increase this container, those widths will increase. And I think you got the idea then here. Okay, now let's talk about maximum width. As this specifies, it's going to define the maximum width of the container. So if I would add to the very first one a maximum dash width of 80, then it will be not brighter as 80. Now the same goes for the next one, which is, let's say, maximum width of 64. Okay, this will decrease. Then a maximum width of 48. So just exercise this. Next, we're going to have a maximum width of 40. Move down to the 32 ones, maximum width of 32. And last but not least, a maximum, forgot to hit save there, a maximum width of 24. Okay, so hope you got the idea. Next up, let's talk about height. Now, next up, let's talk about height. We'll obviously define the height of an element. So it works exactly like width. So we're going to go extremely quickly over this. So let's say HN96, like I said, will define the height of 96 for this element. Then we're going to go to the next one, a height of 80, then a height of 64. Just please exercise this in order to have it really down. Then we're going to have a height of 48. After that, we're going to have a height of 40, then a height of 32. Now, one thing I didn't show you in width, and it's going to work exactly the same in height as in width, is the full. So HN full is going to give it the full height of element. Now, also we can use fractions. For example, if I do here a height of 9 divided by 10, it's going to be a full height. But if I do here a height of 3 divided by 4, it's going to be much smaller. Also, a height of 1 divided by 2 is going to be the half. Okay, so let's say half of height. And a third, which will be height of 1 divided by 3, and so forth and so on. Okay, so one last thing, we also have height of screen. And this is going to give it the full height of the screen. So one entire screen. Okay, perfect. One entire screen height, as you can see here. And also we have from regular CSS the HLVH, basically the same thing as the full height. It just means large view height. Okay, that's basically it. Now, before we move on, we have finally one class that defines both the height and the width. Let's scroll down here to sizing. So if you want to define the same height and the same width, because you could define, I'm going to show this very quickly, a height of 16 and a width of 16. Okay, going to give you a 16 square. But if we want to have the same, or if we have the same height and the same width, we could just use size and 16, and it's going to basically give me the same thing. Now we could use also to define different heights and width, but if we maintain the same width and same height, then we could just use size and let's say 20. Then next up, let's do a size and 24, then a 32, size of 32. And obviously this goes until 98, and size, should I do a 98? Let's do a 90. I'm sorry, 96, not 98. What am I talking here? Okay, this is meant to be 40, but as you can see, the width is not equal to the height because we don't have any space. If I would increase this, then it's going to be a square of 96 and 96. Okay, So that's all you need to know about sizing. And we can now move on to the next one. So I hope you enjoyed it and understand sizing now. Now we're going to continue on with container and spacing. So open this up and move here to container and spacing. You also just right click and open with live server if this is not opened. So here we are, container. What is a container? Now this is a component for fixing a element's width to the current breakpoint. So what does this mean? Well, we have here our general container. Here container auto, there's this fellow right here. So I'm going to take this out. This class right here, take it out. Now this works a bit differently in the version 4 of Tailwind CSS. So this is why I'm only concentrating here on this specific container element, because as I said in Tailwind CSS 4, it works differently. So we're just going to go over it here. So let's type in container and let's also type in dash SM. So SM would be a 640 pixel, then a MD would be a 768 pixel, a LG would be a 1024 pixel, and XL 1280, and 2 times XL 1536. So this is starting to get irrelevant because you could always change this by adapting the margins. So what we're going to do next is mostly work with spacing. Now, spacing consists of margin and padding, of course. So let's first of all work with margins, okay? It pretty much works like in CSS. Margin is a utility class that controls the element's margins. And we have 4 margins. We have margin to the top, bottom, left, and right. And we can control them all. So let's start out with a all-around margin. You just have to focus here on these little fellows. So we're going to add here a margin of 2, -2, and it's going to add 2 margin all around the element. We could also add a margin only to the top. So for this, we're going to MP-10. It's going to add 10 margin to the top. Let's add a MR right for a right margin, MR16. Going to add margin to the right side. We could also add a combined margin, so MT, say 25, and then a MR margin to the right of just 2. So this would be this little fella right here. I'm sorry, this should be 26, 24. Okay, there we go. So 24, going to push it down, 24, and 2 to the right. Change this. In order to add a margin to the bottom, it would be a MB, and let's say -2. Won't change anything because we cannot push the element anywhere further. But I could do here a margin from the top, MT24, push the element down, and then push it back up, a margin bottom of 2, and this will push it back up again a bit. Next up, let's move to axis because we can add margins to left and right and top and bottom by choosing a specific X. So for example, here, we're going to try a margin on the x-axis, which is the horizontal x. Hit save. It's going to push the element 16 in both directions, or a margin to the top and bottom. We would use a MY 16 and add a margin to the top and bottom. We could also add a B axial by MY 16 and MX 24. Okay, so we just moved this around a bit. One last thing I want to show you is you could also add a margin to or what is called local properties. And for this, we first of all need to define from where the local property will start. So LTR will stand from left. So LTR, make this just a bit larger. And there we go. So this is going to start to add margins from a specific, let me scroll down here a bit. So LTR. And we can start by adding the first margin, which will be here. So this very first element. So from the start, meaning going to here a MS margin start, and let's see 8. We're going to push it to the right because we added the margin to the start of the element. And we could also add a margin from the end, so ME of 8. And well, we don't have any margins, so you cannot push it any further. Now the opposite to this will be to start them from the right side. What I can do here is instead of L, we're going to use RTL. Okay, you already see that the elements are pushed to the right side here. And now if we add a margin to the start, so MS and 8, we're going to push this element to the right because the starting point now is from the right to the left. So if I add here a ME and 8, well, nothing happens because it cannot push it furthermore to the right or to the end. So I hope this makes it a bit clearer now. Now we can also add space between the elements. It's pretty cool. So we have here 3 elements and I want to add equal spaces between those 3 elements. And because the space needs to be between on the y-axis, so here, not on the horizontal line, but on the vertical line, we need to use space y. So I'm going to add to the group. You can see the group is wrapped around here. Each element is wrapped in one main div. So if I use here space dash, you also use it on x-axis, but nothing will happen. Space y and 4. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. So it's the pink one here. So space dash y and dash 4. And add space on the y-axis. Now, if I go down here, where we have now the last one, is the green one, and I use here a space y and 4, this is going to add now distance between the elements because we're using here a flex in a column direction. So back here where we have the first one, if I would change this to x, then you can see that I'm adding space between the elements. Okay, so in a row direction, I'm adding between each element a space of 4. Okay, now in the next video, we're going to move on to padding. So next up, let's learn about padding. Just as margin, padding is also a utility that controls the element's padding. So basically, the distance between the element and its content is the padding. So it's all around top, bottom, right, left. Okay, so let's start out with, and I didn't show you this in margins, but you could also add custom values. So first of all, let's start out with the pink square down here. We're going to add a padding of 2, although it says 1 there. But I'm going to add a padding of 2, and this is going to push the element's content further to the center of the element. Now, by the way, you could also use here custom elements. So let's say 20 pixels, and to push it down 20 pixels, or not down, but you're going to have a padding, all around padding of 20 pixels. So let's just add a 10 pixel, which is much better. Okay, now let's continue on by exercising a bit of padding here. So let's use a padding not only to the top of the element of 10, I'm sorry, 6. If 6 is what we wrote there, then 6 is what we're going to use. Padding from the top, 6. And let me just demonstrate it by right-click, inspect, selecting this element, and going down here. You're going to see it has the very first one has a padding of 10. I'm going to select the next one. This has a padding of 24 from the top. Okay, so only padding to the top. So I'm going to close this one up. And let's continue on by adding here a padding to the right of only 4. It's going to push the content to the left side. So here a padding from the bottom now of 8. Then a padding from the left, 2. And I think you got the idea here. Now, again, we can use groups here. So we're going to first use the left control group. To add here our LTR, I pronounce LTR. And we're going to add now, after you add it, you still need to specify the padding. So I'm going to do a padding to the start of 8. So it's starting now from here, remember. Then we're going to add to this a padding to the end of 8. And nothing happens, as you can see. But as soon as we go to the second group and type in here REL, so from right to left, this is left to right, remember? Then we can specify here that padding start is going to be 8, and padding end also 8. Okay, and in the second case, nothing should happen. Of course, we have the same padding on the y-axis, padding on the x-axis as we have it in margin situations. And really quickly, I also want to show that you can also use hover effects. All effects are still usable here, just like so. Let's just add to this padding left and 2. I'm going to right after this hover and padding right of 20. Okay, so if I hover over the element, I'm going to add a padding to the right side of 20. Okay, so hope you understand padding, it's pretty simple. It's the same thing as margin. The difference is going to add it to the content of the element and not to the element itself around its container. Okay, so now let's move on to the next lecture. Okay, in the next video, we're going to learn about colors. So let's open up our colors HTML file here and just navigate to display colors. Let me quickly show you something. So I'm going to just close up this. We're going to have on our left part this little image. This just demonstrates that Tailwind CSS will have a range of colors ranging from red, orange, amber, and so on, stone, neutral, zinc, gray, fusion pink, and so on and so on. And their range is from 50 to 950. So each and every value you're going to type in 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, so on and so on to 950. You're going to get another version of your specified color, another with a different opacity. Zoom out here, 150, perfect. So let's start working with them. So depending on where you want to add a color, our very first example will be to add a color to the backgrounds. For this, we're going to use a BG and red, and type out red correctly, and 300. Okay, let's save, and we're going to see down here, background color red. We're going to do the same thing for the next one, a BG and red, green, and 300. Hit save, and see a green color. Now we can play around with this. As I said, it's going to range from 50, really see it, hopefully. There we go. Light green color, one more up. And we could also go to 950. It's going to get dark green color. Somewhere in the middle at 500 is where the regular colors are, right here. And underneath of them, like for example, 400 is where I'm kind of using. So 300, 400, I'm using the base colors, and then I'm using the darker ones for hover effects. For example, you don't have to do this. Okay, so let's exercise this. We got to create a BG-blue-300. Of course, you can also type in different values. Next one will be BG yellow and let's say 700. Let's play around with them. Then a BG, BG dash, what do we have here? Pink and 200. And you cannot type in 250. This is going to result in an error. You won't see any kind of color. Okay. Okay, let's try a BG purple and 500 per BG, not BR, BG. Purple 500, a indigo, BG indigo, and 700, let's say, a dark one, then a gray color, BG gray, and 300, then a white color, that's BG and white, of course. And also we have we hit save here, and I type in white correctly, then we're going to see a white background, and here we could add a BG, let's do a BG dark, and then a text. We're going to come to the text now, text and dash white. Okay, so kind of got the idea. Text black, not dark, sorry. So BG black, text white, there we go, here in the upper right corner. So moving on to text colors. Text colors, just like background colors, you will use the text class and then the color, red for example, and then the intensity 300, red 300. Then we have a text and green 500, let's say, and so far and so on. I want you to play around with this. I'm not going to fill out all of them. This will be your exercise. Text and let's say purple and 300. Not doing any typing exercises here. We just want to get familiar with colors. So this is text color. Now we can also add border colors. For this, you need to specify first of all that the element has a border. So first of all, border. Okay, so we're going to have here border. The default color of the border will always be gray. Now if we specify here then border, and I messed something up. There we go. Border, and then the color red, and then the intensity, let's say green. The border will transform into a red color. And same thing, we're going to go now with a border and then a border, let's say blue. Was it blue? No, green. Green and 300 color, and so far and so on. So please exercise these colors. Let's do just another one here. I love pink. Let's do a border. First of all, specify that it has a border, then the border dash pink, and let's say 700. Darker pink color. Hit save and delete those dots. Okay, so please exercise these, and I'm going to move on to the next one, which will be to style this input tag and its placeholder. So we have here a placeholder with a simple text. And then we have an input tag where, well, I kind of took out everything. So blank input tag. So first things first, we can add to the placeholder even a color. For this, you need to specify a placeholder class, then red, for example, the color and the intensity. And voila, this didn't work because I have here, first of all, this should be the text. Sorry about that. So for example, if I type in here, no, I'm going to leave it this way. And then just in the classes down here, I'm going to type in placeholder teal 500. Then let's add a border, then border color of, let's say, blue 300. Let's change the background, BG. We have a green background, so I'm going to go with a red. Yeah, let's go with the red and 400. So we light color. Oh, this is awful. Let's go with 200. A bit better. You can also go with the dark. Let's see. Let's go here with the dark, a dark teal, a 700 teal, and a background color teal and 300. An A here, then 300. Okay, so something like that. And now we could, the last thing I could do here, because this is only the placeholder. If I type something in here, I'm going to set this color, but if I do it this, white. Okay, now also going to add a text dash white here. And this time, if I type something in here, the text will be white. Okay, so simple as that. You see how many ways there are, or how many utility classes there actually are to style these colors or style an element. So we just created a complete input tag, styling its border, placeholder, background, text color. That's pretty much it. Okay, that's it for colors. So that's the basic of for colors. Just exercise up here. And now let's move on to the next one. In this lecture, you will learn how to position elements using Tailwind CSS. So we're going to use a couple of utilities to control whether elements are positioned. So first of all, let's talk about how we can position elements in Tailwind CSS. And actually in CSS, at the basis of Tailwind, we are still working with CSS. As you can see here, when controlling the flow of the text using CSS properties, you can display them inline, you can display them as block, you can display them as grid or as inline grid, you display them as table or table cells, rows, or hidden. So we have here our very first example. Down here is a little icon of my company, Norbert Media, and we have here Empower Learning. So let's try and position this in the center of the page. So let's move down here to line 51 approximately, and we're going to add here. First of all, we have here container, which is the gray area. This is the main container. It contains an image, and then it contains another div which contains two tags. One is a strong tag for Norbert Media, one is a span tag. Now, a span tag is an inline element. Don't forget this. It's very important. So let's move up to the main container. First of all, we're going to display this as flex. Next, we're going to add items and center, and then justify content center. Now, this will move everything automatically in a row direction. All of the items, the image, and this, because this is the immediate child of the main container, will be moved in one line. These are already in one line. Now I want to move them also in the center. So I'm going to align the items and the content. For this, I'm going to use items. You're going to learn more about Flexbox later on in the course. So item center is going to align the items in the center on the x-axis. And then we want to move everything in the center of the page. And for this, we're going to use justify center. Okay, so we have them in the center of the, not of the page, but in the center of their container. I want to align them in the Y direction. For this, I'm going to go down to this container. This contains the Norbert Media element and the empowering learning element. So once again, I'm going to use here flex and flex in a column direction. Okay, simple as that, as you can see. Now let's use grid. Now when we're talking about grid, we're actually talking about a grid system. Each time we will display something as grid, it's going to be displayed in rows and columns. And for example, I'm going to use here just a simple class of grid. And it's not enough to just use the class of grid. You also need to specify in which direction how many items should be displayed, or how many columns and how many rows you want to create. So we're going to create here grid calls and free. We're going to create 3 columns. And then we're going to also grid rows and free. We're going to create 3 rows. And let's add a gap between the X and the Y axis. So on the horizontal and the vertical line, horizontal and vertical line of 4. Okay, Another way is flex. You already saw how flexbox works down here. Let's once again align the items here in a flex direction, which will automatically be displayed in a row direction. When we want to change the direction, we're going to use flex and call for column in a column direction. Now, if I add here a space on the y-axis of 4, it's going to give me 4 between each and every element. Now, we could also make this responsive by using the MD, flex, and row. And as soon as we hit as you can see, we are on a medium display. But if I leave the medium display, or if I go underneath of it, everything that is above medium display will be displayed as row. Everything that is underneath medium display will be displayed in a column direction. And if we want to have space in a row, space between the elements on a row direction, then we need to use on MD space. And because we have now on the horizontal line at the elements displayed, we need to have space between the x-axis. There we go, for space between each and every element. Okay, now let's move on to positioning. So this was displaying elements. In regular CSS, you would just use display grid, display flex, display none, and display block, display inline block, and so forth and so on. Now, when we're talking about positioning, we are talking about where the element is positioned, either relative, absolute, and so forth and so on. We're going to learn about this just right now. So positioning is one for the next video. Okay, let's learn about positioning. First of all, it is the utility that controls the position of each and every element. We're going to go over static, relative, absolute, fixed, sticky parent, and responsive. So let's start out with static. Well, each and every element is actually displayed static. This is pretty much the default position of every element. And as you can see here, it is according to the normal flow of the document. So for this, we're just going to use the static class, and the static child here shouldn't change its position, even if I move this around. Next is then relative. The relative utility is used to position elements according to the normal flow of the document and the offset relative to itself. So let's go down here, not to do, and let's add here relative, and just take a look at the position of this before you add it. Hit save. You can see it moved up just a bit. If I do here left and let's say 20, it's going to be pushed from the left 20 to the right. And from bottom, we only have 1. We could also do here 16, and then it would be pushed from the bottom upwards. Okay, so offset it relative to itself. Next up, let's learn about absolute. A very important thing about positioning something absolute. You can only position child elements as absolute, and for that, you need to position the parent element, first of all, relative. So the definition would be that the absolute utility is used to position an element absolute to its nearest positioned ancestor or parent element. I don't know why they use ancestor in the definition, but it's basically, we have here a div, and then we have a text element, and which is the child of this div, and a button element, which is also the child of this div. So if I position the button element as absolute, nothing, absolute, it shouldn't affect the element on its parent, but it will affect it to the next element that is positioned relative, because we did position something relative. So it seems it's this div where the grid system is. Now, if I want to position it absolute relative to its parent element, then I need to add to this div, first of all, relative. Okay, and now the button will be positioned relative to its yellow parent element. And now I can play around with it. Let's say from the bottom, I'm going to use 16. And then what else do we have here from the left? I'm going to use 300. So I'm going to push it outside. That's pixels. As you can see, I'm using here custom values. Next up, let's move to fixed. Now, the fixed element is very interesting. This is also used to position an element fixed to the viewport. Very important. So let's add down here to this button, fixed, hit save. And now it's going to be positioned fixed to the viewport. So if I scroll around here, it will always remain fixed. You can see. Okay, next up, let's talk about sticky. And obviously, you can move around this. So using here 3 from the top. So if I would do 30 from the top, where is it? Oh, it's gone. Let's do something smaller. Let's do top 16. This is 16 from the top, and it should use a normal value 32. There we go. Okay, also from the right side. Now, it's interesting that now the right side is from where we're pushing it away. So if I do here, 32 is going to go to the left side. Okay. Okay, next up, let's go to sticky. This is really interesting. So the sticky utility is used to position an element relative until it crosses a specific threshold, at which point it is pinned to the edge of the viewport. So a very good example will be here, this scroll menu. For example, I would like the title to remain here when I'm scrolling through the elements. So let's go down here and use sticky on this paragraph tag. Though, let's take a look. We have a div which contains multiple buttons and one single paragraph tag. And what I did is use the scroll on the y-axis class in order to make this scrollable. You take this out, you cannot scroll it. It will just display as flags. Okay. So let's leave this in here. Now let's add sticky to this element. And now if I scroll around, it isn't working because you also need to specify where it should stick to. I'm going to say here, stick to the top 0 position. So it's going to remain exactly here. And now I can scroll around. Okay. Hope this was clear. One last thing that we're going to have here is responsive. So this is pretty cool. In Tailwind CSS, we don't need to create @media queries. So what we're going to do here is, do you see this element right here? This is, as you can see in the classes down below, on a small screen, it's going to be displayed as relative. Oh, let me just scroll out here. Okay, so it's displayed here. On a medium screen, it's going to be displayed as fixed. So if I go something like this, it's going to be fixed up there, exactly as this fixed element. On a large screen, it's going to be sticky. You can see down here. And what else do we have? On extra large, it's going to be static. So just going to remain here. Okay, so that's pretty much it, what I have to show you now about positioning. Hope this was fun and you understood it. And if not, please leave some questions in the comment section. So catch you in the next one. Now, next up, you're going to learn about backgrounds. You're going to learn about background attachment, fixing the background, scrolling the background, and background clip, background color, and so on and so on. So a couple of positions for the background. So first things first, we're going to insert here in the very first div. I'm going to show you how to use an image as a background. You will see in your folder here an image. You're going to have two images. One will be my logo for my company, Menhart Media, and the other one just the colors. We're going to use this in the next lecture. Okay, so this little image here with the name of Menhart online media online logo.png is the image that we're going to use. And in order to use an image, close this one up, you're going to go in here and specify BG for background, then open and close square brackets. Then you need to send it in as a URL. Now open and close parentheses and single ticks or single quotes dot / specify dot / means that it is in this folder. Look for it in this folder. img for image because the folder is called image / and then we're going to select the image that we want to use, Menhart Media logo, and do not forget to add the extension of the image. So we don't have a JPEG, we have a PNG type of image, and after we hit save, you should see the image right here. Now, a simple thing in order to make this image fixed to the background, so basically you can scroll this, you can add here a space and then BG and the type of the image, which will be fixed, the position. Okay, now you're going to see that image fixed in the background, and you can just scroll around. Now you can also type in no repeat, so dash no dash repeat. Hit save, and you're only going to see one image. Otherwise, the image is going to repeat itself, filling up the entire space of that, the entire space that is allocated to it. Okay, now let's scroll down to our next example, where I'm going to show you how to make an image scrollable, basically the container scrollable. Now, I already inserted this option, so the overflow on the y-axis is specified as scroll, and I'm fixing here the height to 200 pixels, so this right here. Now, all we need to do is add the image once more, so let's type this out. In order to exercise this, so BG dash, open close square brackets, URL, open close parentheses, single quotes, and now the path to the image, so img, the folder, and Menhart Media, and then .png, hit save, and you got your image there. As you can see, I can scroll here, so if I scroll over the image, The image is fixed and the text, because it has a long text as you can see here, is scrollable. Now, in our next example, and one last thing I want to add here, is you can add the BG local class also to it, which just means that the background attachment is local. Now, for example, if you want to make the background scrollable, as you're going to see in the other example, so I'm no longer going to type out this background. You can do it, or please do it on yourself. The exercises, so BG background, there we go. There's a background. The options are here the same, so overflow on the y-axis is scrollable, the height of the container of the image is 200 pixels, the text is white in order to see something. Now we're going to do this. It is also scrollable, but the other one is no longer scrollable after I added here a BG local. So I'm going to add to this a BG and scroll, hit save, and now this is in our previous example, not only the background was scrollable, but also the text. Now in our current example, the text is scrollable and the background, you can see, is fixed. There's a huge difference. Simply by adding in the BG scroll, we're going to make the text scrollable, or actually we're scrolling over the background. So think of it as this. We're specifying that we're scrolling over the background. We're specifying how the background will behave with the content. Okay, now let's go to our next example and scroll down here, because you can see there's a lot of text, just simple lorem ipsum. Now let's talk about background clipping and the clipping utilities for controlling the bounding box of a element's background. Okay, so we're going to do here a couple of examples. We have 3 boxes here. Note I have to decrease just a bit the zoom because I'm at a zoom of 150%, and I just zoom down to 125%. Okay, so let's see. We have 3 boxes, different sizes, of course. And the difference is not necessarily the size, but it's the padding that's the difference. So first of all, let's insert here a BG clip border, BG and clip and border, which will make the background clip to the border box. Then next up, we're going to do a BG clip and padding, which will clip to the padding. And last but not least, we have a BG clip and content, which will obviously clip to the content. So you can see the border just detached itself from the content, as you can see here. So if I would change here the padding, let's say 30, decrease, and now let's move on to the background color. Well, background color is pretty simple and straightforward. You can add whatever color you want to your background, as long as in the array of 0 to 950. And let's just go over a couple of colors. So BG, red, and 500. These are the base colors. So here's the first background. Actually, the very first one was up here. But nevertheless, let's continue on. I'm going to change this now to 100. You can see this being a very faded red color, or 950 is going to be a strong dark red color, more like blood color. Next up, let's add a blue color. Again, BG, we're just going to exercise this. So blue, and let's say 500. Again, you can play around with this. Now, usually at the 500, or also at this red color, you could also add a text with white. Make the text that white. Also, it would be suitable to this blue color. Now, let's move on. Let's add a BG and pink. So it can do 320 or something like that, only round numbers. So from 50, or 0 actually, to 950. So let's do here a 700 pink, almost a red color. Let's do something easier. Let's do a 300, more lighter pink color. Now, you could also use fractions. So, for example, I could do here a BG sky, which is just a blue color, but the fraction of 500 to 100, and there we go. Because a regular 500 would look something like this. Okay, now let's do here a BG and sky. Let's do a 500 divided by 50, much more lighter color, or 75, for example. That would be only 75%. And we're going to do the next one. This one at 50, so even lighter. And now you could also add hexadecimal colors, so BG opening close square brackets. So everything that is between square brackets actually a custom value. So a hash 50D71E would then result in a green color. You can play around with this, decrease or increase it, of course. And we can also add a BG and indigo. 500. But if I hover over it, then it's going to transform into a BG and GR 500. Okay, so it looks something like this. Down here, we just have a radiant color. So we just add BG radiant here and here. Basically how radiance would work. Also down here. But this just specifies at which percent how much intensity then the specific color will have. Now I want to show you something about positioning. We have here 9 images, actually the same image in 9 positions, but it's always positioned a bit differently. So what I'm going to do here, so here's the image. First things first, I'm going to set this to the very first image. We're going to set this to BG and position left and top. Second, there we go, left and top. So that's the left position. Nothing changed because that's actually where it should sit. Then we're going to have BG dash top. Okay, so it's coming circle. The next one should be BG. Now we're on the right side, so BG right and top. We're moving downwards now. So we're going to use for the next one, this is completely left. So BG left. Now we're moving to the center. This will be obviously BG and center. Now we're moving to the right side, BG and right. Now we're moving to the bottom, so everything will be bottom. This will be BG. We are on the left side first of all, so left and bottom. Okay, now we're in the in the center bottom, so we're going to do a BG bottom, and of course BG right and bottom. So it's the dot here, and there we go. Perfectly centered image composed out of 3 images. Now, if I want to push them together, I have here the possibility to remove the gap completely, and I would have a somehow composite image. Of course, this should be just a tinge, but you get the idea here. So you can create composite images using the positioning, or you can basically position certain points, certain parts of an image. Okay, so that's backgrounds for you. Now we can move on. Right, now in this video, we're going to learn about borders. Now the border property is a shorthand for setting the width, style, and the color of a element's border. So let's move to the next element here. Borders. Obviously already opened here. You can just navigate between them. The cool navigation deck created specially for you. Okay, so let's get started with our first borders here. So we're going to scroll down. Right here we say basic examples, and let's get started with a rounded border. And let's just start with a rounded full example. This is going to give us fully rounded borders. Now if we want to take out any kind of round the niche from a border, we're just going to use a rounded and dash none, of course. We're going to take out the effect of the roundness. So next up, we have different dimensions, predefined dimensions for the border. So for example, rounded and dash SM give us a small rounded border. Barely seeing it, but it's there. Now the next dimension would be rounded dash MD, with a medium rounded border. Then we have a rounded dash LG. You see this increasing gradually, and we have a rounded dash XL, a more pronounced border. Now let's go down here where we have examples for circle, and rounding sides of specific sides of a border. So first we're going to try it as I previously showed you, a rounded and dash full, which will basically make the entire thing a circle. But for this, the element needs to be square. So you can see I have here size of 24, so height and width is 24. In our next example, we're going to only round the top of our element. So for this, we're going to use rounded dash T for specifying where we're going to round it fully. We can also do it only on the right side using the rounded dash R and full. Then we're going to use it on the bottom side, rounded dash and B and full for bottom rounding. And of course, on the left side, completing our circle with rounded dash left and so L for left and full. And there we go. Okay, now next up we're going to talk about border width. We're going to go over all of these examples. So first things first, let's go order a simple exercise of defining the border width. So first we need to specify that it has a border. Now we can specify what kind of border it is, how what kind of width that border has. So we can do a border, and we have different values. For example, if I do a 16, then, well, we can't see the colors. So also add a border and red 500 to it. Okay, there we go. We have a red colored border. Okay, in our next example, we're going to just add here a border -2. See, there's a light gray border around this. Let's increase it now. You go see the border and -4 for a more pronounced border, then a border -8, and last but not least, a border -16. Now we can also add border to individual sides of the element. So for example, I could add border only to the top by using border and top and the width of it, E4. Let's do the same thing for the right side. So border -R for right and -4. And I already specified the color, as you can see here. And then we can do a border -bottom of 4, and of course a border -left and 4 for the left side. Now we could also specify borders both top and bottom by using, there are two ways to do this. So we can do a border -top -4 and border -bottom -4. To specify a border for the top and bottom, or you could just do a border -x -4. Will result, if I would use the right direction, so this would be y, of course, top and bottom, and the same thing for left and right using border left and border right. Combine them both here, or border -x and 4, giving us borders to the left and right side of the element. Okay, now let's do a couple of colors. You already saw me using colors. So in this case, in the next example, the border is already specified, being a border 4. And now we're just going to add a border -red and let's say 300 color. Play around with this. Did I mess up here? Border left. Oh yeah, they need to be name specific. Only specific values of the color palette can be used for border colors. That here a border -green -500 for a green color. Another example would be a border let's do here indigo color. Oh, not seconds. There we go, and so far and so on. So border yellow color, place it down here, and the last one would be border, do something funky, a border -pink and 500. Okay. So the very last example that I want to show you is how we can specify the type or the lining of the border style, as we would name it. So for example, you could use a border and dashed, or a border -dotted, or border double, and so far and so on. Border solid, border none. Border solid basically is for just having a border, and border none will be to take out the borders. Border and none. And if I would hover over it, a hover state, then it would be a border and 4. Okay, so if I go over it, oops, border 4, why? Already taking out here. Okay, so that's it with borders, border radius. Hope you got the hang of it. It's pretty simple, actually. You can see Tailwind CSS is exceptionally good framework for CSS. Okay, now let's move on to effects and let's have a bit of fun here. So next up, we're going to talk about effects, and basically going to learn about box shadows by giving some basic examples, setting the shadow color, adjusting the shadow around in inset and as a ring. And we're going to talk about opacity with some basic examples, applying conditions. And of course, we're also going to learn about background blend mode. Right here, we're going to do a bit of a blending. Okay, so let's open up our file, effects, start working with it. We're going to work up here with the shadows first of all. So what is a shadow? Well, the shadow property is used to add shadow effects around a element's frame. Always going to work around the element. Okay, so let's start up here. A basic example. We're going to first of all use the shadow, and let's do ASM for small shadow. First one, we will have to take it out to just use shadow and none as always. So I'm going to add here again the shadow and -SM for small shadow. Next, we're going to use a larger shadow with shadow and MD value, more pronounced shadow. Then a larger shadow with shadow -LG. And last but not least, the maximum will be a shadow dash XL, the very last one. Now let's work on colors, adding colors to our shadows. So first we need to specify the shadow dimension. So shadow, work here with the shadow MD. And then let's just add to the shadow a shadow and a blue 500 color dot. So there's our blue shadow right underneath of it. Next, let's add here a shadow green. And of course, this should be red, but I messed up. Don't worry about it. So basically, I'm just showing you how many colors you can use, but we're just exercising typing out commands to get really used to it. Let's also use here a shadow and green color, and then a shadow yellow color and 500. Okay, let's for example, let's add here shadow, let's say indigo, and I'm also going to use then a hover. Let's say on hover, we're going to have a shadow. I'm losing my voice here. Shadow none. Okay, so if I hover over the if I hover over the element, the shadow is going to disappear. Now, later on, I'm going to show you how you can slow down this effect, by using transitions and so forth and so on. Okay, now let's do a inside shadow or a insert shadow by using the shadow dash inner command. This is going to basically have a shadow on the inside. Now we can also add color to this, saying shadow blue. Now first you need to specify that the shadow is inner, and then you can specify the color, which is going to add the shadow to the inner side. Next I'm just going to give an example of a ring. Okay, obviously we could also add shadow to this of MD. Now we could also use a even larger ring, -2, with a ring, a different dimension. And of course we use shadow none for removing shadows, but you already know that. Now let's talk about opacity in the next video. Now opacity is the property that is used to obviously lower or increase the opacity of an element. Now for example, if I want this element to be completely see-through, there I could just use a opacity of 0, which will make it completely not visible. But as you can see here, I cannot select even the text or something like that, so it's also unselectable. Now if we want to have just a little bit of opacity, this basically goes from 0 to 25%, 50%, 75%, and 100%. And we're going to exercise this by typing out opacity -25. Then we have opacity T and -50. You can also do a 75% using opacity T and -75. And the last one will be opacity 100, which, well, you can type in opacity 100, but let's do it. I'm going to do it the other way around. So opacity -0, but if we hover over it, then we're going to have a opacity of 100. So it's gone and it's there. It's gone and it's there. Oh, let's just do it 25. 25 and hover over it and it's going to reappear. Okay. Now, next up, let's apply a couple of conditionals here. So I already showed you that we could have the opacity at 0 and we can then move to opacity of, let's use now a 25. Okay, so hover over it and it's going to appear. Now, in this example, I added a event listener, which is going to disable. So if I click on this little fellow, it's going to disable the element. It's going to add the property of disable to it. Now, if the button is disabled, we can use here from Tailwind CSS, property the class disabled, and then add the opacity of, let's say, 25 to it. Okay, so if I click on it, disabled, and it's going to add opacity 25 to it. So I cannot re-click it and make it reappear because it this is sadly synchronous, so it works only one way. But if I would use JavaScript, or we're going to use later on JavaScript, and we're also going to use React, and later on I'm going to add Vue and so forth and so on, Vue.js to this, you will see that I can just play around with this by clicking it, and it's going to have different opacities. And using only Tailwind CSS classes. So next, let's do here. We already did the hover. Why do I have it? Let's exercise it. So let's do a opacity 50, and then if you hover over it, opacity and 75. Let's no, let's do 100. Why not? So 100. Let's also do the same thing for 75. Opacity and 75. And after that, we're going to go to a opacity of 100. Or you can do it the other way around if you want. And now I'm going to go from 100. We're going to do this right here. Opacity 100 in this case. And then if I hover it, I want it to disappear. So opacity and 0. Okay, so hover it, boom, make it disappear. Now let's take a look at blend, and then we're done with this video, because the blend property, or the shorthand, is used to specify the blending mode of each background layer on an element. Now this could be either colors or images, as you can see here. So let's start out with our very first image. The image is already added through the class, and now we're just going to use the BG, because we target the background blend, and the first will be multiple. Okay, it's going to change its colors here. Next up, we're going to do a different blend, and that will be a soft blend. So BG blend and soft light. And next up, let's also do a BG dash blend and dash overlay. Okay, so these are the basic 3 blending modes. And no, they not use that often, but I just want you to have them. Maybe you're going to use it. You can use this in games. That would be interesting, because on websites it's pretty much unusable. But if you want to use them, there you go, blends. Okay, so see you in the next video. In this lecture, you're going to learn how to apply filters to elements, the filter utility class. Now, right here, we just have the same image to which we're going to apply different filters. So let's get started with brightness. We can increase or decrease the brightness using the brightness property, brightness class, typing out brightness, and then let's say 50, and this is going to reduce the brightness of the element to 50%. We can also change the contrast by typing contrast. Say we're going to give this a contrast of 50. Now going back to brightness, because you can change this from values to 50 to 100, then 125. Oops, that's too much. And so far and so on. And also you can apply classes like grayscale here, grayscale, in order to add black and white properties to a element. Now moving on, contrast works the same way. You can increase it or decrease it. We have it here at 200%. Now we already talked about shadows, but you could also use a drop shadow and then the according dimensions of medium, small, large, and so on and so on. So XL. Again, grayscale, we already saw how this works, but you could also use it in a negative way. So that means minus, we'll invert it. Then we have hue properties, which we can increase or decrease here. So we're going to do a hue of 180. You can see here the effect taking place. Now we could also add a background blur. For example, we have a background image here. We're just going to add to this a BG background blur and SX. And down here, for example, we could add on a hover effect to remove the background blur. So background and filter and none. If I hover this element, it's going to remove this filter. Okay, so this is a really short and simple video. It's basically the effects that you can apply to specific backgrounds. So hope you got this, and let's move on to the next one. In this lecture, you're going to learn about Tailwind CSS transitions and their properties. So let's get started by adding a transition to our very first button here. That's the name of hover. So let's add here I'm going to show you first of all the effect without the transitions. So as I previously mentioned, in order to slow this effect down, so moving from a specific opacity to another one, or just changing the background color, we have an initial background color purple 500, and then we're changing it to 100 on the hover. Now in order to make this smoother, we're going to add a transition to it, which then slow down the process. Now this has a speed built automatically into it, and I'm going to show you how you can manipulate its speed. Now in our next example, we have our hover effect on the next button using the transition. Okay, so transition is the property that is going to enable us this effect, but we could also add in duration. So for example, by typing in down here, duration, and let's increase to 700. The effect is going to take 700 milliseconds to take effect. You can see you can decrease it to, let's say, 300, play around with the values if you want, and it's going to take effect much quicker, and then increase it to a much higher value. For example, 3000, and it's going to take, well, this is not working. Of course, That's too much. Let's go to 700. And there we go. Okay, actually, this goes until 700 to 900. Yeah, 700 is the max. So 7 milliseconds. Okay, now let's just take a look at a couple of explanations here that I added for you. So BG stands for background, and then specifying a color and adding a intensity to it. Now the transition class will enable a transition on the specific element. The delay will delay that with the specified milliseconds here. The duration of the transition is enabled by typing in duration and then the value in milliseconds. Then the type will be determined of what kind of transition you're going to have. You have an ease in or out transition, or just an ease in, just an ease out, and so far and so on. So this will apply to the start and the end of the transition. Now we're also going to take a look at translations, which is going to move things around on a specific X. Then we're going to take a look at scale, which will increase or decrease the element size depending on what we type in here on this value. This is working in percentages. And I would just say that we get started. So let's start here with the next button, which is Save Changes. Okay, this little fellow right here. What we got here is, first of all, we have on a hover, we have an effect of translate negative Y. So there's a negative here, meaning it's going to push it up on the y-axis. A positive will be pushed down. It's going to push it up 1, which is 16 pixels. On hover, we also have the scale of 110, meaning we're going to increase it by 10% at the end of the day, because 100% is the initial state. And if I type in 110, then it's going to be increased by 10%. If I type in 150, it's going to be increased by 50%. It's going to double its size. Not double, that would be 200%. This is not working, of course, because we can only go to a specific value with the scale. We can also change the text on a hover. Now, this is happening once again much too soon. So what we're going to do here is add in a transition. We're going to have a smooth transition effect. Then we're going to add a delay to it. Now, delays are pretty interesting because we're going to hover over it, nothing will happen, and then it's going to take effect. So change this to, let's say, 300. And that's a much, much bigger delay. Let me actually go to 700. So take a look at this. You have to hover in, nothing happens, and after 7 milliseconds, the effect will take place. Now, we can increase the duration of the transition by adding, let's say we're going to go to 7 milliseconds. So it's going to have 7 milliseconds delay, and then it will take 7 milliseconds to execute the transition in and out the duration, okay? Now let's ease in and out effect, both entering and exiting the transition. Okay, so that's what these values do. Now let's move on. Let's add here a transition on our next button, which has the following effects. It has a initial purple background. Then on the hover, we're going to enable a amber background of 400, as you can see here. Now let's add a exercise here, a transition to it. Okay, this is already happening in a more smoother way. Now we're going to add a duration of, let's say, 400. So it's going to take 4 milliseconds for the transition. Let's say we're going to add an ease in. Just the initial part of the transition will have a much smoother effect. Now you can play around with this. Add here transition in and a transition out for the next one. And then a transition, the duration and a ease in out effect. Okay, so ease in, is out. Now let's do the entire package by adding a transition, delay, duration, and ease in, is out effect to delay me, the very last button. And we're going to move now to animations in the next video. So next up, let's learn about animations. We already learned about transitions and how they behave. Animations are pretty much the same, but they have a lot of properties already built in there. You want to create an animation in plain CSS, you have your hands full. Well, in Tailwind CSS, it's much easier. We're just going to, there are 4 predefined animations. They have their predefined speed and way they're going to take effect. So what I'm going to do here is just show you this kind of animations. And in order to modify them, you need to do something that we're going to learn about later on, and that is to change their configurations. Okay, so first animation, just type in animation. And then we have ping, pulse, bounce, and spin. So let's start out with ping, makes first element ping. So it's going to basically, let's think about the effects that are happening here. It's increasing its size. is going from opacity 100 to 0. And well, that's basically it. So that's the two things that it does, and it loops infinitely. That's very important. Now, the next animation that I'm going to show you is pulse. So animation and dash pulse, or not animation, animate, and pulse. And we're going to see just a light pulse effect on the second button. Speed and so forth and so on is increasable by configuring this. Next up, let's add a animation bounce. So animate bounce. We're going to make the element bounce. Now, if you want to increase the bounce, we need to go into their configurations. And last but not least, we have the animation spin, which will animate and spin, make the element spin around, infinite and around its own X. And the last example is just a button that I want to make really complicated here. So we're going to make this animate and ping and animate bounce and also animate spin. Okay, so it's just overwriting the animation constantly, as you can see. Okay, so that's pretty much it about animations. That's all you need to know, all you need to learn. Next up, we're going to move on to a bit more complex animations. So see you in the next one. Now let's put our animations to work by applying animations. So this is going to be a applied animation sections. First of all, we're going to work on a pin. So most of these examples you see in real life. This is why I'm giving you these examples. Now I'm going to show you how you can create them. So let's start with the very first one. Basically, we have a loading screen here, or a loading icon with a little circle here and this little SVG. So just ignore the SVG and how it's created. But what is important about the SVG, that you can just take an SVG from the internet, throw it into your website, give it a height, give it a width, give it a margin to the right, a text white, and so forth and so on. And then you can just add a animation, or animate, not animation. What am I doing? Animate and spin, and there we go. It's spinning. Perfectly fine loading animation, ready to be used in any kind of website. Okay, now let's move to the next example. Let's say we have a animation that we need an animation that is going to signal us a problem or a process. This is also a process, a loading process, because we also have a processing process. That's kind of dumb. Nevertheless, something that needs to take the attention, or needs to focus the attention of the users. So we're going to have here the same box with a text, and then in order to attract attention, we're going to use here a animate and ping for us to focus the attention on the user. So let me just show you how this is constructed. The main, or the parent element, is a button. So opening, closing button. We have a little text here. Okay. Now we have a couple of span tags that, first of all, this is going to be the host of the animation. This will be positioned absolute. In order for us to position this absolute, we have to have the parent positioned as relative, of course. Now, after we have this positioned relative, we can position the parent element of the ping absolute right here in the top corner. We're going to go outside of our parent element on the y-axis and on the x-axis, so top and right. That's why it's eccentric. And then we can just apply a ping animation. Now, the ping animation is around the main element, and this little fellow right here is the main element. Okay, so this is why it's always pinging, and what's behind it is a stable round, as you can see here, round and background pink. So if I would take this one out, just comment this out, you're just going to see that ping. Okay, so this is how it's constructed. You have this main element as a foreground and the ping element as in the background. Now let's go to our third type of animation. Let's say you want to make this three little dots here bounce, basically signifying a loading process. Now in this example, we just have a div, a parent element, going to be displayed as flex because it's going to have three child elements with a space of 2 on the x-axis, so between them, space of 2. And then we just need to add bounce to each one of the elements. But this one is interesting. We need to add a delay, for that bounce to have a different type of bounce for each element, because otherwise we will just have a animate and bounce. I just misspelled here bounce, so bounce. And the first element will jump. Now if I copy this in here 2 more times, then all elements bounce in the same way. But you don't want this. We want each element to bounce differently. So this is where we can add custom effects to it. Remember that I told you that we're going to add custom speeds and custom animations to our animations. Now this is how we can do them. Exactly as we do with values, for example, 100 pixels and so on and so on. We can wrap this into square brackets, then underscore, add 1 second to this. Next, we're going to add a underscore and ease in out and in and dash out. And then we're going to loop it infinite. Okay, so there's our very first one. Now this is behaving exactly as all the others. So what we can do is to add more animation time to the next one. I'm going to copy this, add it down here to the next one, and increase this to 1.1 second. So you can always see that this is taking longer than the first one. Now if I do the same thing for the third one and add a 0.2 second time, then you're going to see this little delayed animation. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so this is how you can delay animations and make that bounce or make any kind of changes to your animation. This is basically working with all animations, with each one of them. Okay, so that's it for applying animations, or applying custom values to them. And now we can move on to our next section, which is going to be not transformers, but transformations. So see you in the next one. Now in this lecture, we're going to learn how to transform the scale, how to rotate, how to translate, how to screw, don't get funny, and transform origin. So let's get started up here, where we're first going to work on scale. So remember, I told you that you can scale up stuff, scale up elements by using the scale and dash. And now we have, for example, 75%. I'm going to scale this image down to 75%. I'm going to leave this in as the original size. Now let's also do here a 100% scale, dash 100. Okay, so this is also the original size. This is pretty useful when you scale and 50, and let's just hover and scale it back to 100 then. Okay, so hover over it and scale it back. Of course, you can also add a transition and it would be much smoother then. Okay, now let's also do a larger scale, so scale of 125 here. We could also do a negative scale, minus scale and 50, also invert it. And then we could also do a rotate, let's say 180 degrees, and it's going to rotate it back. Okay, so pretty fun stuff. Now in order to remove the scale, of course, we can also do, I'm just going to leave the scale 125 in here. And now I'm going to take it out by transform none. So transform none option here. Let's also add a transition, of course, so we have a much smoother transition. Okay, so that's it for scale. Now let's move to rotate. I always showed you one example. Now I'm going to start here with a rotate and 45 degrees. So this is going to be the very first one here. And next, let's do a rotate and 90 degrees. And we could also do negative rotations, negative rotate 45, let's say. And we could also do a rotate 180 degrees. I already showed you. And let's also do, it's this little fellow right here. Let's also do, it has a size of 3 instead of 36. Okay, so that's upside down. And now let's also take out the rotation. Let's say we have a rotate of 180 degrees. And if we hover over it, then we're going to rotate and 0. I'm going to take out the rotation. Okay, flip it upside down and flick it back. Okay, now let's also learn about translate. So we're going to move stuff. The first image will be the origin, the original image. Now let's do a translate on the x-axis. So translate the 10 translation is going to push it to the right side. Now let's also do a translate of 20. Translate dash 20. Sorry, you need to specify the axis. And 20. Also move it further to the right. Also do a 30 and then a 40. So just to exercise this. 30. And then the last one will be a 40 and 40. Okay, so we move stuff around. We also can move it in the other direction and on the other axis. So let's do here, temporary negative 40. Move it completely here. Let's transform this into a y-axis and so on and so on. Now, just want to demonstrate that this will not work. You can only move on the horizontal axis. So I'm going to leave it in here as y so you can see this. Now let's move down here to screw. which will be on, let's just say, it's going to work on this X, on the vertical X, only on the Y X. So let's start off with screw, and let's do a Y and free here. Let's see this kind of deformed pentagon, no, not a pentagon, a deformed shape. Now let's do also a negative screw. So screw and 6. This will rotate it, not rotate it, deform it in its other direction of its axis. We could also do a screw of the 6 this time. Oh, let's just do, 6. Okay, the other direction. Also do a negative screw. You know what? I'm going to just show you how this works. So screw. I know where you're going to use this. Not that usable actually. But hey, it's in Tailwind CSS, so I did want to show you. Okay, now transform the origin. This is also pretty cool. You can basically, once you have your origin center option in here, then you can rotate, say, 45 degrees. Okay, now this was rotated through, along its center. Now, if I would have here origin top left and do a rotate and 45 degrees, this will rotate it from its top. Okay, so top left, take this out. You see, this is the corner, top left corner. And if I want to rotate it from here, then I'm going to use this option. I'm going to rotate it from here and 45 degrees in the other direction. So rotate and 45. Oh, oops, 45, and we'll rotate it that way. If I would do here right, it's going to move it up. Okay, because it's rotating 45 degrees from here, rotating upwards. So if I do here a 180, I'm going to rotate it from here upwards down. And if I do a negative, so 45 but negative, it will rotate it from here downwards. Okay, so pretty cool stuff. This is actually one of my favorite things here in the transform section. Is pretty cool to play around with. Okay, so now let's move on to tables and see you in the next video. Now let's move to tables. So let's close this up, open tables, also move here to tables. So just right click and open this file with your live server. Now, tables. So this utility basically just controls the table layout algorithm. There are two main ways to create a table. Table auto to automatically distribute it. Make this just a bit smaller. Okay. So table auto distribution, and table fixed distribution. Now, there's not much to be explained here. Just you're going to have your table. I would suggest that you don't use a div here. Literally use a table tag. Oops, with the table tag. Use a table tag and then just add the class of table auto to it, and you're going to have an automatic table. But you still need to use a table head, table row with table headers, and so on and so on. So yeah, it's pretty much the same as a regular table. Difference is the table fix. This is going to automatically arrange, and this not going to be fixed. And also, let me just this. You can see it's rearranging itself. But the other one is not. So not much to learn here, but I still want to show the table option. Also, we can do something like in different styles you can change. For example, if I hover over the table auto, it should be a table and fixed. That's pretty much it. Okay, so I'm not a big fan of tables. You see, or as you can hear it in my enthusiasm. Yeah, there's tables for you. I want to show you how tables work, and basically the same thing as in HTML. So if you want more details on how tables work, just check out how they work in HTML, and you will know everything you need to know about tables. But that's it for tables. This was a short video, I know. Let's move on to the next one. All right, the next one is a more exciting one. So let's move to columns here and open up columns. All right, so columns, kind of the same thing as flex, but you don't need to use the flex utility, but you will need to use the column utility, which controls the number of columns within a element. So you need a element, let's say this div, and we have 3 images in this div. Now we can go ahead and use column, type in column, and let's say 2, and we're going to have 2 columns. Want to have more columns, we can change it to 3. Now this goes up until 8. There you go, 8 columns. It's just going to make that smaller because they're there. Just show you this. Right click, inspect, and if I inspect this little fella, let's see, we have it here. So we have, as you can see, the class 8 columns, and there is space for the other columns, or for other elements, but they're not there. Okay, so let's move this back to the side. Now I'm going to leave this at columns 3. One little thing here that I still want to show you is aspect ratio. So you can also change the aspect ratio of elements by using aspect ratio, for example, video, or aspect ratio square. Okay, now let's exercise with columns once more. So let's change this to a column, and let's change it also to 2. You can also do SM, then you can do XS or SX, SX actually, extra small. You can also do a LG, a MD, and so far and so on. Okay, after an MD, you're going to have 2 columns. So let's move on now to gap between them. You can see that I have here in the very last example just a gap of 10 here actually. Now if I would add here also column, and let's say columns, and let's say 3, you're going to have a gap of 10 between the columns. Now I can change this to 2, for example, a smaller gap, 20, much larger gap, and this is going to influence the elements also. So columns only work in one direction. For example, let's just multiply this. Okay, so the problem is that I can use gap between the columns. So let's do here. I do here is 6. Just going to be spread evenly. But the main problem would be that I want to have gap between the elements, and I would need to use then some sort of, let's do here an example of margin bottom and 3. Okay, so this is going to add more space between the elements, but you would have to use it between all elements. So columns are helpful if you have something simple to display, but if you want multiple rows, then I would suggest to use flex or grid, for example. Okay, so this is extremely useful. I use columns a lot when I'm working with Tailwind CSS. So that's it for columns. Now let's move to the really interesting part as flexbox, and after that grid system, and after that properties of grid and flex. So see you in the next one. Now let's open up our flexbox document here. Also move to flexbox. So this is really cool. If you didn't learn flexbox in CSS, then you're going to learn the basics here. Now there's much more to learn about flexbox in regular CSS, but Tailwind does help a lot. So let's get started with flexbox. Basically what this does is displays element in a certain direction in columns and rows, but in a very specific way. So it works differently than the grid system. So see here, flexbox is one-dimensional layer order for laying out items in a row or column. Items flex to fill additional space and shrink to fit into smaller spaces. Okay, so how do we use flex? We just define flex as a parent element, and then the children will be displayed automatically in a row direction. If we want to change the direction of our flex, then we would need to use, and actually I started here with row, change this up to all row, what? Copy this, all and then row. More interesting this way, haha, not rows, row. Okay, so if we want to change the direction, we need to specify flex, and it's going to flex them in an automatic row direction. But if I want them in a column, then we need to specify that this should be in a column direction. Okay. Now, if we have something in a column direction, for example, here, so flex and flex all, and let's say we have, so this little file right here, 4 items, and let's say we want this to change at a specific width to a row direction. So let's say I'm going to do here a MD of flex row. And as you can see, it's going to change to a row direction. But in a smaller display, it's still going to be in a column direction. So as you can see here, this is extremely useful. We do not use any kind of media queries here. And just like magic, we can change the direction of the elements. I already showed you this. You can also do it in the reverse way. So let's say we have here a flex, and it's a flex row. But if I'm in an LG display, then flex and call, and yeah, we need to leave this display. So the breakpoint will be roughly here, and then it's going to be displayed in a column direction. Okay. Now let's talk about wrap, because this is really interesting. By default, so flex, find something as flex, is going to be in a row direction. Now you can see that the last element is actually being thrown here outside of a viewport. So what we can do in order for this element to automatically go in the next row, we add multiple elements. So as you can see, they're just going to be smushed together. What we can do is add here a flex and wrap, and it's going to wrap. Okay. As soon as the elements do not have any more space here, they're going to follow in the next column and next column and next column and next column. Okay, next up, let's talk about gap. And gap is basically the distance that you can create in two directions between elements. So we have here flex, actually up here, we have here a flex and flex wrap. And now I'm going to add a simple gap of 3. Now this will specify that the elements will have a gap of 3 on the y-axis. And also if I leave this viewport, then they're going to be, well, because it displayed as flex wrap, they're just going to occupy the entire space. Now they're also going to have gap on the y-axis. You can see here, and on the x-axis, you can see here. So actually between y and between x. So if I have enough space, then this is going to form into 3 columns, and even more but equal gaps will appear. Now if I want to specify gap only in one direction, then I could use here a x. Now I'm going to have only gap on the x-axis, or y, and you're going to have gap only on y-axis. Also, you can have it both ways. Gap, have your cake and eat it too. Gap and x-axis, and you can increase it to 7, 5. In this case, let's do something more. 10. Okay, so if I would have now 3 columns, then I'm going to have more gap on one axis than the other. So this is how you can control biaxial gap. Okay, now let's talk about flex grow. Now the flex grow property, as you can see here, specifies how much the item will grow relative to the rest of the flexible items inside of the same container. So let's start out with the first one. So we define the parent as flex. We have a little bit of gap between them, equal gap of 3. And now let's add the very first one of flex none. Okay, the next one, you see they have the same, this has the same width and the same height. The next one has the height of 14 and the width is, well, irrelevant. But if I would, here we go, let's grow. If I would add here a grow property, then this will occupy the entire space that is left by the other elements until it reaches the end of its container. So it's going to push everything to the side and say, here, I want to be the biggest one of you all. So I'm going to take up all of the rest of the space. Now let's add to the next one a flex none, next element. And to the element after that, we're going to add a grow. And this is going to occupy now the space that is left. But it's going to share the space with the first element. So the second element, change the color here to red. The red element just took up whatever space is left from each and every other element, excepting the other element that has the same property as it has. And they're sharing the element. They're share bears. Now we could also have a grow and 0. And this is basically going to do nothing. Or more easily to be displayed, hover and grow 0. And if I hover over it, it's going to bring down. Okay. You got the idea. And then the other grow element is going to take out the other element that has the grow property. Is going to take out the rest of the space that is created due to the fact that this has no more grow. Okay, so hope this was easy to understand. Now let's move on to shrink. We can grow, but we also can shrink. And shrinkage, you know what they say about shrinkage, that flex shrink property specifies how much the item will shrink relative to the rest of the flexible items inside of the same container. So remember, relative to the rest of the flexible items. So let's add here a shrink to the first fellow, and this is going to make it smaller. Then let's add here a shrink and 0. Going to take up the rest of the space, and so far and so on. So very simple, straightforward properties, easy to use. Add to this flex none. Okay, so very simple to understand. You can exercise them, the rest of them on your own. Also hover effect and so far and so on. Okay, now that's it for flex. Now let's move on to grid. In this lecture, you're going to learn about the grid system in Tailwind CSS. So let's open it up. Let's go here, grid system. I will have it opened up on the right side just to be sure. I'm going to open it up once more. Okay, so let's get started with the grid system. Basically, the grid system is two-dimensional, not like the Flexbox model, and it lays out items both on rows and columns. Also, items then flex to fill the additional space and shrink to fit into smaller spaces. So we're going to start out here by first of all defining this div. here with this little fellow as grid. So just type in the word grid and voila, it's defined as grid. Now I already added a gap of 4 to this. And as soon as I type in grid, if I take this out, you can see that, that the gap is also taking effect. Now, that's not all. The grid needs to define in which direction the elements will be spaced up. So in order to, for example, use columns, so let's say we want to space all of these 12 elements into columns, we can use grid, false, and then we have from 1 to 12 possibilities, or 12 columns, to space them up. I'm going to use, first of all, 3. So we have 12 elements. They are now in 3 columns and 4 rows. 3 times 4 equals 12. Now the maximum amount of columns that we can use is 12. So if I do something like this, then all elements will be spaced into one single row. Remember, you can change the gap if you want. And gap is once more two directional on 2 axes. We can use gap on X and gap on Y axis. Please play around with this if you want. Let's move on to the next example. So we can also use subgrids in a grid, and basically this property allows you to use the parent grid, so this grid, columns and row sizes for the child grid. So for example, we have here a grid. It's already defined as grid. It has a gap of 4. That's why you're seeing these spaces between them. And if I would now space this up into a grid template columns and 3, then I would have 3 columns. Now, if I move down here, so after the third item, this one right here, we're going to have a subgrid. Now here, we're just going to specify that, now first of all, you need to assign it as a grid. So use the grid class, then grid-calls-subgrid in order to define it as a subgrid. Okay, now we can add here a gap of 4, for example, and then a column span, or let's say 3. So you can see the grid reforming down here. Now, for example, if I want to change the next one to a call, start, and 2, you can specify that this element will start at the second column, and I could also move it to the third column if I want to. So this element basically is going to take up all, or the subgrid will take up this entire space as a separate grid, and I can move my element within this subgrid. Okay, next up, let's talk about grid column start and end. Now, this utility controls how elements are sized and placed across the grid columns. So let's define this div as a grid. Then we're going to add a grid calls. I'm going to use 3 again. And now let's add a bit of gap, and gap, let's use 3 this time. So 3, 3, 3. Now I could take my 4th element here, and let's say I'm going to call and span, and I'm going to span it over 2 columns. Okay, so the 4th element is now spanning over column number 1 and column number 2. I can also span it over 3 columns if I want to. And then it's going to push down the next elements into the 3rd row. Also, let's take the last one. Let's say call, span, and 2. And this is going to be pushed now in a 4th row instead of having only 3 rows and not having enough space here to span like he wants to. He's going to be pushed down into the 3rd row, the 4th row. Sorry about that. Now, let's take a look at grid template rows, sorry. So let's take a look at, we spanned everything into columns, but we can also use rows in order to define how the grid looks. So again, once again, we're going to add here grid in order to define the grid class in order to define this as a grid. Then we're going to add a grid rows, and let's say 4. Now this is going to span everything into 4 rows, but we also need to specify the columns. So grid, flow, all, in order to let all other elements then flow. This should be grid. Okay. So we have 4 rows, and we're letting the elements flow along the columns. So for example, I just add a bit of spacing here to make it a gap of 3. And now let's play around with this. If I want to add here 6 rows, going to be pushed down. If I want to add only 2 rows, then the elements will be pushed together, and so far and so on. I think you get the idea here. Now, you can play around with this in order to learn grid more efficiently, but also we're going to use grid and flex in the upcoming projects. So don't worry about it. You're going to get the hang of this if you didn't already get the hang of it by practicing. Practice makes perfect. Okay, so see you in the next video. Now, in this video, we're going to move to the properties of grid and flex. So let's open up our grid and flex properties file. And here, well, we have a lot to learn, you can see, but don't worry, it's really easy. Now, first things first, we're going to learn about order. And some properties are specific to the flexbox and some properties are specific to the grid system. So the order property specifies the order of the flexible items inside the flex container. This container, little fellow right here, is defined as flex, as the flex class. Now we can add orders to elements. So the very first element here, element number 1, we can move its order, for example, to be order and last. And it's going to change its order from being the first element to the last element. Wow, amazing. But yeah, it's simple as that. It's an extremely useful class that you can use here. Now, of course, you can also use order first. Actually, let this at last. I'm going to go to the last, to number 3, the order and first. Okay, so this is going to change number 3 into place number 1, and number 1 will be at the last place. But you could also add, like, say, for example, well, we have here 3 elements, and let's say element number 2 should be at now order 1. And this cannot change because it's higher hierarchy, but you could change this to, let's say, I'm going to take out number 3 here, and I'm going to leave this, for example, as first. Okay, now let's move on to justify content. Justify content is a property that aligns the flex items, so use both for flex and also grid, but in the main axis. So for example, this element is defined as flex, this div right here. I'm going to use here justify and let's say start. Next up, let's use justify center. I'm going to push these 2 fellows into the center of the flex box and use justify your items end. Actually, just end. I'm going to push the elements to the end of the flex box. Then we can also have justify between, and between. We're going to create equal space between the elements. Okay, so one element is here and the other one is right here. Okay, so space between the elements. And we also have justify around, justify and around, which will basically create equal space at the start and end, and then spread out the rest of the space between the elements. The equal spaces at the start and the end of those elements, and equal spaces, then the rest of the space will be then spread out equally between the elements. So if I would have here multiple elements, copy and paste a couple of them, you see start and end still equal, but this, and also this different between the equal spaces between the elements. Okay, now let's move on to justify items. This is a bit different because this controls how the grid items are aligned along their line axis, inline axis. So we're going to go down here. We're going to first of all define this as grid. That's not for flexbox, grid. Then we're going to add a grid columns, 3, spread them out into 3 columns. Now I'm going to add a justify, and now not content but items, and let's say end. Okay, so this is going to push the items to the end of each inline axis. Also add a bit of gap here, so gap of 1.5. Going to be pushed back here. And we're going to do the same thing, but the next items will be justified in the center. So we're going to use here justify items and center. Okay, and now the items are justified to the center axis. Let's move down. We're going to now justify to the start. Justify the items to the start. Okay, they're going to be pushed to the right. And now we have justify stretched, which is basically the same thing that's here. Justify items and stretched. It's basically going to be the same. We're going to stretch out the items and take up the entire space of the axis. We're going to make it larger, then the item is going to take up the entire space. Okay, now let's move on to justify self. This property is how the individual grid items or individual grid item, each individual grid item is aligned along its inline axis. So let's do this. We're going to go down. First of all, it needs to be in a grid system. It is. And we can now add to the elements, to the items themselves. So this is not adding the property to the grid itself, but to the items themselves. So let's get started with justify and items. Self, sorry about that. Self. And first will be to add auto. And one very important thing, we need to have the grid justify the items as stretch in order for this property to work. So we're going to add this down here. Okay, next item, we're going to justify self. And now we're going to use start. And it's going to justify the item to start. Now let's also add a justify self and center. It's going to justify the item to the center. This is a way of manipulating the items themselves. And let's add now to the end. So justify self end. I'm going to push the item to the end. And last but not least, justify self and stretch. Which should basically be the same as the first item. We don't add anything to it. Next, we have align content. This utility controls how rows are positioned in multiple rows, and it works for both flex and grid containers. So let's move down here. First things first, we need to add the property of grid, class of grid, then a grid false, and let's say free. Okay. Now let's add content and start. Okay. So these are going to be pushed up to the start. So not to the left, but start up. We're going to do the same thing here. Now we already have here grid columns free. All we need to do now is add a content and center. You want to have them in the center of the content. The next property will be to add them down here to the end, content end, and to push them down. Then we have with space between, and for this we're going to use content and between. Now here in this example we have 6 elements, free and free. This is why I can place space between the content. And we can also add around, content and around, which is basically works the same way as the other one did, with adding equal space between elements. Start and finish, and then between them. Now let's also take a look at evenly. This is different from around because it's going to space them evenly, so start and end between them with even spaces. So content and evenly. You can see the difference that we have here, specific distance between start and end, but between the two elements is another distance. But in this case, where we specify the content to be spaced evenly, we have even spaces from start, between, and end. Okay, and last but not least, we have stretched, content, and stretched, which will basically leave them as they are, because they're going to be stretched over the entire width of the container. Now let's move on to align items. The align items utility is used to control how flex and grid items are positioned along a container's cross-axis. So for example, we have here the very first container, this right here, with 3 elements in it, and we defined this as flex. Now we can items start, and due to the fact that they have different paddings, as you can see here, they will be aligned to the start. You can see here, here, and here, but with the according padding. Let me do it, Control Z once more. So here's the item, here's the item, and here's the item. As soon as I add start to that, items and start, the effect will take place. Now let's also use flex, the next example, and item center, in order to center them. We also have flex and end, flex and items to the end, items, end. Okay, they're pushed down here. We can also use them to be stretched, so flex and items and stretched, and that's basically it. So next and last but not least, we're going to also take a look at align self, and this utility controls how an individual flex or grid item is positioned along its container's cross-axis. Okay, so let's define this item as self and start. There we go. The next one we're going to define as self and auto. Then we're going to have self and stretch. I'm saying stretch, but it's actually just stretch. We also have self center, and we have self end. And okay, so pretty simple properties. Hope you understand them. If not, just leave me a comment in the course and I'm going to respond to it. Okay, now we can move on to actually dark mode, not custom configuration. We're going to save this for when we're going to come into a example, a specific example. All I want to say about custom configuration that you can configure custom colors, custom headings, custom styles, actually custom styles in custom configuration. But for this, we need to, first of all, install Tailwind CSS. So let's go to dark mode, and we're pretty much finished with the theory here, so with the basics. We can then move on to a couple of exercises. Now let's learn how to use dark mode in Tailwind CSS, because it's extremely easy, but you still have to do something in order to use it. There's multiple, actually the two ways to use dark mode. I'm going to show the simple ways. So using Tailwind CSS to style your dark mode is pretty simple. First, you need to understand that dark mode is a first class feature of any operating system. Now, due to this fact, Tailwind CSS added a dark class. So let's open up our dark mode here. Also have it open up on your right side. So open, right click, so on, so on. Be sure that you're in the right one. And the way you define dark mode is pretty simple. You just type in, for example, here to the body, that when the setting is set to dark mode, then dark, and now we're going to set that the BG color will be slate and dash 800, and nothing happens. Now, why is this? First of all, in order to use dark mode, you need to add up here the class of dark mode, but do not add it. It won't work. Dark mode is a system preference in Tailwind CSS. In order to trigger it, you can do two things. Install Tailwind CSS, you need to actually install it using a CLI or not other methods. I'm going to show you how you do that. But also, you can trigger it from your system settings. Right now, I'm on a Windows machine. I'm going to tell you how to use it on a Windows machine and also on a Mac. So on a Windows, you're going to hit the start button and search for dark mode. And this is turn on dark mode for apps. So this is going to open up your settings, and right here where it says light, just switch it to dark, and voila, your application has now the background of dark. If I would take this out, whoops, it's saved, then we're going to go back to light mode. So we can trigger dark mode by triggering it from the system settings. For Mac users, you need to go to appearance. So in your settings, appearance, and there just switch appearance to light or dark or whatever you want, or auto. Actually, no, don't switch it to auto. For example, on my Mac, I have it directly on dark mode, the system preference, I mean, and it's automatically there. So let me show you how this works. For example, I have slate. Let's leave this as dark. I'm going to leave it this way. I'm going to switch it back later on. Now let's add back to the body, dark mode, background slate. And now the text, we have a problem with the text. So we can just change the entire text on dark. You need to specify the only a dark mode. The text will be then white. Okay, you can see that the X here just changed. Now let's change the body of this module. For this, we're going to go down here in the main div, and we're going to add here that dark will be then ABG and slate, and we're going to go with the 950. Now let's move further down to, for example, this X fellow right here. Those button, we can add to this that in dark mode, the background should be actually orange, 100, and the text, dark, the text, we're going to change this to black. Okay, now let's also change the text here. Specify this, the dark will be text and white. Change the text to white. And also down here, we could add a slate dark, this little fellow. So dark is text and slate and only 400. Okay, much more visible. So this is the way dark mode works when you are in your system settings. Now, in order to change this, we need to change it via a switch. We need to install Tailwind CSS, have a trigger, and also add to the entire HTML the dark mode. Okay, so I'm going to show you this in the upcoming section, but this is basically how dark mode works. You add specific colors to when dark mode is triggered. Now, for example, if I would go back to our settings and change it back to light, you're going to see everything changes. This is going to change back to white background, entire background. The text is going to change back to dark, and so forth and so on. Also, this is a lighter gray, and yeah, that's basically it. That's how dark mode works. Okay, so hope you enjoyed it, and see you in the next section. Now, congratulations if you made it this far, and congratulations for learning the basics of Tailwind CSS. But from now on, we're going to really start using Tailwind CSS, and for this, we need first of all to install Tailwind CSS in a production way in order for us to really feel the power of Tailwind CSS. Remember when I told you that you cannot modify how the dark mode works until we can come to, well, this particular part, because now we can configure everything in Tailwind CSS. But for this, we need to install it. Now, there's multiple ways to install Tailwind CSS. We're going to first of all take a look at the quick and dirty way, that is using a CLI. So here's the Tailwind CSS website. Also, you're going to have a complete setup walkthrough in your folder, and also the next video will be the walkthrough. So let me just show you. If you're on Tailwind CSS, their website, and you're on version 3, okay? So this is specific for version 3. I told you we're going to talk about version 4 later on, but I'm still waiting for it to be a bit more stable. So I'm going to click here on Get Started, and this is going to send me to their Get Started with Tailwind CSS page. There's also some documentation, and right here we can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4 possibilities. This one, plain CDN, we already took care of. We use a plain CDN to take it, copy it into our head, HTML file, and whoop-de-doop, Tailwind CSS was working. Now, if you want to do more advanced stuff, you need to install it. And this is the way we can install Tailwind CSS using the CLI. So the simplest and fastest way to get up and running with Tailwind CSS from scratch is with the Tailwind CLI. Now, for this, we do need to have Node.js installed. So hope that you did all the steps in the introduction videos where we're setting up our environment. So you should have now Node.js installed. And from now on, we're going to also work in the console. Because each time we're going to restart the program, or you're shutting down and you're coming back to this tutorial, and you want to work within the projects that use the CLI, you need to use then this specific code in your terminal. You just copy it, and you also have it in your setup files. Okay, so really quick rundown. We're going to install Tailwind CSS that is going to create for us a config file, and then we're going to run well, basically, we are reaching for Tailwind CSS space, components, and utilities using your CSS input. So this is a CSS input file that we need to create. Then we're going to run in our terminal a script that is going to create an output for the CSS. This is basically what you would then later on use in order to send it to a website and host it from there. And this is where the entire CSS will be written, because you cannot access then Tailwind with when it's on the website. You're creating in the build the website, so right here. But when the website is live, it needs to already have this the CSS. It cannot just communicate with Tailwind. Also, if they're fixing something and they have something broken, then the website won't work anymore. And you do not want to have that problem with your client. Believe you me. Okay, and then we're going to just link up that specific file. As you can see here in the end of the document, we are linking up the output CSS to get ourselves the CSS that we created using Tailwind. Okay, so next up, let's set up Tailwind CSS using that CLI. Okay, now in this video, I'm going to show you how to set up Tailwind CSS using CLI. And for this, we're back in our Visual Studio Code. We're going to go into project here. We're just going to click through it because we're actually going to use the terminal. And this is going to be the same for Windows and Mac and also Linux. It's basically the same thing. Only if you're using yarn is different, because you have to use the yarn command, and everything else we're going to use npm. So here's, as I told you, the project section. Here's where we're going to create a couple of projects. There's a finish and a start. You're going to work in start. I'm going to work in finish. So I'm going to go into finish. It's the same thing, start and finish, the same folders. Okay, close this one up. And then we're going to go to HTML. And right here, you're going to find a setup.md. And this is going to basically tell you how this setup works. Now you can ignore this part right here because we already did this. So this would be basically if you would run a terminal command from the beginning. But this create mkdir, create make directory, then change into that directory. We are going to do that. We're going to change into this specific directory. And from here, we're going to initialize a package.json file. This is not really the same way as on the website, because this is the safer way. I just say it that way. It could be that the other way does not work for each operating system, for each Windows, and so forth and so on. So I'm going to take the safe way with you guys. Then we're going to install the CLI here, and then we're going to create client, and so forth and so on. I'm going to take you step by step. So let's get started by opening up the terminal. And Windows or Mac, you're just going to go up here, terminal, new terminal, and just control tilde. It's going to open and close the terminal. To open, so boom, close one of them up. Now here is your path when you're in your master Tailwind CSS, blah, 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 blah course. From here, we need to CD. Let me just hit this bump. Okay, so CD space, and if you hit the tab button, you're going to see everything that is in your course. So Git, because I'm constantly pushing and pulling from a repository, and tap through it, and you're going to see projects, Tailwind CSS Basics, so all of these folders. The Git file is hidden. You can't see the Git folder. Now, tap to projects, or you could just type out here, projects. One important thing, caution, Mac users. Mac is uppercase, is case sensitive. So if something starts with uppercase, you need to type it in as uppercase. For me, if I just type in projects, and it's also lowercase, hit tab, it's going to send me to my projects folder. I'm going to hit enter. Now I'm in the projects folder. From here, I have to navigate to HTML. So cd space change directory, cd, tab, there's finished. You need to go to the other one, okay, to start. I'm going to go to finish. So start, enter for you. I'm going to go to finished, hit enter. And now I'm in my finish folder. And here I have two folders. And if I do a cd and tab through it, I'm HTML, React. We're going to go into the HTML folder first of all. Boom. So we are in our HTML folder right now. And I'm just going to do here here. Okay. So I'm in my HTML folder. Within here, as I told you, we need to npm. You could just copy this if you want. But I'm going to type it out. npm init and yes to everything. And it's just going to create a package.json. So here's the package.json. Name HTML version 1. Main is the index.js file, which does not exist. Run script, so far, so on. Close it up. You don't need it right now. Next up, we're going to install the CLI. Now you need to use this command. Okay, so right back here down in your terminal, click in your terminal, npm. Now install, you can type it out or just type in I for install, space, dash, capital D, then Tailwind CSS at 3. Okay, if you type in latest, it's going to install the latest version, which is 4. So don't do that. Hit enter, and it's going to start installing. Okay, so what this just did, it installed all of the modules, node modules, and also a package lock.json file. Now let's move on. Next up, we're going to create the Tailwind CLI file. That is just going to be a configuration file. You're going to see it just in a couple of seconds. So down here, we go into np and x now, bits and Tailwind CSS dash CLI at latest space and init. Hit enter. I'm just going to ask you, do you want to proceed? Yes. Okay. And there we go. There's our Tailwind configuration file. So if you go in there, you should just see modules.export, blah, 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 pure. So we're going to come back to this just in a couple of seconds. So close this one up. And actually, you need to open it back up again. So let's go to this file. I'm going to drag it to the right side and have my other file, other tab opened here. This is one part you need to remember for later usage. Everything that is in here, basically we don't need everything. What you do need is this content, is from where we're pulling our content. And you can see it's missing here. So what we're going to do is actually delete these files, row settings, theme, you can leave it in there. Variants, we're going to delete this, don't need them. We're going to start up here with content. I just mistyped here, so content, column, and open and close square brackets. And now we're going to tell Tailwind here, so the engine, where it should look for the HTML file. So open and close quotation marks, source, / / and star and dot HTML. Now, if you also want to create a JSON file, you could just wrap this into column, into curly brackets, comma, HTML, comma, and after that, JSON. So basically, either the file that this is going to look for the content will be an HTML file or a JSON file. For React, we get to use a bit of a different setting. Okay, and don't forget to close this up with a comma. And for those of you who know JavaScript, you know that this is an object and it contains here key value pairs. So you need to separate them with commas. Okay, oh, and this should also have a dot front here and dot /. There we go. Okay, so the next step will be to go in a folder and create here a input.css file. So let's go into our source, new file, and create here input.css. Within our input.css, you're going to copy in these commands. So add Tailwind base, add Tailwind component, add Tailwind utility. So just type them out. I get here to the right side. So let's copy them in. Hit save. Don't forget to hit save everywhere. And also you should already have your index.html file. We're going to come back to this just in a couple of seconds. If you don't have it, just create it. You know what? Actually, I'm going to create it. So just delete this. So index.html file. Boom. So everybody is on the same page. Now let's take a look for the next step. We need to start now our Tailwind CLI using this command npx tailwind css -i and then the input and so on. So this is going to look for this input.css file and create a output.css file. So you can just copy the command or type it out entirely. So npx space tailwind css space dash lowercase I space dot /source src /input, because there's where the file is. So the location .css, the extension, then -o, and then create in the same file. So this is going to watch for it, create this file, and then watch this file. Okay, so to type that one out, just hit enter, and you should see a output.css appearing. If you click on this, you're going to see a bunch of CSS. Okay, so I'm going to close up the output. I'm going to close up the input. I'm going to close up the input here, close up the configuration here. So please take care that you have it typed out right. HTML or JS and dot here and so on and so on. Because this is going to look for this path in order to find your index.html file. Okay, close this one up. Now we need to go to the head. So let's just go into our index.html file, create here a boilerplate, shift exclamation mark, and let's just go ahead in the head and link up our output. Type it in this way or dot /output, this little fellow right here. And if you hit save, you should already see in your terminal that this is rebuilding, meaning is refactoring your code and building here your CSS. Okay, so if everything you did here did it correctly, then let's just try this out by typing in here, let's say a h1 dot for class text dash red dash 400 dot text dash 4xl. We're going to make it extra large. Dot mb dash 36, and then open close curly brackets, and let's type in here the text of project. Hit enter, hit save, right click, open with live server, and voila, it should look like this. If it doesn't, then go with the video again and watch those steps that I did. So Tailwind CSS should be up and running. I'm going to drag it to the right side and close this fellow up. And we should be good to go to create here a little portfolio project. So we're going to do this in the upcoming video. Okay, now in this video, I'm going to show you how to set up Tailwind CSS using CLI. And for this, we're back in our Visual Studio Code. We're going to go into project here. We're just going to click through it because we're actually going to use the terminal. And this is going to be the same for Windows and Mac and also Linux. It's basically the same thing. Only if you're using yarn is different because you have to use the yarn command, and everything else we're going to use npm. So here's, as I told you, the project section. Here's where we're going to create a couple of projects. There's a finish and a start. You're going to work in start. I'm going to work in finish. So I'm going to go into finish. It's the same thing, start and finish, the same folders. Okay, close this one up. And then we're going to go to HTML. And right here, you're going to find a setup.md. And this is going to basically tell you how this setup works. Now you can ignore this part right here because we already did this. So this would be basically if you would run a terminal command from the beginning. But this create mkdir, create make directory, then change into that directory. We are going to do that. We're going to change into this specific directory. And from here, we're going to initialize a package.json file. This is not really the same way as on the website because this is the safer way. I just say it that way. It could be that the other way does not work for each operating system, for each Windows and so on and so on. So I'm going to take the safe way with you guys. Then we're going to install the CLI here, and then we're going to create client, and so on and so on. I'm going to take you step by step. So let's get started by opening up the terminal. And Windows or Mac, you're just going to go up here, terminal, new terminal, and just control tilde. It's going to open and close the terminal. To open, so boom, close one of them up. Now here is your path when you're in your master Tailwind CSS, blah, 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 blah course. From here, we need to cd, let me just hit this bump. Okay, so cd space, and if you hit the tab button, you're going to see everything that is in your course. So git, because I'm constantly pushing and pulling from a repository, and tab through it, and you're going to see projects, Tailwind CSS basics, so all of these folders. The git file is hidden. You can't see the git folder. Now tap to projects, or you could just type out here projects. One important thing, caution, Mac users. Mac is uppercase, is case sensitive. So if something starts with uppercase, you need to type it in as uppercase. For me, if I just type in projects and it's also lowercase, hit tab, it's going to send me to my projects folder. I'm going to hit enter. Now I'm in the projects folder. From here, I have to navigate to HTML. So cd space change directory, cd tab, there's finished. You need to go to the other one. Okay, to start. I'm going to go to finish. So start, enter for you. I'm going to go to finished, hit enter. And now I'm in my finish folder. And here I have two folders. And if I do a cd and tab through it, I'm HTML, React. We're going to go into the HTML folder first of all. Boom. So we are in our HTML folder right now. And I'm just going to do here here. Okay. So I'm in my HTML folder. Within here, as I told you, we need to npm. You could just copy this if you want, but I'm going to type it out. npm init and yes to everything. And it's just going to create a package.json. So here's the package.json, name HTML version 1, main is the index.js file, which does not exist. Run script, so on, so on. Close it up. You don't need it right now. Next up, we're going to install the CLI. Now you need to use this command. Okay, so right back here down in your terminal, clicking your terminal, npm. Now install, you can type it out or just type in I for install, space, dash, capital D, then Tailwind CSS at 3. Okay, if you type in latest, it's going to install the latest version, which is 4. So don't do that. Hit enter, and it's going to start installing. Okay, so what this just did, it installed all of the modules, node modules, and also a package lock.json file. Now let's move on. Next up, we're going to create the Tailwind CLI file. That is just going to be a configuration file. You're going to see it just in a couple of seconds. So down here, we go into np and x now, bits and Tailwind CSS dash CLI at latest space and init. Hit enter. I'm just going to ask you, do you want to proceed? Yes. Okay. And there we go. There's our Tailwind configuration file. So if you go in there, you should just see modules.export, blah, 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 pure. So we're going to come back to this just a couple of seconds. So close this one up. And actually, you need to open it back up again. So let's go to this file. I'm going to drag it to the right side and have my other file, other tab opened here. This is one part you need to remember for later usage. Everything that's in here, basically we don't need everything. What you do need is this content, is from where we're pulling our content. And you can see it's missing here. So what we're going to do is actually delete these files, row settings, theme, you can leave it in there. Variants, we're going to delete this, don't need them. We're going to start up here with content. I just mistyped here, so content, column, and open and close square brackets. And now we're going to tell Tailwind here, so the engine, where it should look for the HTML file. So open and close quotation marks, source, / / and star and dot HTML. Now, if you also want to create a JSON file, you could just wrap this into column, into curly brackets, comma, HTML, comma, and after that, JSON. So basically, either the file that this is going to look for the content will be an HTML file or a JSON file. For React, we're going to use a bit of a different setting. Okay, and don't forget to close this up with a comma. And for those of you who know JavaScript, you know that this is an object and it contains here key value pairs. So you need to separate them with commas. Okay, oh, and this should also have a dot front here and dot / There we go. Okay, so the next step will be to go in a folder and create here a input.css file. So let's go into our source, new file, and create here input.css. Within our input.css, you're going to copy in these commands. So add Tailwind base, add Tailwind component, add Tailwind utility. So just type them out. I get here to the right side. So let's copy them in. Hit save. Don't forget to hit save everywhere. And also you should already have your index.html file. We're going to come back to this just in a couple of seconds. If you don't have it, just create it. You know what? Actually, I'm going to create it. So just delete this. So index.html file. Boom. So everybody is on the same page. Now let's take a look for the next step. We need to start now our Tailwind CLI using this command npx tailwind css -i and then the input and so on. So this is going to look for this input.css file and create a output.css file. So you can just copy the command or type it out entirely. So npx space tailwind css space dash lowercase I space dot / source src / input, because there's where the file is. So the location dot css, the extension, then -o, and then create in the same file. So this is going to watch for it, create this file, and then watch this file. Okay, so to type that one out, just hit enter, and you should see a output.css appearing. If you click on this, you're going to see a bunch of CSS. Okay, so I'm going to close up the output. I'm going to close up the input. I'm going to close up the input here, close up the configuration here. So please take care that you have it typed out right. HTML or JS and dot here and so on and so on. Because this is going to look for this path in order to find your index.html file. Okay, close this one up. Now we need to go to the head. So let's just go into our index.html file, create here a boilerplate, / exclamation mark, and let's just go ahead in the head and link up our output. Type it in this way or dot / output, this little fellow right here. And if you hit save, you should already see in your terminal that this is rebuilding, meaning is refactoring your code and building here your CSS. Okay, so if everything you did here did it correctly, then let's just try this out by typing in here, let's say a h1 dot for class text dash red dash 400 dot text dash 4xl. We're going to make it extra large dot mb dash 36, and then open close curly brackets, and let's type in here the text of project. Hit enter, hit save, right click, open with live server, and voila, it should look like this. If it doesn't, then go with the video again and watch those steps that I did. So Tailwind CSS should be up and running. I'm going to drag it to the right side and close this fellow up, and we should be good to go to create here a little portfolio project. So we're going to do this in the upcoming video. Okay, now that we have our CLI installed, we can start working with with Tailwind CSS here. I'm going to close this up and let's work in our little project here. First of all, I'm going to go to the body and create a little flex container here. So let's go here to the body. Let's add classes. So I want to create a flex box display. I'm going to go ahead, use the flex class. Now I want everything to be displayed in a column direction. So flex call. The items will be center, and I'm going to stop here because I want to add the item so you can see something. So let's go ahead, go underneath our h1. Let's create a header element. We're not going to add any classes to it, but we are going to go inside the header element and create a nav. Within this navigation, I'm going to create, so include not 3 anchor tags. Okay, you know what? I'm going to do here Control Z. I'm going to create everything using Emmet here. So yes, it will be ×3, but the anchor tag will have following classes. So text dash blue dash 500. Then on dot hover, we're going to have here a bg dash slate. and dot hover rounded dash LG dot transition dash LG all, sorry about that, and dot ease dash in dash out, and we're going to add some duration to this, duration and dash 300. Let's add a bit of padding on the x-axis, so padding x2. On the y-axis I'm going to go with 1, so padding y1. I'm just showing off my MS skills here. And dot hover, of course, a text dash red dash 400, and let's leave it this way. Enter, and now let's add here a text of to-do list, because these are basically the projects that delete this. There's our first one. Now let's copy this 2 times, paste it 1, 2. I'm going to replace this with calculator, and the last one we're going to have here a bookings website. So bookings, that's it. Okay, now if I hover over them, the style change, color, let's see, slate. I missed the slate here. Slate 400. Place this everywhere we have a slate. Let me just select it. Slate. Control D. Move 400 up here. Yep. And now I should have a background 400. You can see how it changes then to a border radius of LG. Okay, now let's go back to the body, because we want to use our flex capabilities here. So we have the items to the center. Now let's justify the content center, and we're going to give this the height of screen. Okay, and you should see something like that. Now, this is just proving how quickly we can make something beautiful with Tailwind CSS, except in this red color, which I don't like. If I make the font bold or make this 500 like that, oh yeah, that's much better. Also thinking my initial code I had 600, so let me just fix this to 600. I was wondering why this is okay. And well, slate. Well, let's go with 700. 700 is much better. So 700, and you should something like this. So quick and dirty, but it works. And we're going to create a couple of amazing projects where you're going to learn a lot. Coming up next. So our very first project will be that simple calculator. Then we're going to move to a to-do list, and then the bookings website. And then we're going to create a real awesome looking projects page, basically your portfolio page. Okay, so see you in the next one. Welcome to our very first project, and that is to create this little calculator using HTML, Tailwind CSS, and a little bit of JavaScript. I'm going to hold hands and take you through each and every step, especially with JavaScript. We're not going to code everything, only the parts that include Tailwind CSS, because in this project, not only that we're going to use Tailwind CSS in HTML, but also going to show you how you can use it in JavaScript, especially. So here's the project, a little calculator, simple as possible, but there are a couple of tricks and tips I want to give you in this particular project. It looks simple, but you're going to learn a lot. So the calculator basically does what it should do. 10 plus 2 is equal 12. We divided by 2 is equal 6. And I'm going to leave the mouse up here. I'm going to use a numpad now, times 3, and enter is equal 18. Okay, so you can also use the numpad. Divided by 2 is equal 9, plus 1 is equal 10, and hit the escape button in order to trigger this C, which is the reset. So 1.2 minus 0.2 equal 1. Okay, so you also see that this is pulsing right here. I'm going to also add this effect, and hope this project will teach you a lot. And let's get started with the project. So we have our Tailwind CLI installed, and it's very important because we are going to use in each and every project the specific Tailwind CLI. Remember, here in your setup, in your HTML and setup, you have this command which you have to run each and every time you start the project. Okay, so this is for starting your Tailwind to watch the project. Everything that we do, you're going to work in start. Remember, I'm going to work in finish. So in projects, start, HTML, you're going to go to source, and you're going to see your index.html page right here, which is going to have a couple of to-dos. So one to-do is create the calculator pad using HTML and Tailwind CSS. And then you have a bunch of JavaScript here. It's already done. And we're going to go over this when we're going to come to this part. Then here we need to add some classes to the buttons. And here we're going to have a click effect on the buttons, because without that, will not work. And that's basically it. The rest of the JavaScript I'm just going to explain as we go along. So I'm going to move up now Boom. Let's go to setup, copy this. Okay, close up setup. I'm going to close this index.html and move up to my finish, HTML, source, calculator, index right here. Now also I'm going to navigate here from my course. I'm going to CD. If you're already in this, in your project, so CD, projects, tab, navigate in here. Then I'm going to CD into finished. And here I'm just going to navigate once more CD into HTML. And here I'm going to paste in now the command to run and watch Tailwind CSS. Okay, ready, done, boom, perfect. Now we're going to go to our HTML file. And here's the command, also should be commented out for you. I'm going to comment it back in, also close up this navigation. So basically, no, let me leave this open. I'm linking up now my output file here. Yes. You can see that this is modified once more because I reran it. So this output, which is 2 levels up, that is 1.2. It's 2 levels up, .css, the extension of the file. So this is what this HTML file needs to look at. So let's right click, so save it, right click, open with live server, and we should get our blank calculator. There's nothing in here. I just do a quick test, h1 with a class of text red 800, and with the text of calc, hit enter, and there we go. Save it also, and you should see calc with, okay, let's add a BG blue 500, and there we go. Okay, so it's working. Let's get started. We have everything set up. So we're going to go to the next video. So everything is set up. We have everything running. We're going to go to the next one. I'm going to start working on our body and our input. Okay. Okay. So next up, we're going to create the container for the calculator, and we're going to create this little input. So let's first of all go ahead to our body. So move to our project. I want to have a couple of classes to the body. I want to change the background of the entire body and display, as you can see here, that the main object, even if I zoom this out because I'm zoom too far in, is dead center in the page. Zoom this back in, 150, that's enough. So of course, first thing, we're going to add here the classes. We're going to go to BG - gray and 100. Now we want to center something. The simplest way, as always, is to use flex, then items center, justify center. So the same thing, justify center, and we're going to use one screen size, so H screen. The entire body will be only one screen. So you can see here, cannot scroll anywhere. The entire project is just on the screen size. Next up, let's create a container for everything. So we're going to just create a simple div. We're going to add to this a BG slate and 600. Then we want to add a all-around padding. I'm going to use a P of 6. Okay, so let's hit save here. And I'm just going to add something here. So let's say a D. So we can see it. Okay, so there it is. I'm going to delete this just in a couple of seconds. Now, next, I'm not quite done. I'm also going to round this, round the edges down with LG, okay, and add a shadow to it of LG. Perfect. So we have a container. Now let's create our input tag. So let's move down here. Also delete this D to annoy us later on. So this little screen right here is actually an input tag. Now I cannot type in here. I'm going to show you how you can disable it. So you see, if I select, it's going to turn white. If I'm not selecting it, then it stays green. So here we go. We're going to create the input tag. The type will be text. So if you just hit enter, you can leave the type as text. Actually, it will be numbers, but we are going to force it to only accept numbers later on. So even if you delete this, you don't want to have too much input here. It's perfectly fine. The default type of an input tag is always text. Now let's give it an ID because we're going to need this. So this is going to be the display. Next, we're going to start it with a value of 0. Hit enter. Okay, so there's a display starting with a value of 0. And this is going to be read only. Okay, so even if I try to type something in here, accepting numbers, I cannot type anything else. Now later on, I'm also going to disable this ability, so you can't even type numbers. Now let's go ahead and style it. We're going to go in here, activate our classes, and let's start by adding the width of full. So it's going to take up whatever the container width will be, it's going to take up the entire width. Then let's add a height to it. I'm going to go with a custom height of 80 pixels. Now the text, we need to push this 0 to the right side. So we're going to use text right. Now let's add a bit of margin to the bottom. So MB and 4. Then a padding only to the right side because
we can see that the 0 is sticking here to the edge of the display. We don't want that. So we're going to go with PR and 2. Let's hit save. Now let's increase the text in it. So we're going to go with the text 3 and XL. Okay, this is going to increase the text. Now let's change the background color. So BG, go with the slate and 900. Now we cannot see our text, so let's change the text color to white. Let's add a border to it. Border and green and 500. And let's round out the edges. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, I forgot to add the border class here. Forgot to add the dash. Okay, so there's our green border. There's a text and it's already pulsating. And this is because I'm looking here for in our script, scroll down, and to see that the display value, if this is 0 and the display class just did a couple of changes. So if the display class, the display value is 0, then we're going to take the display and add the class of animate pulse to it. Okay, so simple as that. Okay, so let's move on and start adding the numbers here. So we're going to do this in the next video. Now that we have our display done and the body done, we need to add our calculator button. So let's go ahead, go down here, and we're going to start out, take a look at the finished project. As you can see, this is pretty much a grid system, isn't it? So let's go ahead right here and create a div with the class of grid, and then grid dash calls and 4. And we're also going to add a gap of 4, all directions. Next, we'll need to create a couple of buttons. Now let's start here and count our buttons. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. 4 times 4 is 16, plus 1 is 17. So we need to create 17 buttons. We're going to move a bit faster here. Class of bg-gray-200 with the text of 7. And I'm going to wrap now, I need to add here button. And I'm going to wrap, hey, don't do this. Wrap the entire thing into parentheses and multiply it by 16. So we should have 17 buttons. Now, why did I start with 7? Well, because 7 is up here, exactly as you have it on a numpad. Then should come 8. So let's change this to 8. Then 9 to the right of 8. Then we have 4. Actually, not 4. Then we have the division button. And now that this depends on how your numpad is divided. But we have the division button. Then we have 4. Then 5. Then 6. After that, we have the multiplication button. So star. After that, we have 1, 2, 3. We have a minus. After that, we have 0, a dot, C, capital C, plus, and I'm missing one. I'm going to copy this, move down here, paste it in, and we're going to have equal. Okay, now we're going to work ourselves from the bottom to the start. First things first, before you do anything, let's just click through here, right after your greater, so right here after your greater than sign, hold down Alt, and start clicking through all of them. So click through all of them because we want to add something. Click, 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 and click. And we want to add here a on click event. Just type in on click is equal double quotation marks and console log, console dot log and open close parentheses and single quotation click. Okay, let's hit save. Actually, I'm going to close up the Explorer, just annoying us, and drag this further down. So what this should do is, if you open up here, so let's go to our project, right click here, inspect, go to the console, and just click on something. Let's see number 6, you should see click, 1 click, 2 click, 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 click. Okay, so this is working. You just added some JavaScript to your code. Okay, let's close this up, let's hit save. Now I'm going to work myself from the top to the bottom. And you can also see the numbers. This is very helpful. And everything that is not a number, we're going to change the color. So for example, this division here would be a BG yellow. And we can actually select, let's go ahead and select here this one, yellow and 500. I want to move a bit faster. So we're going to copy yellow and 500 and replace everything that's not a number. So we have our division, then we have star, you should be yellow. Save. Then we have minus, you should also be yellow. We have almost everything that is. We have our plus sign down here. it should be yellow. C, we're going to change this to red and 500. So just change to 5. Save. Let's also add a text of white to it. Also, everything that is yellow now, you can go ahead, select yellow, hold down, let's select less yellow, hold down Control, tap through it. You have all of your yellow selected. Using your key buttons, just go to the right side, hit space and text dash white. Okay, and we just replace anything just as we have here with a white text. Now, last thing that we need to do is go down to the equal sign and replace our BG with green 500 and the text of white. Text and white. Okay, and we're going to stop here. And the next one, we're going to move to JavaScript. And if you're wondering, hey, why aren't these buttons like these, square and with rounded edges? Why are the rectangles? Why aren't we styling them here? Well, this is pretty simple. We have a repetitive element. So if you were in React, for example, you would create a component for this. So what I'm going to do is manipulate all of the buttons using JavaScript, because what the styles that we're going to add to each and every button are the same. And that would be repetitive. And I don't want to clutter up my code with stuff I don't need. So see you in the next one. Okay, so we need to add to style all our buttons at the same time. So here we're going to go down to JavaScript here. Now remember, where you see the script comment, and after that you're going to see a script tag, everything that you type between these two tags will be JavaScript. Okay, let's move up. We have here our to-do. Add same classes to all buttons. There's a pretty simple way to do this. We have already selected our buttons using cons, buttons, document, query selector, all, and all button tags. Okay, so this selector will select from the document all buttons, all button tags. We didn't add any kind of class to it. We need the tags themselves. So we're going to come down here and we're going to select that variable of buttons. We're going to loop through each and every one of them. And we're going to use a for each loop, because this is going to execute automatically when the script loads. So I'm going to type in here, for each, open and close parentheses once more, button. We're going to use here arrow function, so this is a bit more advanced, ES6 JavaScript. So for each button, I'm going to select from all of our buttons, I'm going to select each button, and for each button, I'm going to do something. Now, I'm going to take that button, I'm going to go into its class list, and I'm going to add the following classes. So open and close parentheses, open and close double quotations. And you need to add each class, for example, padding, or hit save. You can see, boom, the buttons are now rectangular. Now go outside those quotations, comma, add the next class. Again, double quotations, text dash 2XL, hit save. I don't need to hit save. I'm just showing you how this works. Again, double quotation marks, round it, step outside, and shadow, double quotation marks, shadow, and XL. Hit save. I'm going to see each and every button is now rounded and has a bit of a shadow to it. Now, the next thing that I want to do, we just close it up using here semicolon, is to add to the button at class list, so add again. And we're going to add here a hover. And when we hover over the button, the BG will, what am I doing? BG, not GB. BG will be a slate and 300. 300, okay? So if I hover over the button, it's going to be a slate of 300. So why didn't I add the class here? Well, because this shouldn't apply to each and every button. As you can see here, we have green buttons. I don't want this to have a slate background color. I wanted to have something else. Now this is happening a bit too quick, also red and all of them. So what else can we add? We can add a transition. So we have a much smoother effect. You could also add a duration of 300 or even quicker. Okay, so do it as you wish. I'm going to leave it at 300. Now the green button, the red button, the orange buttons or the yellow buttons should have different classes. So what we're going to do now is create a couple of conditions. So this is going to be actually the last condition. But if the button dot class list dot, and now we need some kind of tester to test what kind of button is it. So if that button contains, for example, a yellow class, so open and close parentheses here, so contains the background, again between quotation marks, BG yellow. Actually, I'm going to do the red one first. So red and 500, then move outside that blue parenthesis. Then the button.classList.add, and I'm going to have again the hover, bg, red, and 400. And else, we're going to have now this condition. I'll move it up in here. So if it's red, we're going to have a hover of red, and if it's not red, so this is else, I'm not testing if it's something else, then it's going to have the slate. If it's green, not working. So what else can we do? Well, we can add a couple of more conditions. So we're going to move this else down here and set here another condition, else if, you can just repeat if 4,000 times, else if, and just going to copy this entire thing, the parentheses, and copy it over this parenthesis, and also close it up here. Now, else if the button is yellow, so I'm going to select this, red, Control Tab, yellow, 500, then it should be yellow 400. Let's test it out. Perfect, it's working. What else do we have? We have the green one. So I'm going to copy this else if from here to here, paste it in here, and replace yellow, Control D, and green. Okay, let's test it out. If it's green, 500 is going to be 400. It's red, 500 is going to be 400. It's yellow, 500 is going to be 400. Slate, and everything is working nicely. Now, instead of adding all of these classes to each and every button, I just created a shortcut. So if you want to work in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, or Tailwind CSS and JavaScript, you can do it. It's pretty simple. Just a little bit of JavaScript. Okay, now next up, we're going to add some click effects to each and every button. So I want now to add, let's take a look at our finished project, this click effect to each and every button. I'm going to do this right after I'm going to span this green button over all of the columns. So we have a grid system here, 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. We defined it up here. We have it 4 columns. Okay. So the last button down here, we could just tell it to call. Oops, I'm outside class. So call dash span and dash 4. Then it's going to span over all 4 columns. Simple as that. Don't have to add any kind of special width to it. You will just tell it how it should span. Now let's go down to JavaScript, and where it says here, add down here after classes, add click effect to the buttons. That's what we're going to do now. Now in JavaScript, there's something called ifs, immediately invoked functions. Although you can create a function by defining it here, function name. Actually, this is going to be add click effect to buttons. Is the function name, and open and close curly brackets. Now you could just take this and invoke it down here. Let's say this is going to do console log of click effect. And if I do this, go to my website, right click inspect, go to the console, you're going to see click effect. So if I refresh this, you're going to see click effect because this is going to be executed. I just called the function down here. Now there's another way of doing it. That is to wrap this into parentheses, and after the parentheses, you're going to open and close another parenthesis, and it's going to automatically execute it. As soon as the file loads, it's going to automatically execute that function. Okay, so this is a iffy. Perfect. So that's not what we are going to do. I'm going to comment this out. But what we are going to do is to grab onto all of the buttons again. So buttons, we're going to use a for each loop once more. We're going to take each and every button, use this as an arrow function. And within here, open and close curly brackets, we're going to take each button and we're going to add an event listener to it. And this is going to, actually, we could just do it like this. On click is equal arrow function, open and close curly brackets. We're going to take the button again, and each button, we're going to look for its class list, and we're going to add to it a scale. Just take a look here. If I click on it, it's going to decrease its scale. So we're going to reduce the scale, adding scale 50, comma, open and close double quotations. We want to remove now the shadow. So shadow and dash none, jump out of it, comma, double quotation mark. And the duration should be 700. Okay. So each time I'm going to execute a click now, it will reduce the button. But this is not what we want. What are we doing here? Creating smaller buttons. So I'm going to close up the console. Now we need to remove this effect from each and every button. So what I'm going to do, still remaining within these two curly brackets, right after I did this, I'm going to create another function. There's a built-in function in JavaScript called set timeout. So after a specific time elapse, so open and close parentheses, open and close parentheses again, move out of it, create an arrow function. I'm going to, and open and close curly brackets, I'm going to take that button, class list dot remove, and I'm going to open and close parentheses. I'm going to remove, you could just copy and paste in here everything that you added, move outside, go down here, so curly brackets, move down here, comma, 100 milliseconds, meaning 0.1 second. So after 0.1 second that I'd executed the click on my execution, the classes will be added. And after 0.1 seconds, the classes will be added. After 0.1 seconds, all of the classes will be removed. So let's try this out. Click on it, and as you can see, it's removing the class. So it's just going to have this little jigger effect, okay? Adding and removing those classes. Let's hit save once more. And that is how you add that little fade in, fade out. You can also increase this if you want, so it will take a little bit more. But I know the sweet spot is, I believe, 150. Yeah, bum, maybe 100. Okay, so next up, we're going to make this actually calculate something. So now we're pretty much at the finish of our project. So what we want to do is, if I click on something that should actually do something, and we're going to go over this, I'm just going to talk. We don't have to code almost nothing, but pay attention. So here's the calculation action. First, we have a condition. If the current operation is not null or the display is not an empty string, then it's going to return. But else, so if this condition is not met, then it's just going to return. If this condition is met, then it's going to go down here and create a variable. We're going to call second operator. And this is now going to look for what the operator is. Is it the plus? Is it the minus? Is it a multiplier? Is it division? And the default is nothing, so it's just going to return. And here's basically where the calculations will be executed. The first operator, let's move to this one, is up here, starting with null. But if this is not null, I'm going to move down just a little bit. If it's not null, you can see here, then the function of numpad number is going to take in a number. And if the value of that number, each time we press on this, we're actually pressing on something that has a value, is a number, then we're going to add that number to the value. And else, just going to add on to it. Now here's the operator that's going to set the specific operator that we select. Here's the calculations. And down here is the function for the clear button. When I push this button, this function should be triggered, which is going to then display, take the display here and change the value to 0. And then not only that, but it's also going to clear all of the operators. So the first operator and the current operator. And here is the function for adding numpad sensitive events. So if the event that we're triggering is between 0 and 9, then the numpad keys will take that event into consideration. And we're going to add just a plus, minus, negative, and so on. So it. Okay, now if the operator is equal or enter, then it's going to execute the operation. So going to execute calculate. And if the operation is escape, which is going to assign to the C button, then it's going to clear the operator. So these are the functions that we need. So let's just assign each and every function. I'm going to go back here. Remember we said that we had these console logs. Now instead of console log, we're going to replace, let's start up here, replace everything with something that does something. So number 7, console log click, we're going to select the first 3. So hold down Control D, and we're going to replace this with the function of append number, open and close parentheses, and this is waiting now for a number. Now remember, you need to add here single ticks. We're going to add in 7. For the next one, just click outside. The next will be 8, and it's going to be 9. Okay, so each time I'm going to click on these fellows is going to take in the number that I clicked on. After that, we're going to have our division. For this, on click, and we're not going to have console log, but we're going to have, instead of console log, set operation. Instead of this click, we're going to delete it and set the backslash or the forward slash. Down here, again, we're going to have the same thing. So just going to copy number, operate number, and go for this, replace it with the correct number. Now we have multiplier. So we're going to replace it again with set operation. So set operation is going to be a multiplier here. After that, we have once more number, append number. Let's select the function, select this, Control D, paste it in. This is going to be 1, 2, 3. See how quickly we're moving. This is going to be set operation. It's going to be the subtraction. We're down here at numbers once more. 1, 2, and 3. Oops. Yeah, actually, this is also a number. So 1, 2, and 3. Append number and open and close parenthesis. Simple quotation 1. Replace this one with a dot and this one. Right here, if you go down Manage, Command Palette, and toggle Word Wrap is going to wrap everything. So the text won't go outside anymore. And it's going to be 2. 2. There we go. Down here, we have the plus sign. So set operation. You're going to be a plus sign. And at the end, we have our equal. This is going to be, oh, I missed. This is not going to be 2. Sorry about that. Go back here. This is clear display and nothing in here because the function just executes. Okay, so if I type in here, wait, why are you 1? You should be 0. Okay, so 0. And down here for the equal, going to have calculate and nothing in here. Okay, so I seem to be missing something. Wait just a sec. Oh yeah, I just remembered. So because we already have a on-click event, we need to do something here, and that is to change this function. So the iffy, need to change it to add event listener, and we're just going to remove this equal, open parenthesis, open and close double quotations, typing click. So this is the event that we're adding. This is just another way of doing this. Remove this parenthesis, comma, and then we need to add a parenthesis down here, and we should be good to go. So 1, 2 minus 2 is equal 10. We're going to try now out the numpad. 200, first of all, escape. 200 plus 100 is equal 300. Divided by 2 is 250 plus 50 is 200 again. And well, we're done. Congratulations. You just created your very first application using HTML, Tailwind CSS, and JavaScript. And now let's move to the next project. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome to another project. In this project, you will learn how to create a to-do list. Not just any to-do list, because this one, let's say to-do 1, then to-do 2, and let's say task 3. These items are interchangeable. Let's say I'm going to take this to-do 1 and I'm going to move it down to the last place. Now you can see that the number right here is 3, but the to-do, the number 1 to-do is now at the 3rd position. We can also take the to-do task or the task 3 and move it up in the 1st place. Maybe it's going to change importance. You can also delete to-dos, clicking on them, and you could add multiple to-dos. Now this little project is special because we're not just going to use HTML and Tailwind CSS, but we're also going to use once more Tailwind CSS in JavaScript. And we're going to use a lot of Tailwind CSS in JavaScript. So that's kind of our main focus. Not how per se the list works, the to-do list, but how to use Tailwind CSS in JavaScript. So I told you that I want to slowly prepare you to work in React and later on in this course. And these are just a couple of baby steps. So this is going to be a short project, mainly because I'm going to explain most of the stuff to you. We're only going to code out the HTML part with some Tailwind CSS and that specific part of JavaScript that contains Tailwind CSS. And the rest of the project will be explained so you can understand what just happened in JavaScript if you're not that familiar with JavaScript. I want to make you familiar with JavaScript. So, hope you're excited and let's get started. So just as we did in the previous project, let's set up our project. Let me make this smaller. And you will see in your, once again, in projects, in finished, I'm going to work in finished. You're going to work in start. You're going to see under HTML, source, then to-do list. Okay, so you're going to see here the project. It's not the finished version. If you open this up, it's basically going to not work and not look like anything. I'm going to close this up because I'm going to work in finished, and not because it's finished, but I have to finish it. So I'm going to open up this little fellow, close up the Explorer, right click, open it up, not going to see anything. And we need to restart now our server. Remember that? So what I need to do, if you have the server already running, you just went to another project, you will not have to do this. But what you still could do, don't forget to navigate if you're freshly starting your Visual Studio Code once more. So if you're in courses, don't forget you have to navigate here. So CD into E for projects. And then from here, I'm going to CD into finished. You need to CD change directory into start. From here, CD into HTML tab, and there we go. And now we're going to go here to set up, copy the start code, npm, Tailwind CSS -i, so far and so on. Hit start, and now it should start. So done in 232 milliseconds. If you have a better PC than I do, this is going to be faster for you. So now if I hit save here, you're going to see this start to rebuild, and we know that Tailwind CSS is working. Okay, first step, do not forget, we have to, I just let it comment it out, so comment this back in. You're going to link up your output, which is this little fellow, to your projects. This is where the CSS will be brought in and stored for you to, well, actually everything that you write here will be outputted here, and you're using the basic output in order to style your project. So if I would do here h1 and less, what am I doing? Less text of 4xl dot text dash red and 300 and the text of text, then I should see, hitting save, of course, text. Okay, so Tailwind CSS is working. We have a project set up. Next up, we're going to get started with creating and styling our container, our input, and our add button, which is this little fellow right here. Okay, so see you in the next one. So let's start working on our container. Very quick explanation here. We have the body tag, which is until down here, because most of our code will be actually in JavaScript, so the script tag. I'm going to close this up just for now. So on the left side, you will see this arrow. This is basically going to close everything what is from the opening to the closing tag. So not going to be disrupted by this. And we're going to start up here in the body. Then we're going to work ourselves to the main, and then later on, we're going to work on the list itself. Okay, the body tag. We want to display this, as you can see in a finished project, in the center of the page. What do we have to do for this? Well, we have to use a little flex box. So let's add to the body class of display flex. So flex, we're going to justify center. So remember, this is so repetitive. We want to position something in the dead center of the page, justify center, and items center. All you need to do. Now, we don't see anything, so I'm just going to add here a 1. That's it. Now, I would change the background here. And first of all, let's add a minimum height, min dash height of screen to the entire thing. Now I'm going to change the background color, so BG, gray, and I'm going to use just 100. There we go. You're down here in the center of the page. Also, last thing that I want to do is add a all-around padding of 4. Now let's move to the main container, add here class, and we're going to use here the full width of the container. The max width will be MD, so really small one, medium screen size. The background will be white. We're going to add a shadow to it, so let's use shadow MD. We have the drop shadow here. Now we want to round down the edges, so rounded. We're going to use LG, save, and then let's add some padding, all around padding of 6. Okay, now let's add the title. Let's use here an h1 dot text dash 2xl dot font bold dot text center, because I want to center the text in the center of the page, also in the center of the container. And I'm going to add a margin to the bottom, and now we have a text of to do and list. And there we go. We should be actually good to go. Now let's style our input and our add button. So for this, I'm going to move underneath this h1. I'm going to create a general container around this, so a div with a class of margin bottom, because I also want to have a bit of distance from the list itself. So let's choose 4. I'm going to display it as flex. I'm going to place the items, the center, and let's also add a gap of 2. We're going to have 2 items. Remember, when I'm placing something as flex, I'm going to flex in the row direction. This is why the input and the add button displayed as flex but row. And we're going to have a 2 gap here. That's why the 2 between the each element. So let's create the input tag. I do not need to add the type of it. It's going to automatically add the type of text. So we're just going to add here dot First of all, let's add the ID. So ID, because we are going to use this in JavaScript. So ID of new text, not task, task and input. Now we're going to add the classes of flex1. I want to have a padding on the x-axis of 4, a padding within it on the y-axis of 2. Remember, always half. Now let's add border to it, and the border will be then a gray border of 300. Let's also see something. Now I want to trim down the edges so we can use rounded, and we're going to go with an MD. And when we're going to use focus, we're going to focus in here. Then we're going to have an outline. Basically also outline and it as none. Okay, so no outline, because if I take this out, I'm going to cut it out for now, hit save. If I click in here, you're going to see this dark outline. So if you want to get rid of it, just use on focus, outline none. If you click in here, nothing will happen. But you can still change it. Now you can change it, for example, on focus. Let's say we're going to have here a ring of 2 and a focus once more. And now we're going to add here a ring of blue and 500 in order to add the color back to it when you're focusing in the element. Remember, number 2 is the intensity. You could also go with, say, 4 if you wish, a bit exaggerated. 1, maybe this looks better. I'm going to leave it at 1 actually, but just play around with it. Next up, the button. So let's go down here. Let's create a button. And you know what? I'm going to create it and type in here just the text of add so we can see when we're styling it. First thing first, I'm going to add the ID. So is equal, close quotations, add, task, and button. Now let's add a couple of classes. So class, I'm going to close up here. Left part. What am I doing here? More real estate. That's the way we want it. So first, I want the blue button. So BG, blue, and let's go with 500. Next, I'm going to change the text using a text and white. Now let's add some padding to it. Padding on the x-axis of 4, padding on the y-axis of 2. Let's round down the edges, round it MD. And last thing that I want to do is when I hover over the button, let's go with the darker color. You know what? This time I'm going to change this up. I'm going to have here 400. And let's have a hover. Oops, not hover. Hover and BG blue and 500. A massive jump for 2 colors. Of course, let's add a transition all to it. So we're going to have a in and out effect. Okay, good. We have done this part. Next up, we're going to take care of the list itself down here. In order to work on our list, here one, we're going to delete this, but we need to kind of create it in JavaScript. So the only thing that I'm going to do with this UL, which is the list itself down here, is I'm just going to specify, remember that we can add already here space Y, not X, but Y and 2. So between each and every element, we're going to have a 2 space. We add here something, that's the space between them. Now let's go down to our script tag. First things first, we're creating a variable called to-dos, which is just an empty array. Then we're selecting elements from the DOM. We're selecting our to-do list, this right here, downloaded list. We're selecting the input tag, grabbing on by its ID, which is up here, new task input. And we're selecting our button, our add button, which is up here, the button. So we have 3 elements. And right here where it says to do, that's our task, create a new list item. First of all, we're going to create this little list item. In order to create an item in JavaScript, first we're going to create a variable, const, using the word const, then we're going to call it li, and then we're going to use the document.createElement attribute, and we're going to create open and close parentheses and create a li element. Now we're going to grab onto this li element and add a couple of classes to it. And when you want to add multiple classes, you can just use class name. So this is different than what I showed you in the previous video. And here we can just type out all of the classes that this li will need. Now, because the li, I'll show you something in our finished project. Make this larger, right click, and let's select that li element. We can decompose it. A li element is actually the parent element of 2 divs. One will be the div for what the text is. It's also containing the key of each element that we're adding here. And then the text itself, the name of the to-do, or of the task. Then another div which will contain some actions. And the actions are move the element up or down if it's the first element, cannot move it anywhere up. If it's the second element, if it's the first element, we can move it down, and we can also delete it. So the second div will contain 3 buttons. So what I'm going to do in order for us to see something, I'm going to work myself backwards. We have the li created. I'm not going to style the container, which is the li, the parent element yet, but I'm going to create these elements right here. So I'm going to populate this li. You're going to go down here where it says create a list item and include actions. And we're going to do here li dot. And now we want to add HTML elements to this element. We're going to say inner HTML is equal, open and close quotations. It's going to be basically on a Mac, it's down near your shift button, right to your shift button. And on a PC, it's left to your 1 button underneath the escape button. So backticks. And now we can start and create elements. And I'm going to close this up. So first element will be a div. Now, what I suggest is that you write this code up here in HTML. Why? Well, because you have Emmet and it works much faster. So I'm going to write the code up here. So div with a class of flex. You know what? Let's do it another way. So the first div, and we have 2 divs, but the first div will have a span tag. Let's just say it's going to have the index in here. And then we have another span tag, which is going to contain the text. Okay. And after this div, we're going to have another div. And this will contain 3 buttons. So button and times 3. The first button will be an arrow upwards. So please take these elements from the finished project. And then you're going to have this. And then you're going to have basically just a large X. Last one. Okay. So we have ourselves 3 buttons. Let me rearrange them here. Now I'm going to take this, cut it out, move it down here, replace it here. So actually this index, you're going to wrap it into curly brackets, add a $sign before it. This means that we're going to use a variable and we're going to add to each index a 1 because indexes, well, arrays start with 0. So the first letter will be 0 and we don't want that. We want our first element to start with 1. The second element down here will be the text, the second span, and we're going to replace this the same way, curly brackets, $sign, and this is going to be the to-do.text. So we're looping here over our to-dos, and for each to-do, we're going to take the to-do and the index and integrate it here. Let me move this down so it's a bit prettier. Okay, now let's go down to the buttons, and let's start adding here a couple of classes. So class is equal, and the first one will be move dash up. I want you to copy this here, move down, and the last one will have the class is equal, open and close, double quotation marks, and delete. And now if you would go to your to-do, and let's say task 1, tab, and hit enter, or click on this add button, you're going to see your very first task. Perfect, because now we can style it. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, start up here with our li. As I said, you can add here multiple classes. So we're going to display this as flex. Don't hit save. If you hit save, you're going to delete the element here. So I'm going to add the task back. Task 1, add it. You can see it's already displayed as flex. So next we're going to add here items, center. This is going to center these items, but I want to push them away from another. So they're going to be in one line. But I want to push them away from another. So we're going to use justify and between. Now let's change the background to gray. So BG gray and -100. Let's round on the edges using rounded MD. Let's add a shadow and SM. Let's hit save and let's add the task again. So task 1, add it, and it's going to look like this. Okay, let's move down. Let's go to the next div in the li. So we're going to take care of the number 1 here and the task name. Let's add here class is equal, double quotation marks. We're going to display this as flex. Items, center, gap 2 in order to have space between them. Don't hit save. Let's move down. Go to the first span tag. Add here also class is equal, double quotation marks. We're going to add here font, bold, text, gray, and 500. And I hit save. Didn't want to do that, but let's go to the next one. Let's actually that's all that we need. So task 1, and you should see now tab, enter, you should see something like this. Also, I forgot to add to the item list up here a all-around padding. So go up here, padding of 3. Okay, now let's move down to the second div. And we're going to work here. Copy this class, add it here. Flex item center and gap 2, the same thing. Now let's go to the buttons. We have the first one on the move up button. We're going to change the background. Here in our finished project, we have a light green background with a white arrow pointing upwards. Second will be a dark blue background, arrow pointing downwards. And if we look down here, you can see we have a dark green and a light blue. And this is done using JavaScript. So first of all, let's add the classes. Let's go to our up arrow. Let's say BG dash green and 500. Then text white, a padding on x-axis of 2, padding on a y-axis of 1, rounded MD, and hover, to change the color then to a BG green and 600. Now I'm going to copy everything that I did here, paste it to the down button, paste it in, and change the green. Oh, this is green. That is not going to work. Green. Change the green to blue. All we need to change here. Then we're going to copy it once more to the delete and change the blue to red. And there we go. So you should see something like this. Task 1, add, and I messed up rounded, and the. Okay. Task 1, add it. Task 2, and add it. As soon as we have 2 tasks, you can see the colors changing now. Okay, so in the next one, I'm going to kind of go over everything and give you the sufficient explanations for you to understand how this actually works. So let's move around the JavaScript a bit. Once more, when we are starting our script, we're creating an empty array. We are selecting all of the elements that we need. We need our to-do. Basically, if you select this, you're going to see where it repeats itself in the code, the same word. So to-do, this is the list. The list contains then elements, LIs, but in order to have some action to add something, we need the ID of new task input, which is up there, add task button, also up here. So this will be our one trigger and one input. Then we're creating a function and we're calling it render to-do. So why are we calling it render? Because we're displaying something graphically and the word for it is render. The to-do list is initially an empty array, an empty string. So it has nothing in it. It's in HTML, it's just a nothing. Then we go over to-dos, which is an empty array. But as soon as we add something in there, for example, I click on that add button. Let's take a look where the add button is. Select it, hold down control and click on it. I'm going to move it to the next one. So for example, we're adding down here to the add task button, a event listener. The event listener is a click. When that click is executed, then the function is called, which is going to create here a variable of task text, which will be the new task input. So remember this input tag that we created. We're going to take whatever is created here in the input, and we're going to get that value because we're basically selecting, first of all, the element of input tag. And that input tag has a value, and the value is whatever text is in here. Then we're using the trim, which was basically just trim down any unnecessary space, any white space. And then we're checking, first of all, does a task input exist? And if it does exist, then we're going to push it to that array. And after we pushed it to the array, we're going to empty this input tag, so the value will be empty again. As you can see here, if I type in task 3 and click on add, we're going to empty this input. This is what this does. You also see here the comment, clear the input. And then we're going to trigger the render to do function, which basically, go back to the function, we'll go ahead, take the list, eliminate it, basically clear all the elements, although you can see them, but they actually pulled from this array. Because each time we're adding something to this array, the list is growing bigger. In this array, we're going to take each to-do and we're going to create an li element for it. We're going to style that li element, and then we're going to add new elements to that li element, which are styled with using Tailwind CSS. Then each index will be added 1 to it. So basically this should be index 0, this should be index 1, but because we're adding 1 to it, it's going to be index 1 and index 2. From the to-do, we're going to take that text, we're going to display it here, and then we're adding event listeners to the buttons. So if I click on arrow up, it's going to move task number 2 upwards. if I click on arrow down for text number 1, it's going to move it downwards. The delete button will just delete element. You could also add here a confirmation, but I'm not going to do that. And then it's just going to take that list and append the element, the child element to the list. So that's all you need to know. Hope you enjoyed this little project. Hope you enjoy styling it, and see you in the next one. Welcome to the next project, a really exciting project coming up. It is a booking site. And everything is what we're going to learn here is pretty repetitive for each time you're going to create a website. Most of the websites will have the following exactly as this project will. And that is, starting up is a navigation. You will always have to create a responsive navigation. As soon as you go down to a mobile format, you'll see a hamburger menu appear instead of the navigation tabs. And also this is completely responsive. See, as soon as I leave this format, it is going to jump back into a normal format. Then when we click on the hamburger menu, well, it's not quite a hamburger. It's a hamburger with a bite out. So if we click on this, we're going to see that our navigation appears once more. And now the navigation tabs have a hover effect on it. Now, what I'm going to tell you right now is really important to keep in mind. This is unnecessary work. And I wanted to show you this, leave it as this in here, because nobody going with their fingers above the items will have a hover effect. Also, these tabs should lead you to different pages. So not even a action on them should have any kind of visual effect. It's just unnecessary code. Where you should use it is in a larger page, so in a larger page format, so basically on a desktop, on a laptop page format. So here is where you should use it. Now, I wanted to exemplify this exact situation because I see it so often used in websites where, when I see on YouTube, some kind of tutorials, and this is really unnecessary. I'm just illustrating this here. So what we're going to learn here is create this hamburger menu. They're basically going to be two, you're going to see this really often, two navigations. One for everything that is desktop view and one everything for what is mobile view. Then we're going to have a hero section up here. This is not going to do anything. You can, of course, expand it. And you know what? Maybe we're going to expand. I'm personally going to expand this later on when I'm going to update this course because I'm constantly updating my courses. Down here, we're going to have a carousel section. Also, just a hover effect on the button. Then the title will change. The description will change. The button description will change. And the background image, which is, by the way, scrollable. The images are not great because I just generated them. And they're very small format images. You're also going to find them in the repository. So if you want to use better format images, high resolution, please feel free to do so. After that, we're going to have a testimonial section. And you can see these are repetitive. And I explicitly did this because I want you to replace them or to exercise with different images, different names, also change the descriptions here. We'll basically also change the colors if you want. It's also completely responsive. You can see they're going to then change in a column direction after a specific breakpoint. And after that, we're going to have a subscribe to a newsletter section where we're also going to have a action. Basically, if the user would like to subscribe without entering a correct email address within here, you're going to see here a error, a alert message. We're going to do this in JavaScript. And also if the user completes, for example, Norbert at mail.com, hit enter, then you're going to see a success message with also the name displayed down here. So the specific email address that he registered to or with. And then in the bottom, we're just going to have a simple footer section, but this is going to remain sticky throughout the page because I want the users to always see the privacy policy, terms and services, and the name of the website. So it's not that important what we have up here. It's more important what we have down here. Okay, so that's the project. You have your starter files ready to get started. And hope you're going to have a lot of fun. Grab your coffee, grab your tea, whatever your favorite beverage is, and let's get started. Okay, let's get started with our project setup. So once again, you're going to be in projects. Then I'm going to be in finish. As always, you're going to be in start, HTML, source. Click first of all on your setup. Grab onto our little npm watch. So hold it in Control-C. Then you can navigate from here to CD into projects. I'm going to show you something. You could basically, let me just hit enter. So we are now in CD project and I'm going to do now a CD. You're going to be in start. I'm going to be in finish. So finish, tab. And from here, I'm going to do HTML tab. So I'm moving 2 folders now. Okay, hit enter. And I'm just going to paste in the command, hit enter, and this should, okay, watch this for me, meaning I'm done. Perfect. So you should be in home. Once more, projects, start, HTML, and then let's open up your booking index page. And I'm just going to go up to my index page. So I'm finished. Now you can see already the out CSS has been modified, and I'm going to start this right here. So let's take a look at our page. Also, I'm going to be a bit smaller, somewhere there where there's no breakpoint. So basically here, this larger. So let's go over our setup. We have here a couple of to-dos. One will be to create the project setup, which we're going to do right in this video, where we're basically going to have our body, which is going to wrap around everything because we also have our script tag in here. I could take out the script there, but I want you to see what is happening. So being in the same file so you can see the connections. I'm just assuming that you don't know JavaScript or you have little knowledge about JavaScript. By the way, have a complete course on JavaScript. Check it out. But let's just style our body, and then we're going to move on from here. So a basic bg-gray and 100, hit save, right click, open up your website, and you should see something like this. So if we're going to do a 900, then you should see a dark background, and 100 a grayish background. Now we're going to have a header section, which is this little file right here. Although this is the navigation, we're going to include the navigation into the header. Then we're going to have a hero section, but everything that we see after a header section will be in the main tag. So the main tag is going to contain the hero section, which is this one. Going to see this section right here. Then we're going to have our carousel section, which is this one. Our testimonials, which is down here. Then we're going to have our newsletter section, which is down here. And we're going to have our footer, which is the last part right here. And then I'm going to give you a couple of explanations about our JavaScript and what it does and how it works with our Tailwind CSS, because JavaScript will change a couple of things, but it's not that hard, especially this part I'm going to explain just in a couple of seconds. This is the alert part. So one last thing that I have here is a little bit of style that we cannot have, sadly, in, not that we cannot have opacity, but the way the carousel works, I cannot include this into Tailwind CSS. So this is why we're going to see the style tag with carousel item, and if it's hidden and if it's blocked, then do something else. Okay, so simple as that. Yes, I could maybe do it in Tailwind CSS, but I'm not going to do it right now. Also, right here is where you have your already linked up. So you should see something like commented out. So commented back in, the way you link up your file, your CSS output, which is here. Okay, so I would say that if you're done with this, if you understand everything, if you know what is coming up, where you should do what, I think I lined it out pretty good for you. We could get started with the header section and make our navigation responsive. Okay, let's get started with our header section here and with the navigation. So basically, we're just going to have a blue background with a little bit of drop shadow here, a text to the left side, and the navigation to the right side. You can see here, the navigation is working as intended. So having hover effects in a larger viewport. And if we go down here, we're not going to see any kind of hover effect on the navigation items. So this is the proper way to do it. Don't code unnecessary code. First things first, we're going to go into our header and create here another div with a class of container. And within here, I'm going to create an H1 with a text. So first of all, I'm just going to create elements so we can see what we're styling. With the text of booking and site work. There we go, booking site. And let's go to our page here. After H1, we're going to have a nav tag, just a class of hidden. And it's going to include 3 anchor tags. So I'm going to create here anchor tag with a href. Actually, it's going to have automatic href, so I'm not going to do that. And let's say anchor tag. I'm not going to include any kind of classes right now because I want you to see those classes. So I'm just going to add here text. So anchor tag with text of home, and I'm going to change this later on. This 3 times. Okay, so 3 times home, we should be good to go. After this, I'm going to create a button. After navigation tag, of course, button. And the first nav tag that we just created here will be the one for when the web page is in, you can see here, in a mobile format, tablet, phone, whatever it's you can take with you, except in a laptop. Okay, you can also take a laptop with you, but it's going to be a larger screen, let's just say so. So the class of hidden, because we have it here in Java, so you don't want that you're not that is not showing this. You can see here mobile menu class toggle hidden as well. Basically, it's going to hide if index is hidden, then it's going to hide your navigation. So you won't see here. You're wondering what you can see 3 times home. That's why, because it's hidden. Now, next we're going to add to the button. This is basically going to be the hamburger menu. So let's add to this an ID of hamburger and dash button. And within here, we're just going to add a SVG. So let's open a SVG. And within here, we're going to have a path. The path is going to have the following properties. So stroke, line cap is equal rounded, just rounded, sorry about that. I'm going to copy this because the next property will be stroke line join, will be also rounded. Then paste it once more, stroke width will be 2. And then we're going to add here a D is equal to M4 6H1. If you don't want to type this out, you can just take it from the finished projects. 6 M4, just be capital M4, and 12 H16 M-7 and 6H7. Okay, now let's go up to the SVG, and you know what? We're just going to actually copy them from the finished project. So there you go. There's a little icon here. You could also use Font Awesome if you want to get a hamburger icon. I like this icon more. Now let's move to the mobile on the menu here. So after our SVG, after the button, we're going to create another div. We're going to give this the ID of mobile dash menu. And let's add here once more anchor tag. And again, home, then copy 2 more times. Up with about. Then down here, we're going to have a contact. Okay, now in the href, let's just send it nowhere. It doesn't refresh the page. And there we go. We have our little buttons here. Next we need to do is to style them. So I'm going to work myself from down to the top. Once more, we're just going to style this one. So let's add, you do the following thing. So hold down your Alt key and click through them. And then just type in class, because you are going to have the same classes. Block. Why are we using here display as block? Because anchor tags are displayed as inline. And padding on the y-axis, so padding y, 2. Okay. Now, because they're displayed as block, you can see they're not flexing, but they're displayed now in a column direction. So I don't even have to use here flex or something like that. Now, let's go up to the... Now, so this shouldn't be a div, this should be a nav tag. Sorry about that. Now, let's go up to the nav tag and start adding a couple of classes. So on a medium-sized display, we're going to have this as hidden, then BG blue 600. Yes, it's already hidden, but let's go to smaller display, and there we go. There's navigation. So I'm going to leave it at a smaller display so we can see it. Now let's change the text to white. Okay, and let's add a all-around padding of 4 and also the class of hidden, and there we go. So as long as this is not triggered, it's not going to show. Okay, so we have to trigger this in order to see our navigation. And that's it. That's it for the lower navigation, for the mobile one. Now let's go up, and I think I'm missing here div. So this div, the container here. Let me just make sure I styled this or wrapped this correctly. So I have the navigation, and after navigation, I should see another div. Oh, yeah, exactly, because actually this div should close up here. Okay, so remember the nav, the mobile nav will be outside of this main div, will be inside the header, but outside of this main div. And you can just basically close it up here. And it's going to wrap here. So the main div is just going to wrap around this little fellow. Okay, so let's work ourselves upwards once more. We have nothing to style here in our SVG and our path. But the button here, the hamburger button, let's go to this. We're going to add class. And on MD, this is going to be hidden. We're going to add to this a text white and a focus outline. Okay, none. So we're done with this part. Let's now move up to the anchor tags because we have a lot to style here. So let's work ourselves upwards, contact, about, and capital H for home. And now we're going to have the same classes. So let's just add to click through here, add a hexadecimal, and then why do I have here another H1? Just home. Perfect. Now we can add to all three of them classes. So hold down Alt, click through them, and say class. But you know what? In order to see them, let's first of all add here MD and flex so we can see them. This is going to be hidden on everything that is under the medium screen size. So as long as above the equal or above the medium screen size, they're going to be displayed as flex because flex works in a row direction. We're going to see them in row. And now let's go through them. So click through and let's add a padding on the y-axis and the x-axis of 4, a padding on the y-axis of 2. I'm going to change the color when I'm hovering over them. So hover, color will be BG white. So that's the effect that you saw there. And hover, let's change the text to text blue and 600, almost at 500. Let's give them a width of 20, W20. Let's round them up, round it MD. And when we are hovering in and out, I want this to have a smooth transition, all, and the duration of 300. So 0.3 seconds or 3 milliseconds. And let's also add a ease in, ease out them. So they should all work. You can see a white background and blue color. Now let's move up and we're going to work now on the title here. So this is going to have the class of text. Let's increase the text size. So text 2XL and let's, and let's now increase the font to a font and bold. Perfect. Moving up into the main container, we're going to center now everything. We're adding margin on the x-axis as auto. We're going to display as flex. Next, we're going to justify the content space between. Remember, this is adding equal to the left and right, which is going to be 0. But the equal space between the elements, and left and right 0. And then we're going to align the items. So this should be all in one line because currently they're aligned to their baseline. Let's align items to the center. Just push this down a bit. Moving one step above, we're going to use this header to add a BG blue and 600 to it. And of course, we're going to change now the text to white. What I seem to be missing here is the height of the elements. So let me go down to the header and add a padding of 4. Okay, so there we go. There's our navigation on a desktop view. And we go down, we're going to change the hamburger menu, click on it, it's going to automatically work. No hover effects, go outside, you're going to have your normal navigation. Also, this works if we remain here opened and go outside, it's going to change and it's going to remain open. Okay, so we're done with this part. Now we can move on to the next section. So we're done with our header and our navigation here. I'm just going to close it up, make it smaller. Now let's go down to the main section. And this is where we're going to work on our hero section. So this little fellow right here. Simple, we have a text, some more text, and a button. First of all, let's add a couple of classes here to the main container because I want this to be displayed as a container. So they have the container properties. Then we're also going to give this a max width and screen and XL. Basically, with this finished project, in the finished project, you can see that the navigation is spread to the entire width of the page, but this is contained in a specific screen width. This is what our little property just did here. We limited our screen to a XL screen size. So let's go back to our project and we're going to continue on here with adding margins on the x-axis as auto and also margin to the top. And we're going to do this more often of 10, which is going to push down the main section just a tinge from our navigation. Now let's move into our hero section. So here's our section. We're just going to add here text, center, and let's go into the section. And within here, we're going to start up with an H2. We're going to have here text. So first of all, we're just going to add a text so we can see what we're styling. Text of booking, book your dream vacation. You can see this on all of the sites, and it's never my dream vacation. Next, we're going to have a paragraph tag. Within here, we're going to have the text of find the best deals on hotels, comma, flights, comma, and rental cars. Okay, to end this up. And then at last but not least, we're going to have a button. And this is just going to say, hey, button tag. You're going to have here a get started as a text. So let's style this fellow. In our H2, we're going to want to have a larger text size. So we're going to have here text of 4XL. Remember that every element, every tag element is disabled in Tailwind CSS. So usually you would have automatic styles applied in HTML to H1s, H2s, so far and so on. So automatic padding, automatic sizing, automatic margins, and they are disabled when you're using Tailwind CSS. So this is why we need to increase our text size. So I just gave you the example. If I take this out, you see everything is same size, same font weight, same font width, same height, same padding, same margin. Everything is the same. And then when we're starting to add classes to it, so class and text and center, that is where we're going to increase center 4 times XL. That is where we're going to manipulate our tags. Okay, now let's add a font of bold to it, and let's add a margin to the bottom of 4. It's going to push down the paragraph tag. Now let's also change our paragraph tag. There's not much what we're going to do here. Just add a class of text and LG, just increase it just a inch, add a margin to the bottom of 8, and now we can work on our button. Now we can see in the previous project, we have a blue button with a hover effect of a lighter blue. We have some trim down radiuses, and that is what we are going to do here. So let's start up by adding here class of BG, initial blue of 600. So we're going to have the same color everywhere. So this is blue, the same blue. Now when I'm going to hover over this blue, I'm going to change the background color, the BG blue and 400. So I'm going to go 2 levels down. Then I'm going to change the text to white. Now let's add paddings on the x-axis of 6 and on the y-axis padding y of just 2. Let's trim down the borders with rounded or the edges. And now let's add some transition effects. Transition all duration of 300 milliseconds and ease in out. So the same transition as we have on all of them. Let's just hover over it. Perfect. So we're done with our hero section. Now we can move on to the image carousel. Okay, let's continue on up the section with our image carousel. First, I'm going to add to this section a margin to the top of 10. So create more space between the last section and this one, or you could just add margin bottom to the previous section of 10. Basically, we'll have the same effect. Within here, we're going to create a div with just a relative positioning. So position, just relative. Relative. Within here, we're going to create our carousel. This is just going to have a div with a class of carousel. And this is where the fun starts. Now, each and every container of a carousel, we have basically a container. Then it's going to have a text, a title text here, a paragraph text here, and a button and a background image. So let's get started. First, we're going to create our layout. So a div, let me just start it this way, carousel and item. This is going to contain a h3 with the text of hotel. After that, we're going to have, again, just creating the layout, the paragraph tag with find the best deals on hotels worldwide. Okay, so this is going to be the first description. And after that, we're going to have a button, and we're just going to have here text of search hotels. Okay, so basically all going to look the same. Now, next I'm going to go outside of the class and add here style. And due to the fact that the images are situated outside of our main folder here, we're going to use here a background image, then a URL, and we're just going to send the path to the image. So .. we're moving outside of our folder. Once again, outside of the folder, we're going to go to public images. And from here, we're going to select our very first image, which is going to be the hotel. Okay, so there's the hotel image. Now we're going to style this image going back to the classes. So we're going to add here a BGM fixed in order to fix the image. Make it fixed here. So when I'm going to scroll here, it's going to move only, so the image is going to be fixed and the foreground will move. Then BG no repeat, also BG center in order to center the image, and a BG cover in order to take up the entire width. So cover. And there we go. We're going to have the entire image as cover. Next, let's add a BG white. In case that the image is missing, we're going to see just some kind of color here. Now the text, because it's dark, we can't see anything. We're going to transform it also to white. And we're going to manipulate the text, and we're going to come down here. But this is going to give white text to everything that is as child elements. So all of the h3 paragraph and button is actually a child of the div tag here. Okay, furthermore, we're going to increase the height of the container to 64. And then we're going to also add a padding of 6 all around. Okay, and next we're going to round it up using rounded and LG. Add a shadow to it, a shadow also LG. And now let's manipulate the image by using BG. Actually, we're done. So we're done with this part. Now let's increase our title here. We're going to have here text class, first of all, class of text to XL. Remember, this should be smaller than the biggest text, which is this part right here. Then font bold and a margin bottom of 2 in order to have more space between these two elements. Next up, let's style a paragraph tag. Now, this is going to be simple. We're just going to have a margin to the bottom of 4 in order to have more space. We're basically kind of keeping this format. And now we can also style the button by adding here class but for the button of BG for a blue background, blue, and 600. So we're maintaining the same colors here. Well, we're actually maintaining everything here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy our very first. Wouldn't it be nice to have components? We're going to come to that. We're going to get the components. So let's just copy this, and we're going to have the same style here. The only difference is that I'm going to reduce the padding on the x-axis to only 4. So half 4 and 2 would be the half of it, and that's basically it. Okay, but we do have the same effects. Now we have one card, so let's add the other ones. Basically, I'm just going to take this, copy it once more, and change up here. Instead of this image, I'm going to have the airplane image, also JPEG. You can see this is already working because the JavaScript is doing its part. Then let's change the text to flight, the multiple flights. Then for the description, we're just going to have a book flight to your favorite destinations. And for the text of the button, we're not going to have search hotel, but search flights. Okay, so you can see this is changing here. Okay, we're going to move to the next one. So I'm going to close this one up, copy it, paste it in once more. You can also start from the bottom. So you're going to have here cars, search cars, then find the best rental car, find the best deal on a rental car. And of course, up here, we're going to have rental cars. Okay, so simple as that. We have our 3 cars, which is, let me larger, which will, the images are horrible. Sorry about that. Should taken a more, a larger resolution image. But it doesn't matter. If you change the image, then it's going to work. So there we go. We have 3 cars and the carousel is working. So we can move on to our next section. I'm going to close these fellows up so it doesn't take up that much real estate. So let's move on to the testimonial section. Now we can move on to a testimonial section. And again, we're just going to add here a margin to the top of 10. Let's move into the testimonial section now. So if we take a look in our finished project, the testimonials, we kind of have the same thing here. We have a title, and then we have a card with a description, a image, and another description. And then it's kind of repeating itself. It has a shadow, the card is rounded, so far and so on. So pretty simple stuff. Let's get started. We are first adding a title, as we said, H2, and we're going to have here the text of testimonials as multiples. Let's style this fellow. Let's add here classes with text, first of all, center, then increase the text to text 3 times XL, and text bold, font bold actually, font bold, and margin bottom 6 in order to have more space between title and the rest of the elements. Right after H1, we're going to create a container for our testimonials. And we're going to use here grid. So we're going to dot grid, then grid dot grid calls. We're going to have 1 column, but on mid, we're going to have a grid dash calls and 2. And let's also add a gap on all axes of 4. And that's it. Now for the containers of the testimonials themselves, we're going to create here div with a BG and white. Now let's type in a paragraph tag. From here, I'm just going to copy in the text. You're not going to learn here to write on your keyboard. That's not what you come here for. So there's our first one with the paragraph tag. already styled it. Just going to have the paragraph tag, just going to have a margin to the bottom of 4. Okay, because after the paragraph tag, we're going to have a container for these two elements. So the image and the name. And for this, we're just going to use a div with the class of flex. Now remember, it's going to flex in a row direction. So items and center in order to center the items, and then margin bottom and also 4 in order to have more space. And within here, we're just going to add an image tag. We're going to come to the source just in a couple of seconds. But after that, we're going to have a paragraph tag for the name with just a class of font and bold. Okay, let's add here dash and space and Jane Doe. Let's move up to the image tag. We're going to have here as an alternative Jane Doe. Paste this in. For the source, we're going to go one level up, another level up in images. For just a second, public images, and search for Jane Doe. There we go. Hit save. You should see our beautiful Jane down here, created using AI. And then let's add a couple of classes. So what we want to do is make Jane round. And for this, we're going to just add size -16. Oops, back here. Okay, so Jane is smaller now. You could also add width and height of the same width and height. So width 16, height 16, but we're going to use size here. And then in order to make it round, we just can do here round it, and where's full? There is full, and boom. Jane is now, are you not rounded, Jane? Should be. There we go. It's rounded. Took a couple more seconds for this time to rebuild. As you can see here, 608 milliseconds. This is more than half of a second. So we're done with Jane. We're done with this. Let's move now up to the main container. And after BG white, we're going to add now a all-around padding of 6. Then rounded LG. And let's add a shadow of LG to it. Shadow LG. And we're basically done. All we need to do, and this should also be limited. Oops, do that. Okay, perfect. So all we need to do now is add the other fellows. I'm going to take Miss Doe here. Where's Miss Doe? There she is. Copy this, paste it in here, and actually paste it 2 more times. So we have 3 Janes, and the rest is up to you to insert here Mr. Doe, replace his name and play around with it. Okay, so I'm going to leave this part up to you in order to have a small little exercise, because this would be just code along if I would do the same thing 4 times over again. Okay, so we're done with this section. I'm going to close the section up. Also, you know what? I'm going to close up the terminal here. Yeah, let me close it up. Need it. Close up this section. Next up, let's move to the newsletter. Okay, now that we have those sections done, let's move to the newsletter section. It's a bit more fun. Once again, a margin to the top, MT, and 10-10. But I'm also going to add this time margin to the bottom of 60. To the fact it's pretty much the same, the last section. And if I don't add a margin to the bottom, then, well, this is position fixed and it's taking up space. But behind this footer, it's actually white space. There's actually this space. So if I add, you need to add space because this section goes bit until down here. And this is just overlapping it. Remember this. If your web page or if something is overlapping the upper section, you need to add to the upper section more margin to the bottom in order to increase the space between them. So this is why I'm adding here, whoops, I scrolled away, JavaScript. And this is why I'm adding here margin bottom 60. Now let's center everything, so text and center, and we can get going with what we're going to create here: a title, a paragraph tag, an input tag, a button, and everything that is in here is going to be in a form, because when we hit this little button, it needs to submit the form. The submission is happening actually in JavaScript, so you're not going to see it, and it's also the verification, the validation happening in Java. It's checking if you're completing the form accordingly. We're going to go over this part after we're done with creating and styling this section. So let's move to our project, scroll down here, let's move to the section, and let's get started with H2. Say here, subscribe to our newsletter here. By the way, you can subscribe to my newsletter. Now let's go underneath of it, create a paragraph tag. Let's just add here the text of LG and .mb-8, and the text will be stay up to date with the latest offers. It reminds me of something. Okay, let's now add a form. Just going to add a form here. Going to add in a hash as an action, or you could just basically delete the action, it doesn't matter. Then an input tag with the type of email is very important. And after the input tag, we're going to have a button. And you can add to this button the type of submit. Okay, so basically if you're going to click on this button, which you can see that now. So let's type in the text of subscribe. And if you press this button, then you're automatically going to have the validation down here. Okay, now let's go ahead, go up to the H2, style this. So class, want to increase it, text, then 3 times XL, font bold, and margin bottom 4. Exactly as we did for this. So remember to always keep the same distances in order to have that uniformity on your web page. Now let's style our form. You're going to come down here, class of flex, gap of 2 in order to have space between them. And to push this back in the center, we're going to do 2 things. First of all, we're going to add a max width to this of MD, medium. And then we're also going to add a margin on the x-axis of auto. They should recenter this little fellow. Now for the input itself, let's add here a placeholder of enter your email. And after that, we're going to add a couple of classes. So let's go ahead and first of all, give this the full width of the container. So width, full. Okay. Then we're going to add a padding of 2. Let's now add a border to it. Border and a border. The color of the border, let's say we're going to have a border gray and 300. Now remember, if you want to take out the outline, first of all, let's round down the border. So round it and automatic round it. If you want to take out the outlines, you can do it. About outline, and none. Okay, so if you're focusing on it, on focus. Outline none. If you want to add it back in a different color, then once again, outline and add a color. So focus, outline, and blue, say 600. Just as the button. There we go. Now for the button, let's also style this class and BG blue 600, text white, and let's also add padding 6, padding on the x-axis of 6, and padding on the y-axis of, okay, let's round it down. Oops, there we go. Round it, and the text should be white. And there we go. One last thing, add the hover effect up here on hover, BG, blue, 400. Okay, one last thing, the transition all in order to have a smoother transition. Now, how does the validation work? If, for example, I type in Norbert at mail.com and subscribe, you will still see that this is not working, which was strange. Let's just try it one more. So Norbert at mail.com. And yes, it's working now. Okay. So this is happening due to the JavaScript. So let's go down here to our JavaScript. And we have here newsletter form validations. So we're just grabbing onto the form from the DOM to the input tag. And we are creating now a alert element. We're creating this by creating a div. Then this alert will be triggered if the input that the user is typing in, the value of the input that the user is typing in, does not contain the @ sign. This is a very simple validation. And if that input does not contain that sign, then the inner text will be, please enter a valid email address, else, and also we're going to have the classes added to it. So background red, text red, padding 2, rounded. Now, if you wanted to already add these classes to, let's say, the alert, you could do it before it here, but you would only add these 2 classes because the difference between the 2 is the background and the text color. Everything else pretty much stays the same. As you can see, the alert, if it is successful, then the text changes to thank you and the email address that was put in, and then the text is green and the background is also green. That's pretty much it. Also, it is removed after 3 seconds. This is what this little function does here. Set timeout. After 3 seconds, the alert will be removed. Okay, so that's it for this part. Now let's concentrate on our footer. Okay, so let's start working on our form. I'm just going to close the newsletter section. Perfect. So let's move into the footer tag. Within here in classes, I'm not going to do anything right now. But yes, I'm just going to add a BG and gray and 800. but we still need, and the text of white, but we need some content here, text white. So let's create first of all some content. We're going to have a div, class of container. Within here, we get to have a paragraph tag with just a simple add paragraph tag. And in the paragraph tag, you just have to type in an ampersand and copy and semicolon. This is an automatic add sign. You see it down here. Down here where your add sign is. Okay, I'm just going to copy in the text with space within there, 2025, booking site, all rights reserved. After this paragraph tag, we're going to have a div with the class of margin to the top of 4. And within here, we're just going to have 2 anchor tags. So anchor tag with the class of padding on the x-axis of 2 and just multiply it by 2. Okay. Now both anchor tags will go nowhere. So add a hash of, add a href of hash here, and then the text, the anchor tag of privacy policy. And then the second one will be terms, not in here, terms of service. Okay, so there's our 2 anchor tags, and that's pretty much it for this part. The copyright is done. Now let's move upwards. Container, we're going to margin X auto in order to center it, and text center in order to center the text. Now we're going to move one more upwards into the footer, and let's start first of all positioning this little fellow fixed. Okay, now always when you position something fixed, you need to tell it where. So we're going to choose here to the bottom and with 0. Okay, and you should see that there's our footer now. Now let's spread it out once more to its entire width. We're just going to use a W and full here. Okay, so just will spread it out. Now let's add it all around padding of 4. And you are basically done. So if you scroll up and down, as you can see here, this should remain fixed to the bottom of your page. And what I want to do is add a little hover effect to these 2 texts. So let's go down here, hover. Actually, you know what? I'm going to hold down Alt and here both of them. So on hover, the text will be a gray. Let's go with the light gray of 400. So it should look something like this is doing nothing. There we go. Okay, so we have a small little hover effect on those anchor tags. Perfect. So let's see how our site looks now. We can have it in a full width with hover effects on navigation tabs. The navigation is completely responsive. Go down to a mobile menu. Then we're going to have a navigation here. Also, if you open it up, it's going to automatically pop back into a large navigation menu. Down here, we're going to have a carousel. This is working automatically. We have our testimonials, which are also responsive. We have our subscription form down here with some validation. Norbert@mail.com. Subscribe. Thank you. Why are you green? Why aren't you green? Norbert. Okay, there we go. And then we have a footer down here, which is sticky to the bottom of the page. So hope you enjoyed this project and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. In this project, you're going to learn how to create your own portfolio website using HTML, Tailwind CSS, and a tinge of JavaScript. This website will bring together everything that you did up till this point. And also, we're going to integrate dark mode. So what does this website do? Well, it's completely responsive. We want to make this smaller. It's going to be automatically responsive on all formats. It's going to nicely represent all of your projects. I'm going to come to them later on. It is going to give you a subscription form for your future clients, if you want. So it's going to leave you back to the top. It's going to navigate you through the projects, through your contacts, and back to the top about yourself. Now, of course, this handsome fellow is not me. I just generated this as a AI image. You can do it on your own and upload then your own portfolio profile image. So as I said, this contains dark mode and it does change everything, literally everything, the text, the backgrounds, also down here in a contact form, see the changes happening. Also up here in the navigation part, we have different effects depending on what kind of settings we have in our web page. So extremely simple website. And one last thing I want to show you. This is going to bring you together everything that you did. Basically your 3 little projects here, your calculator project, then your to-do list, and of course your bookings website. So if you click on them, it should leave you to those projects. I'm going to show you how, and then later on, we're going to upload this to the internet, but this is going to be a different section and host it on some kind of web hoster. So I hope you're excited. This is going to be a really cool one. We're also going to integrate down here Font Awesome in order to have these little icons. Also this icon right here for the dark mode, as you can see, it's changing from a sun to a moon. We are going to use icons from Font Awesome, and I'm going to also show you how to integrate them using JavaScript, of course. So let's get started with the project. So first things first, let's do a general setup and also outline our to-dos for our project. Now, if we go over the project, we have up here a navigation bar, we have a about section, a project section, we have a context section, we have a footer section, we have a go to the top. So these are basically the sections that we're going to work on, and also the dark mode. We're going to take care of the dark mode right at the beginning because we are going to integrate dark mode in each and every section we're working on. So you again are going to go to back to your starter files and in your index.html file. So your very first file that you have in your starter file, because this is going to link together all three folders here, all three projects. So this is where the magic will happen. This is where we're going to do all the work. Of course, I'm going to go up into my index file and we're going to start up here by, first of all, well, commenting out everything that I have in the body. So boom, comment it out, open this with live server, and I don't like seeing those little icons. So I'm going to do the following thing. This, back in, take out this lines, create another body tag, and I'm going to just take this, move it outside our HTML, close it up and comment it out. Okay, so basically we're also going to have this, but in as a previous version. So let's go up here and start by, well, editing the title because it's going to be my portfolio. Then let's start up here with our first to do. That is going to be to create a general setup and project outline. So if we take a look at our finished project, we have here a header section. Let's go down here, create our first to do, create header section with navigation. I'm just basically going to add here header and leave it as header, the text of header. So you should already see it here. After the header section, we're going to create a main section or main tab. And within here, we're going to create another to do. And this is where we're going to create our about section. So let's just create a section here, section. And we're going to type in here about. After the about section, I'm just going to copy this, going to move quicker this time. We're going to create our projects section and link your projects to this section. So projects, let's copy this one more time. And here we're going to have our contact section with details and form. So contact. Now the footer section will be outside of the main section, and this is where we're going to create. So to do, create footer section and go to top button. So footer, and you can type in here an anchor tag, do nothing, go to top or just top. That's enough. Okay. And then we're going to have a script tag where we're going to write just a couple of lines of JavaScript, but I do want you to write these lines. It's pretty simple. We're just going to have a validation for the form and also the dark mode trigger. So that's where we're also going to work on dark mode. So we have everything nicely outlined here. That script for form validation and dark mode. Okay, perfect. So I would say that we get started with our to-dos here. First one is out of the way. Next one would be to work on the header. And I'm just thinking about, should I add dark mode? No, we're going to work on our header first of all, and then we're going to implement dark mode after that. So let's start with the header. Okay, so I just lied. We're going to create the dark mode first because I figured out the way to implement it, because we're going to add classes here. So welcome to how to add dark mode without having it as a default on your web page. So remember what I said, that in order to add dark mode, you just need to add to the HTML here class of dark. And as soon as this class is added and you have a default dark mode added to your website, it should automatically turn into dark mode. So basically, if I go to the body and type in here the class of if dark, then BG gray and 900, and you have a dark mode activated on your Windows or PC. So if you're going to go to your color settings and trigger here, choose your Windows mode, dark, also turn into dark. Oh, one thing I did forget to do is to activate. Let's go to setup, copy our activation code here. Now I forgot to activate the CLI. So let's go open up the console, go in courses, so CD into projects. And from here, you need to CD, remember, into start and HTML. I need to CD into finish and HTML, hit enter. From here, I'm going to run the code. This should activate it, and now I have the dark mode activated. So if I want to change now the text, so if dark, then text white, that's going to also change the text. Now, if I remove the class here and also switch back here to light mode, this will switch everything back to light mode. So in order to actually, the class does not influence this, class of dark. This does not influence it. What does influence it is the automatic dark here, automatic dark setting. But now I'm going to show you how you can activate it or set it as a default setting, take out the default setting from your configuration. So remember when we installed Tailwind CSS, you had, if you go back here in your folder, you had this Tailwind config. And well, you're basically telling it where the content will go and so far and so on. But there is another settings that you need to do. You have to create a comment to do add dark mode port. Port has 2 P's. So the way you can do this is just add here as a key value pair dark mode, semicolon, and on select. Boom. There we go. I have my setting set here to light mode, not dark mode, and dark mode is now activated. How did I do this? First of all, I told the configuration here in Tailwind CSS it should be selectable, and now I have the class of dark mode in my HTML. Now, if I take this class out, then, well, dark mode will not be activated. So when we're going to come to our header, we're going to trigger this class in our HTML using that little button right here, because this is what actually triggers dark mode to go on and off and make all those classes active in, well, each and every section of our code. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is just finish styling our body here. Before dark mode, I'm going to add here that we're going to set the body as relative, the background BG gray 100, text gray 900, and that's basically it. That's how our body will be styled. And later when we're going to use dark mode, we're going to switch some classes. Okay, so that was how we can configure dark mode in Tailwind CSS. You can now close up your tailwind.config file, .js setup. Remember, you have to have this running, okay? So the CLI needs to be running, needs to watch your code in order to generate here the necessary CSS for this. Okay, so we're done with this. And now we're going to move to the header. And we're going to use their dark mode. And after I have the header ready, also going to implement the JavaScript for activating dark mode. Okay, next we're going to really create a header. So sorry about the previous video, but I was convinced that I couldn't figure this out without the header. So, yeah, there you go, I did. So let's go down to the header. Let's start by adding some content to the header. So we're going to take out this header text. We're going to create a div with a class of container, and this will be also a mx auto, a padding on x-axis of 6, and a dot padding on the y-axis of 3. I'm going to add to this a general div that is going to wrap around everything, which is going to be displayed as flex. And let me just show you, we're going to work on this part. So we're going to have this my profile, then the navigation, and then the button. So what we're doing now is creating this div right here that's around everything. So of course, if you want to display all 3 items in a line, we need to use flex in order to align them then and create equal spaces between them. So we're going to use flex, items, center, and justify with space between. So justify between. Now let's create or three elements are project, navigation, and the button. So first I'm going to create just a div again. Just create this div. I'm going to type in here my project, my portfolio. And we're going to style this later. Also, the heading needs a lot of style, but I want to have some content first of all. After this, we're going to have the navigation. Pull up just a bit. The navigation tag, which is just going to be displayed as flex and space on the x-axis of 4. Within here, we're going to have 3 anchor tags for each and every section, because those anchor tags are going to help us navigate down to those sections. So anchor tag, each anchor tag is going to have the same classes. So I'm just going to start and style them here. So text, gray, and 600. And then on a hover, we're going to have a text, gray, and 950. Now we're also going to implement dark mode here. Text on dark mode, then text, gray, and 500. And then when we hover over them, but they're in dark mode, so dark dot, not our column, hover, column, the text will be gray and 100. Okay. Now I'm going to take everything. Let me just add also a text here about, and I'm going to take everything and wrap it in the parentheses, because I'm going to multiply this times 3. Okay, so we have 3 anchor tags. Now let's just add in here hash about. This is going to coincide with IDs that we're going to place down there. So hash projects and hash contact. Okay, also this should be projects and contact. Okay, we have them all 3 up here. And the last item that we need after our navigation will be a button. So button tag, and it's going to contain a I, the class of fa-solid and .fa-moon, and we're going to implement then font awesome, because it's a font awesome class. Now the button itself will have now a ID of dark mode and toggler. Toggle. Let's just leave it at toggle. A couple of classes to the button with the ML margin to the left side of 4, padding on the x-axis of 4, and of course on the y-axis padding y of 2. I'm going to add here text until we have dark. Okay, so till we have the font, the icon integrated. Now let's continue on with our button here. So I want to have for now a dark background. So BG gray and 900. Then text of white. Let's round down the edges with LG. And let's add hover BG gray and 700. Now let's implement dark mode. So on dark, we're going to have a different background color, BG gray and 100. Then on dark, but hover. Oh, wait, first let's add a text. Text and gray 900. Dark text, dark, hover, BG gray and 300. Okay, so we should already have the hover effect. Let's also add a transition, all, transition, all, and duration. Actually, the transition without the duration is also okay. I like it. Perfect. So I'm going to quickly implement font awesome so you can see the icon. So we're going to go to font awesome. First of all, CDN. Use the CDN here. Font awesome CDN. Go to the website and then click on this very first link. Now let's add it in the top here for the output. And we should already see, yep, the moon appearing. Yay. And we can take out the word of dark. I'm just going to comment it out in order for you to have it as the finished project. Cool. Next up, we're not done with our header. Let's go back and work ourselves to the top. Let's see. We're done with this part. The button is styled. Then let's go to the navigation. The navigation is also styled. The div here, my portfolio needs a couple of classes. So class, text, increase the text size, XL. Now also increase the font size with font bold. And let's add a text gray to it in a regular light mode. And if we have then a dark mode, we're going to change this into text and simply white. Perfect. Now let's move one level up. We have the entire container here, display the flex, item center. So we're done with this part. The next one is the container, the general container. This is also okay. And in the header, we now need to add our dark mode classes and everything that we need here to style everything at once. So BG, white. Then let's add a shadow to it. Shadow. Then we're going to make this sticky to the top. So the class of sticky, and where should it stick to? To the top. We're going to use top and 0. We're going to have a z index of 50, meaning is will be above most of the items. Only if you change any other item z index to a greater than 50, then that item will be above this item. Now for the dark mode, we're going to go with a BG of gray and 900, and we're pretty much 900, 800. Let's go with 800 so we can see that button back there. We're almost done. What I'm going to do now is trigger using a script tag down here, the dark mode. So I'm going to go before the body tag with this script tag, and I'm just going to go to the document dot get element by ID, and we're going to grab onto that button's ID. Remember, it was dark dash mode dash toggle. Now I'm going to add an event listener to it. So dot add event listener. We're going to listen for a click. So open close parenthesis, open close double quotation marks, typing click, then comma. After this event happens, we're going to trigger a function, open and close parenthesis, open and close curly brackets. And now we're going to go to the document again, select the document element, so the entire document itself, and we're going to go to its class list. And within here, we can use now the toggle function, and whatever we type in here in the function will be toggled, for example, doc, up here in this HTML. So remember when I told you that if you add the class here, dark mode will automatically be active. Well, this is the way we're doing it. We are going to listen now to an event. So we're grabbing onto the button. We're listening to an event. As soon as we click on this button, we are triggering dark mode. Okay, simple as that. But we're not done because stay within this curly brackets. After this dark mode, go underneath of it. Let's add here a rule, and that rule will be that if this dot in HTML is triple equal, and now we're going to use backticks, so not single quotes but backticks. This is to the left side of exclamation mark on R or on a Mac is to the right of the left shift key. So we're going to search here if this little fellow, this button contains, go up here, the button, where do we have it? Yep, if this button contains a specific class, I'm going to copy this, a specific element. I'm going to paste it in here. We're not going to watch for, also don't leave any white spaces. We are going to watch for if this contains a sun. Now, if it does, then this dot in HTML will be equal, so we're transforming it, we're replacing it in HTML, again with, paste this in, with a moon. And we're going to go here at where the curly brackets end. Else, if it does not contain a sun, then this dot in HTML will be replaced with backticks with a sun. Okay, so let's see what will happen. So right now, when we click on this button, the class of dark will be toggled on an HTML tag here. Not only that, it's also going to look for if this icon or if this button contains an icon of sun. If it does not contain the icon of sun, then it's going to add the sun. But if it does contain the sun, it's going to add the moon. So right now, it does not contain the sun. So what will it do? If we click on it, it's going to add the sun. And if it contains now the sun, it's going to add the moon. Wait, did I type this in here correctly? FA sun, FA moon, a sun. And I had a white space. Take care of those white spaces. I told you, don't leave any white spaces when you're using backticks. So it triggers dark mode and it replaces the sun with the moon. Also, take a look at our navigation. It's also being replaced, and also that my portfolio title here is being replaced with a different color of the text. The background is a different color, and so on and so on. So, hope you enjoyed it. We're going to move on from this. Now that we have our navigation finished, we can continue on. Let's just close it up. So our main section here, and we're going to create the About section. So let's go to our About section. Let's first of all add to this a ID, About. Now let's add a couple of classes. So class of flex, then flex in a column direction. And we're going to justify everything as center and set each and every section will have a height of DYH, so a display viewport height. Okay, as you can see now, our about is situated here in middle of the page. Next, let's create our key components. So we want to have here a title, about me, a couple of description tags, and then a image. So we're going to close up this little fellow. For this, we're going to create a general container. So just a div with a class of flex. We're going to come back to this later on. But first, let's create those elements. Another div with a class of flex and dot flex dash call, column direction. And now we could create the title. So a h2 with a class of text and 3XL, a font bold, margin bottom of 4, and the text of about me. It's all about me. It's always about me. Okay, so there we go. Now let's create a paragraph tag. I'm just going to type in, copy in here the context. You can type it out, of course. If I'm a web developer with a passion for creating beautiful and functional websites. Then another paragraph tag. This is going to have, I have experience with. And within this paragraph tag, we're going to create 3 span tags. So span, one will be HTML. I'm just going to copy them now. The second will be CSS, and the third one will be JS. And after that, we're going to have a comma, also add a space here, comma, and various frameworks and libraries. Perfect. After this div, so we're going to have paragraph div. We're going to create another div. So move down here. Just a simple div. And this is going to contain then a image tag. The source, you're just going to go to your public folder. So one up, public, image. And if you want to have your own image here, then please feel free to do so. I'm going to use this profile image with extension. Don't forget extension.jpg, alt profile image. And we're also going to add to this a class of rounded and full. Rounded full. Perfect. So there's the image. Now let's style. Let's go from bottom up. Let's style the paragraph tags. Actually, first we need to style the span tags. So I'm going to go in here, add first of all to all 3 the class of font semi-bold, and then I'm going to escape here to the HTML, a text of orange and 500. Then to the CSS, let's move down here, a text of blue and 500. And to the JavaScript, it's going to be a bit complicated. A text of yellow, 500, and a padding of 1. Okay, and you should see this has a bit of padding. Now let's add a BG black to it. And let's round down the borders. Just add rounded to it. And that's basically it. Now let's move up to the paragraph tag. Remember, we need to always add dark mode to it. So first things first, we're going to change the text here, class text, and we're going to change the color to gray and 700. Then when we're in the dark mode, we're going to change this to text gray and 300. Now the background, we're going to change to white, but in dark, we're going to change the background BG to a gray of 700. So we're just going to switch around those values, those color values. So hit a bit of save so you can see what we're doing here. You can already test this. If I hit on dark mode, you can see this is changing. Now let's add a bit of margin and padding. So margin to the bottom of 2 and a padding all around of 2. Let's round out the edges, rounded and LG. Let's add shadow to it. Shadow also LG. And the width will be fit, meaning that this is going to, if I make this larger, always fit the context, the web page. We're going to add the same classes to both. Copy this entire thing and add it also at the top one. Now let's go up to the main div, this little fellow right here. Remember that I told you we're not done with it. So flex, also flex column. And now let's make it responsive. So basically we're going to, everything that is at least or above a medium display, we're going to flex in a row direction. And the items will be centered. We're going to justify space between. Let's add a gap of 6 all around. Okay, so there we go. If I leave this, then we're going to have it as this. Now let's go upside to the main tag. And here we're going to add a couple of classes because you can see we're missing here the edges. So we are too far to the right and left our web page. And I don't like that. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to our main and we're going to place this as BG white. So add the background color, then add a container to it, container, a max width, a margin on the x-axis of auto, a padding on the x-axis of 6, and a padding on the y-axis of 12. Okay, and now we should be good to go, even in a different format. Perfect. Okay, now we are done with our about section and we can close it up here. And let's move on now to the next one. Okay, next up, let's create the project section and link up our projects to the section. So exactly as in our finished project, as soon as we click on one of those projects, the project will open. It's also working. Task 1, edit. Okay, it's exactly the project, but we're opening it from our portfolio. So isn't this cool? When you're going to show your potential hirer into what you can do, you're just basically going to send him this website and out all of your projects. Okay, so let's start here. We have our project section. First, we're going to give the section a ID of projects. Now I'm going to automatically style this. So class and flex. As you can see in our finished project, we have only 3 elements. We're going to add multiples if later on we are going to expand on this course. But for now, we have only 3 elements and they will behave differently depending in which viewport they are. So for now, we're just going to define this as flex. Then we're going to align them in a column, so flex column. Next, we're going to justify content center, and we're going to add to the height of this section, once again, the viewport height. Okay, so this should once more push this down here. And we have here our project section. Next, let's add a title. I'm going to take these projects and just wrap it into an H2 with a class of text and 3XL, so make it larger, L, then a font bold, and a margin to the bottom of 4, so we have more space there. And just move this project, cut it out, and paste it in here. Now for the container of these elements, the container of our projects, after H2, we're going to create a div with a class of grid, then grid calls, and 1. And then when we have it a medium screen, then a grid calls and 2. And you can also continue to LG screen of grid dash calls dash 3. And then an all around gap, both axes of 6. Perfect. Now each element is working only in HTML here, will be actually linked in a anchor tag. We get an anchor tag. We can use then its href to open up the path to our project. So let's create here an anchor tag. You know what, I'm just going to create the anchor tags first of all with the content in them, and we're going to style them afterwards. A H3 with the title of our very first project, which is going to be our Tailwind mini calculator. And actually what I'm going to do is going to show you how you can link up the project. So let's first of all take a look at where the project is situated. So it's situated in the same folder. It's in its own folder. And then calculator has an index.html file. Good. So we're going to go ahead here. Let's say the path is in the same folder. We're going to go to calculator and index.html. And as soon as we, so my voice is gone. As soon as we do this, if I click on this little fellow right here, it should open up the calculator and go back. That's all that you need to do in order to link up the projects. Let's continue on in our anchor tag. After our title, we're going to have a paragraph tag. And within here, just paste in from the finished project the description. Let's create a simple, styled calculator using Tailwind CSS, so far and so on. After that, we're going to have the image of the calculator. And within here, once more, we need to go up 2 levels, then in public, and from public, we're going to go to images, the images folder. And from here, we're going to select the calculator.png image. And also for our alternative, we're going to just type in a calculator. Simple as that. And you should see the image already here. So that's pretty much it. Now we're going to work ourselves upwards and style it. So let's add to the image class. We want the image to span in 3 rows. So row-3 is span. And we want it to have a rounded LG cutout, the margins. Here you can see it's, if I would have the background activated, it's rounded. Now let's go upwards to the paragraph tag. And let me first of all go to the anchor tag. This is actually more important. Let's style the main wrapper around here. So the anchor tag will also be displayed as a grid. Display the items as grid. Now we're going to have multiple columns and rows, but I'm going to choose here the max of 2 columns and grid rows of 4. And it's 4 rows. Let me show you in the finished projects. because just select one of them, because depending in what kind of display it is, the title will be in the first row. Then we're going to have the text displayed on 3 rows and the image depending on what kind of screen we have displayed on multiple or just 1 row. On a desktop version, on a mobile version, we're going to have it span on all 3 rows, but the title will remain up here. So that's the idea behind why I'm displaying it as grid and using the power of span from grid in order to arrange my elements depending on which screen size they are. Let's continue on. I'm also going to click here, close up our Explorer, just taking up space. Now let's add a gap, and we're going to have gap only on the x-axis, gap and x and 4. Then let's add the background white, BG white. I'm going to scroll down here in order to see something. Now let's add the all-around padding of 6. Let's round down the edges, round it, and use LG. Add a shadow to it, also LG. And now let's style or integrate our dark mode, but before that let's add a cursor and pointer. So let's style our dark mode. When dark mode is activated, we're going to have a BG gray and 800. And we're also going to increase the size in the finished project. When we hover over it, we're going to just increase the size a bit. So we're going to use on hover a scale of 105. That's enough. And to have a smooth transition, we're going to use transition all with a duration of 300 milliseconds and a ease in out. Basically, going to see something like, whoops, down here, something like that. And I've seemed to style this or created this outside the section text. So let me just grab onto everything and drop it in here. That's much better. Hit save. Now let's go to, it's still looking strange and weird because we need to take each element and span it along its grid, according grid columns and grid rows. So let's go to title, and here's some classes, style of title. First of all, we're going to span it. So row, span, and 1. So it's going to span on only 1 row. Then we're going to span it, call, span of 2, and on 2 columns, so 1 and 2. We also have only 2 columns, calls 2. Let's increase the text size, text XL, and font bold. Okay, there's a title. Next, let's move to the paragraph tag. And we need to span this, but depending on how we want this to look. So I would suggest that you just span it along the rows. So row, so let's add a class here, property, row, span 3, and text gray for the color of the text. Let's go with 500. Now let's add a bit of dark here, dark property with the text will turn then gray and 200. And on hover, we're going to have the text gray and 700. Also, let's change the background when it's in dark mode. Actually, we're going to we already have changed the background. But we are going to just change the hover in dark mode. So dark and then hover and then text gray and 200. Okay, there we go. Last thing that we need to style is the image, and I believe I already spanned it. Yep. So we are done with this. All we have to do is copy it 3 times because it's basically going to be the same thing. We're going to take this anchor tag and copy it and paste it 2 more times in. And all we need to do is replace a couple of things. Let's start from the bottom, work ourselves upwards. The image here will be a booking. Select both of them. The PNG. I'm going to change the text here. So just type in whatever we want, a lorem ipsum for the text. Make it just a bit shorter. Then the title will be here, booking website. Sorry about that. I had to grab my foot. This is going to go to bookings. We need to change the path here. Folder will be bookings and the index.html. And we're going to do the same, and we're going to change this to the to-dos. Also change here to do. Now let's change the path, to-do list and index.html. And let's check them out. Yep, this is working. This is working. And we already know that this is working. Okay, and let's now try it in a responsive way. Try the dark mode. Perfect. And we're good to go. We are good to go. Move on to the next section. So close this one up. Section, close it up. And now we're going to create the contact section. So let's continue on and work on our contact section. Right here in contact, give this a ID, contact. Now let's give it the class of flex call, justify center, exactly as we did in the other sections, and HTTH. Okay, let's go down here, create the title, H2, the same thing. And use a bit of emmet, H2 dot text 3XL dot font bold and dot margin bottom of 4. Hit enter and move the text here. Okay, we should always see it down here. So we're going to work on now, take a look at our finished project on address, phone, email, and social. And for this, we're going to integrate some font awesome icons. So let's get started right after our H2 H2 tag. I'm going to create a div which will contain both the contact details and the form. So let's create a section flex call, then on a medium size flex row and justify with space between dot gap and 6. Okay. Within here, let's add our contact details or contact info. So another class, contact info. This is not a Tailwind CSS class, but I just want to have some kind of differentiation here. I'm going to have a couple of paragraph tags. So style this paragraph tag is going to have a text gray 700, and in a dark mode, we're just going to change it to text gray and 300. Okay. And within here, we're going to have a strong tag with address. And after the strong tag, then we're going to have a 1, 2, 3 and main street. In sometime, any town, please add in here your own address, of course. Comma and USA, that's it. Now I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy this paragraph tag. It's in 2 more times. We're just going to replace the last one with email. Type in here, example at email.com. And then here we're going to have phone. And type in here, kind of phone number 123. I don't know, not a real number. Pam, 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 and pam, 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 pam. Okay, so we're done with this part. Now let's create our social. And for this, I'm going to create a div with a class of flex and margin bottom 4. And within here, we're going to have a strong tag, social, just as we had it up there, social. And after that, another div, the class of flex, a margin to the left side of 4, and a space between the elements, so space of on the x-axis of 4. Hit enter. And now within anchor tags, because again, we want to send them to our social networks. So we're going to use a anchor tag with a class of hover, and I'm just going to choose one simple color for all of them. It'll be a text blue -600. The target will open as blank, so your website won't close. And then within here, just going to add HTTPS for secured /x.com. This would be the old Twitter. Now within here for the icon, we're just going to use an icon tag with the class of FA from Font Awesome, then brands, then dot FA square, X and Twitter, and dot FA dash XL, and this is going to give it a larger size. So I'm going to take this out and to be much smaller. So XL would be the appropriate size here. Also, when we hover over it, we're going to have a blue effect. Now let's copy this in here 2 more times. Yeah, let's go from the bottom upwards. We're going to have, instead of this, we're going to have GitHub. Send it to a GitHub page. Also here, GitHub. And up here, we're going to have LinkedIn. So once again, instead of this, we're going to have LinkedIn. Also change up here, just this to LinkedIn. Also, you need to add your specific ID here. You're going to find it on LinkedIn. If you have a LinkedIn, just add it here. If you don't have a LinkedIn page, then delete this. Put in something else. Now, what I like to do, instead of LinkedIn, add in my channel ID, the YouTube, because my portfolio is actually my YouTube page, without.com. Because this right here is my portfolio. Okay, so you know now how this works. Now let's create the form. So we're done with this part. I'm going to close up. Where do you have it? Social, actually, contact info. Okay, now after contact info, we are going to have a form. Form with the ID of contact-form. Let's also add some classes here. So VG dark white. Sorry. So we're going to start first of all with the light mode. The white, we're going to have here grow, because I want this to be adaptable depending on screen size. Then a padding of 6. I'm going to round out the edges, rounded, LG. Have a shadow here and also LG. And then a dark for in a dark mode of BG, gray, and 800. Okay, so there's a little form, nothing in there. Take out action, and now let's populate the form. But we also need to add to this JavaScript. So you know what? We're going to do this in the next video. Well, actually, I could do it. So hope this is not too long for you guys. I want to keep them really only 15 minutes, the videos. So let's try and do it quickly. Div with a class of margin bottom 4. We're trying to achieve this look here, because each label and input tag will be contained in its own container. So that's why I'm creating first of all a div. So bottom 4, that's all we need. Then the label, and it's going to be for email. Then we're going to have their class of block, because labels are displayed as spans. So we can change it by using the block tag. The text will be gray and 700. In the dark mode, we're going to have a text of gray and 300. Okay, in just the text of label here, email, and that's it. Okay, next we have the input tag. So right after our label, input, the type will be email, the ID will be email, and I'm going to style it after we can see it. So where's the input? It's here, but you can see it. So let's go ahead and start styling it. We don't need the name for this, but we do need a couple of classes. So class, and we want this to span alongside its entire width of the container. So we're going to give it a width of full. Now if we to see something, let's also add border. Okay, now you can see it. Now let's add padding of both axes, but first we're going to start with the x-axis of 4 and then a padding on the y-axis of 2. Let's round down the edges with LG. Now when we focus here, I have to take out the outline. So focus, outline none, and then we're going to add a different kind of focus. Focus, ring 1, and now let's add a color. Focus to the focus of ring blue and 500. Also add, first of all, let's check it out. There we go, blue. Now for the dark mode, I'm going to change the background to gray and 700. Text in dark mode, not on dark mode, gray of 300. So let's try this out. Perfect. Okay, all we need to do now is copy this. So each and every div, copy it, paste it in here 3 times. And let's add also down here a button. Then we're going to work ourselves up again. Button with the type of submit. It's just send as a text. And now let's quickly style it. So class of padding on the y-axis of 2, padding on the x-axis of 4, ABG blue, and 500 text white, rounded LG, dead. Working. Let's add hover effects, hover, increase the color from blue, BG blue, 500 initially to 700. Then dark mode, we're going to BG, we even need, yeah, let's do it. Dark BG, not it. I'm happy with this looks, even in dark mode. Yep. Okay, we're done with this part. Now let's move upwards, because we're going to have here not a input tag, but we're going to have a text area with no name, but the ideal message. And I'm going to use the same classes, just going to put the classes. Now we can delete the input. For the label, we're going to have here message, and everything else is going to stay the same. Let's move upwards for the next one. Actually, to the first one, because I just styled the wrong one as the first one. So the very first one will be text for the 4, and the label will also be text, and actually name, not text. Sorry about that. So name, and we're going to replace the input, the type of text. The ID will be also name, and that's pretty much it. This is now working. Now let's work on the logic. This is going to go really quickly. We're going to go down here on our script. So let's type comment dark mode script, and then we're going to come down here, another comment form submission. And it's really easy. We're just going to grab onto the form. So document dot get element by ID. Remember, we gave this the ID of contact form, contact and form. We're going to add this a event listener. And this time we're not going to use click, but we're going to use submit. So open and close double quotation marks, then submit for the text, then the function. And this is going to be a event-driven function. So we're going to look for the event. So I could type in here event. I usually use E for event. So event, so it's more clear. And that event, whatever that event is, in our case, is going to be a submit event. We're going to first of all prevent the default behavior, which would be to submit the form, and then send just a alert of form submitted. Submitted, exclamation mark, because it's shouting in them. So click on it, form submitted, whoop-de-doo, dark mode, form submitted. Perfect. So we're done with the contact part. Next up, let's move on. I'm going to also close the script here, close the entire contact section. I'm going to move now towards our footer and our upwards button. Okay, so let's take care of our footer and our button upwards. And first we're going to create a button upwards, and I'm going to show you how to implement smooth scrolling, because let's go to the top. If we go down to projects, it's just going to jump down to projects. If here we go down in a finished project, we go down to projects, going to scroll down smoothly. So, and there's a simple way of doing this. First, let's create our button. Or let's implement smooth scrolling. So we are in the About section. We want to go down to projects. We want this to happen smoothly. We're going to go up to our HTML here. And it's actually a simple Tailwind CSS class. So let's add to the HTML class of scroll and dash smooth. And that's all you need to do. And now if you scroll down to projects, scroll down, or click on projects or contact, going to go down smoothly. Okay, same thing in dark mode. Perfect. Now let's take care of our footer down here. So let's go down, let's close this up, go down here and create first of all a button, and we're going to use a anchor tag to create that button. So anchor tag, which is going to have the href of hexadecimal about. We're going to go up to the about page. Not going to add any target to this, and also we don't need this. Now for the text, we're just going to type in here top. There we go. There's a top, and this should be actually up here. Boom. Now for classes, we're going to have the following. First, I want this to have a dark background, BG, gray, and 900. Then the text will be white. Okay, so there's a little button down here. Now let's make the button round it, and we're going to use full. Let's add a padding of 3. Okay, there's a button. Now let's position it to the right side. We're going to use here right 10, and before we do that, we're going to position it absolute. Okay, there we go. Also, let's push it upwards, and from the bottom, we're going to go 20 upwards. That's more like it. Now let's add a couple of hover effects. So hover, and when we hover it, I want the BG gray and 700. And when we're in dark mode, we're going to have a BG white. And now let's go with gray. Gray 100. And then the text should be white. So dark mode, text, gray, and 900. Okay, and also when we hover in dark mode over it, dark, hover, background, BG gray, and 300. Also, you want to add a little element to it, a little grow element. You could also increase on hover, increase the padding to, let's see, 4. So from 3 to 4, going to have this effect. This is of course not nice, so let's add a transition all duration 300. Okay, something like this. Okay, so does the button work? I click on it, it should take us to the top. Click on it, go back to content. All we need to do now is finish our footer, and this is really, really easy, quick one. Let's go to the footer tag. Let's add here, first of all, a div, the class of container, margin on the x-axis of auto, max margin, auto, then a all-around padding on, actually only on the x-axis 6, then a padding on the y-axis of 3, and a text center. And within this div, we're just going to have a paragraph tag with the ampersand, copy, and semicolon in order to have the @ 2025, my portfolio. Just write in your own name, and all rights reserved. Okay, so there's our footer down there. Now let's go to the actual footer tag. Also, let's finish up text. So class to the text, we want this to have a gray color, gray and 700. And in dark, we're just going to change it to a lighter gray color. So gray and 300. Okay, try this out. Perfect. Now for the footer itself, for the footer tag, let's add a class of BG white, shadow, and margin top 12. And also in dark, we're going to have a BG gray and 800. And that's it. So if we change this to dark mode, just can change the background and voila. We are done with our little project. Hope you enjoyed it. Let's check it out once more. So up here, navigation with dark mode, with effects on the navigation items themselves, a about page or a about section with a description, photo of us. You can scroll down using navigation to our projects. This is going to open up different projects, everything that we did so far. And then we have a context section. We can type in our name or email, some message, send it. Yes, of course, Norbert at mail, and I, and send it, successfully sent. Want to go up to the top once more, you can go upwards, go down to contact, change to dark mode, and scroll through our dark mode page. So hope you enjoyed it and see you in the next one. So until this point, we learned how to use Tailwind CSS in regular HTML, but we need to move on to frameworks. And for example, we are going to create not this entire thing. This is just a random, actually not random, it's a color generator. Basically, it's going to generate for you different colors so you can see how the entire color palette looks, how buttons will look, a prime button, secondary button, outline button, a card would look, alerts would look, simple alerts, informational alerts, so far and so on. And down here, we have our own alert, own card, own buttons. And the idea behind this is also, you can check them out in dark mode, because there are a couple of things that change. For example, the card, the background changes. For this, also the background changes. The idea would be for you to easily identify the best colors for your design. Also, if you just click here, this will copy to clipboard. And if I would paste this in here, you can see Indigo 700. And this is useful because the components that we are going to create, and actually this is why we're going to work now in React. The idea will not be to create applications in React. You're not learning React here, but the idea would be to create components that use Tailwind CSS. So Tailwind CSS components, which you basically would need to pay for in Tailwind if you want to use their components. So they do cost a lot. Okay, so that's the main idea behind actually this course, to learn Tailwind CSS and to create your own reusable components. And we're going to do that by installing Tailwind CSS with Vite and React. So let's get started. Now let's get started with installing React. First things first, be very, very careful. We are working here with React version 3.4.17. So not version 4. It's a bit different. We are also going to talk about version 4, but in a different segment. So version 3. So far and so on. What is it? Version 3.4.17 is the last version 3, and we're going to work with this. So in order to install Tailwind CSS in a framework, we need to go here, work frameworks guide, and we're going to use it with Vite. Okay, there's no simple React here, as you can see. We're going to use it with Vite. And Vite is extremely fast. Many people love Vite. I love Vite. I work most of the time using Vite. So let's get started. Let's drag this to the side. Drag our project here, our Tailwind sandbox. We're going to go into projects, and you're going to work again in Start, React, and you're going to see here a color palette folder. And this is where, well, basically this little fellow already exists for you. So this is already coded. What we are going to do is create our own components and then move on to this application, to ShopKing, and use it here. So let's go ahead. I'm going to drag this back here. Install Vite. So you'll be in React. Let me open up the terminal. So terminal, that's CD to start. So you're going to CD to start. I'm going to CD to finish. First of all, projects. So be in projects. Then type in start. You're going to type in finish. And then React. So projects, start, and React. Come in here. Now we're going to use this command. Just going to close this up. npm create Vite at latest. We're going to use the latest version of React space dot, because I wanted to create it in this folder, in this React folder, space dash dash space dash dash template. And we're going to use now the template of React. Okay. And hit yes. I'm going to ignore files and continue. Okay. Framework. use React. TypeScript, no TypeScript, just going to use regular JavaScript. And there we go. Next, we need to take a look in our folder here. And well, I'm going to go now to finished. So we have our color palettes, and we're going to take this color palettes folder and drag it into here, to source. We're going to use it from here. Now it says here cd into your my project, but we already are in our project. This is what you're going to see in React, just everything already pumped in here. So from here, we're just going to take these commands, close this up, and install Tailwind CSS version 4. So npm I for install space dash capital D is dependency Tailwind CSS at free space host CSS is very important, and auto prefixer. Install this. You should then see on your left side that the no dependencies will be created. Now we're going to install the Tailwind configuration file. So mpx this time, not npm, mpx Tailwind CSS space init space dash e. And this is going to create for us the Tailwind CSS configuration file. So this little file right here. Now we're going to open this up. And the way we're going to search for our content, as you can see here, is a bit different as the previous one. So just copy both of them, paste them in here. Next, we're going to use now you have here 2 CSS files. You can basically delete them both if you want, or keep them both. I would say that you delete the app CSS, leave the index CSS, and replace here everything with just these 3 lines of code. So add Tailwind, add Tailwind base, add Tailwind components, and add Tailwind utilities. So you should be good to go. Don't forget to hit save, close everything up. We are in our React folder here, and just npm run dev, hit enter. You should see here a local host 5174 appear. Hold down Control and click on it. And this should, open up. Go to your source app.js and delete app CSS because it's looking for this little fella. So this is running. Now let's test if actually Tailwind CSS is running. So I'm going to delete everything that is in app.jsx with an h1 with a class of text red and 300 and text 3xl and with Tailwind CSS as the text. Hit enter, hit save, and there we go. It should look like this, and also text, enter, and you're good to go. Okay, so we can see Tailwind CSS is working, and we're good to go to create a couple of nice components. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how you can link up this little project, and then we're going to get cooking with our components. Okay, in this video, we're going to clean up our application, run our application, and set up the color palettes into our application. So let's go to the app.jsx. And within here, I'm going to clean up everything. So leave these 2 elements in here. Also delete this count and delete these. You can delete here everything. So just leave your app as it is, a blanco app. Hit save. And also let's run it. So npm run dev. Let's stop my application. So basically I am in Tailwind CSS projects finished, and React, and you need to be in start. Okay, that's all. Let's hit enter, and this should start the application. Click on the local host, and there we go. There's no more title here, as you can see. Now we need to bring in this little fellow, which is the color palette generator. So you have these files already in your app. So what I'm going to do is just copy this and bring it in here as a component. So less than sign, and just close it up here. Now you need to import it before the function. So from up here, import, and it's called color palette and generator. And this is going to be brought in from open and close double quotations dot up 1 level into the color palette generator folder. And within here, we're going to have the color palette generator. Hit save, and this should be up and running for you. Okay, so let's open now up the color palette generator. And I'm just going to explain a couple of things here. We are using React, which is a JavaScript framework. Now, hopefully you're familiar with React. If you want to learn React, I have a separate course on React. You can find it down at the end of this video. At the end of this course where I have my bonus courses. So React is just a JavaScript framework. It makes life much easier. And this is where Tailwind CSS really shines. because we can create components. As you can see here, these components are ready to be used. Components, button components, primary, secondary, outline, card, alert, different types of alert, and it's just larger in a bit. If I change here the color, then we're going to have a different color palette for the color of slate. And you can already see how the other buttons would look, or buttons, the other components would look. Now down here, this is where we're going to create our own components. So let's just change here a lime color, and you can see that everything just easily changes. And then you can select your color that you wish to use for in different components. Although I'm going to come back to this, not all components are all color compatible. Now, if you want to look for how these components will look in dark mode, especially the outline button and the card, then just click the switch, and this will show you how they would look in dark mode. Okay? So, pretty exciting project, because we're going to create 3 major components here. We're going to create a major button component that will be type specific. So if you change the type, it's going to change the primary, secondary, or outline button. We're also going to create this ready to be used card component and these 2 alerts. These are also type dependent. So if you change the type from a information alert to a simple alert, it's going to change to this alert. This will be an informational alert. So this is what we're going to create in the upcoming videos. So what I would suggest that you do is, first of all, if you never used React, just code along, try to understand, because I'm going to explain in pretty greater detail how everything works. If you want to learn more about React, then just go ahead and take a React course. So with this being said, let's jump into the very first one, which will be to create here in the color palette folder. In components, you can see there's already 3 folders. And this is where we're drawing in our ready components, but we're going to create our own custom components. And you'll see that as soon as I change just a bit of data, the component will completely change. Okay, so I would say that we get started with the next one, which will be create our own button component. Okay, let's get started with our very first component. Now we're going to create these components from scratch, so please bear with me. We're going to open up our Explorer, go into components here, go to the button, and create a new file. We're going to just call it button.jsx. So the other one is buttons because it's exporting multiple buttons. Okay, within here, we get a RFC, and this is going to initiate, we're also going to close up the Explorer, initiate a export default function button. If you don't have the extension installed, it is React, have it? This one right here, simple React snippets. If you are not interested in this snippet, then you just need to type out this text. Export default function, name of the function, open and close curly brackets, parenthesis, open and close curly brackets, return, and a component always needs to return 1 element. Whether it is a open and close nothing, I forgot how these are called. It's so long that I used their definition. It's going to come back to me. Well, we're going to use here a button, not a div, but a button. We're going to say button, and now we need to import this button. So we're going to go here, back to our color palette, and scroll down until you see these 3 buttons. And after these 3 buttons will come this text, it's H3, and then this do create your own button component. Right here, we're going to import the buttons, open button, close it up. And now we're going to go to the top and let's just say here, comment custom components, import. Let's import a button from open and close double quotation marks dot / components and / buttons. And from here, we're going to choose our button. Okay, that's basically it. And I misspelled something, and there should be from, not form. There we go. So here's a button down here. You can click it. By the way, I'm just going to add a prop to it. Now props are brought in through these parentheses and they pass down to the component. So for example, I'm going to bring in here on click, go to the button on click event. I'm going to just set this to on click. So whatever the event will be, we're going to trigger it here as on click. You're going to go back to the color palette, go down to the button, just use the navigation here, just Control F and capital B, button. You're going to find your button component down here. Okay, now because we have that prop, as soon as you hover over it, you will see what kind of props, isn't this showing? You should see actually, you actually see it, what kind of props you do have on your button. So I know I have a on click, because I just created it, on that button. And I could just pass in here a function that will alert, and because this is already a built-in function, I could just say button click. Okay, so let's try it out. Oh yeah, by the way, I would like to have you as a function that needs to be triggered. So as soon as I click on this button, the function will be triggered. Okay, so I just created here a callback function. So anonymous function, error function, trigger, alert, click on this button, alert will be triggered. So we know that the button works. Okay, now a button needs to have a background color. In Tailwind CSS, we have values for our colors. So for example, if you just click here, you're going to see, and try to paste it in here, you have to see that the complete value will be triggered. So basically, if I want a blue 600, so this color, I would just click here and paste it in somewhere. And there we go. I would have the name of the color and the value. Now these two are very important because we are going to use them here. So we're going to use color as a prop and value as a prop. Both of them will be passed down here in classes. So after we have a click event on our button, we're going to pass in here classes. So the difference between, first of all, regular HTML and React is that there are no classes, they're class names. So instead of classes, as you would have written in HTML, you have class name. So in this class name, we're going to send here in the background color. For example, this color, I'm just going to send it here, BG, and paste this in. There we go, the background is blue. Now I don't want to pass in the color as this because this would mean that the component wouldn't be reusable. Let's just demonstrate it down here. I'm going to copy this component, paste it down here, and both of the buttons are now blue. I don't want this. I want maybe one button to be red and one button to be blue, one button to be outlined, and so forth and so on. So what we can do is pass the values down as props. We already have here color and value as a prop, so we're going to use them up here. For example, color will be then, and this needs to be a string, blue, and the value is equal to, and the value, we are going to pass it in as a number. So let's say 500. And I'm going to repeat myself down here with the second one. This is going to be red. Let's also have a third one because this is going to be green. Okay, so we got ourselves 3 buttons. They don't look as much, but if you click on them, we know that they work. So let's go to the button component. Let's try to use our values. First things first, we created 3 buttons. So let's just say we're going to have 3 different kind of buttons. I'm going to go above this return and say that const variants, we're going to create 3 variants of buttons. So open and close curly bracket. I'm going to create here an object with key value pairs. One will be default, and this default value, I'm going to add up here, also as variants as a prop. And I'm going to assign to this prop the default value of default. What I mean by default value of default. So if nothing is defined for the button, it's going to take as value the string of default. And this is defined here. I can name this primary, and I was passing here primary, and this will still be the default assigned value. Okay, so this is equal, not triple equal, testing the type and value and so on and so on. So the default value will be now, and I'm going to open and close backticks here because we are going to use the colors, so these props as variables in here. So we're going to have a BG, background color of $sign. This is why I showed you how you can use it in JavaScript, because in React it's the same thing. We're going to pass in here the color. Now the color also has a value, so we're going to do here a dash, open and close $sign, open and close curly brackets, value. And because the value is actually a number, I'm going to transform it into a string by using the toString operator and open and close parentheses. This is going to be a string. Now this variant or variants, I'm going to pass down here in the button. Instead of blue color, I'm going to pass it in here, open and close curly brackets, open and close backticks, and pass it in here as a variant. Actually, this should be just variant. Also down here, in the variant. So these will be multiple variants. You're going to have default, primary, default, secondary, and outline. And within here, from the variants, we're going to pass in the variants, but we're going to select only one variant. And this variant will be whatever variant will be selected by the user. And if the user doesn't select, or we do not select any kind of variant for these buttons, then the default value will be default. And the default will have a BG of color, whatever color is passed in. And because you can already see down here, we have 3 different buttons. Now, let's continue on with some default style for each and every button, because differentiating one button from another will be colors, specific border, specific backgrounds, but padding, border radius, text style, and so on and so on will be the same from each and every button. So I could create here, actually I'm going to go above the variants, a variable called const base style for each and every button. And each and every button will have a margin to the left. Actually, let's leave the margin. A padding on the x-axis of 4, a padding on the y-axis of 2, a rounded -MD border, a font semi-bold, and a cursor pointer. Now, because we're going to have different, as you can see here, hover, also here, if I change dark background, hover effect. Also going to add here a transition, but only for the colors. Okay. Now, if you want to pass in later on a couple of custom classes, then I'm also going to include here a cust classes. And cust, I don't like this, cust classes. And this we're going to pass up here, once again, as a prop. So if you want to add some kind of custom class, then this will be passed down here and will add to your classes. And they will be useful. I'm going to show you just in a couple of seconds. So let's take this base color and pass it down here in classes. And we're going to actually pass it before the variant. So here, dot, open, close, $, open and close curly brackets. And there we go. We have now styled all 3 of our buttons. Simple as that. And you know what? I'm going to go up here and wrap them into a dot flex and flex wrap. And let's just push all 3 of them up here. Okay, last thing, gap 2. There we go. Okay, flex in the row direction and let them wrap. Perfect. Now, what I do not like about my blue text here and my red one, let's take a look at red. Although at 500 the text is dark, I would much rather prefer it as white. And actually, I think that is under 500 should be dark, and what is equal or above 500 should be white. So how can we do this? Well, I'm going to go back to the button. You'll be guessing, hey, you're going to tell us. Yes, I will tell you. Up here, create another variable, const, call this text color. And this, I'm going to assign, again, to backticks. I'm going to type in text, then dash, and whatever color will be passed in here, color, actually not the color, whatever value will be passed in here. If this value is greater or equal to 500, then we're going to have here a string of white, else we're going to have a string of black. So I'm going to take this text color, go down to my variant, just a tinge smaller, of default, background color, plus value, and then after this I'm going to add a text color here. You can see that all of them are white. Now if I would go outside and change the value of the first one, of the blue one, 400, hit save, then the text will change into dark text and the background color will change, well, into a lighter background color. Let's go here, blue, blue, there we go. So 400, 400, and the value, and the text is dark. If I change this to a 700, then the text will automatically turn white. Isn't this cool? Yes, it is. Let's continue on. Next, let's also add a hover effect. So right after text color, we're going to continue on typing hover, BG, whatever color is passed in here, color. Now I need to tell you something, that most of the hover effects will not work excepting a value of 700. Now this is only due to the fact that we're passing these down as props. If you would do a unique button, you can type in whatever color you want, it will work. So let me go back here, change this to a 500, and if I hover over it, it's going to hover 700. Now if I change this value to anything else, let's say 600, you can see it won't work. Even, let's go down to a 400. You can see this won't work also. So your default value will be 700. Now there's one small problem that if, for example, I would change the color, go back here, change it down to 300, I hover over it, I have a dark background and I have a dark color. We don't want that. So we're going to go back here and say hover text white. Simple as that. And now if I hover over it, the background changes and the color changes. Okay, we're done with the base, the primary button. Next, we're going to create a secondary button. Okay, so we got our primary button up and running, very first one. The second one, I'm going to change it to a secondary button. So what we're going to do now is create another variable. Let me even smaller. Yeah, I'm going to leave it this way. So boom. First, we're going to create another variant here. So variants, this will be the secondary, and we're going to open and close backticks. Again, BG. Now the secondary button, as you can see, it has a very light color, and this will always be a very light color. The lightest color that we have, first we're going to use our color, whatever color is passed down here, so color. And the lightest color that we have is 50, but 50 is So I'm going to use 100. Now, in order to see these changes take effect, remember we have a prop here called variant, and it's default. So default, I'll change to primary. You can change to primary if you want. Just want to show you that this will be the default one. So we're going to go back to colors, and this button, I'm going to also use the variant on it. I'm going to pass in here the string of secondary. Now, as soon as I do this, you can see that the color is changing here. Although I have red and a value of 500, the color remains 100 because I'm forcing it here. So this is now ignoring everything that we wrote in default, and it's only taking into consideration this background of 100. Not even a hover effect. Nothing is coming from our default value. But this means that we need to add more values to this. For example, the text will also not change depending on what value we have here, but it's going to change after the color we add in here. So color, and we're going to force it to be a specific value, and the most common value will be a 600 value. Everything that is underneath this value will not be triggering the color. Now, because it's a secondary button, we also need to reduce its font weight, as you can see here. So I'm going to use here font of normal. Now, when we hover over the button, we still want to have some kind of effect, but a small one. So the next value that I'm going to add here will be a hover BG, whatever color is passed in here, and then just the next value after 100, which is 200, we're just going to have a light hover effect on it. Now let's go outside and let's just change the color. And you can just negate this value. I'm going to comment it out, but leave it in there. Did I just break the program? Oh yeah, because I should mention here that we also need to check if the value exists. So it doesn't have to exist necessarily. So if value and value is above, you know what? I'm not going to do it this way. We're just going to assign, because I should assign this earlier, but we're going to do it here. So because this has no value, it's throwing an error. And I'm going to just assign the default value of 500. Also, I'm going to assign here the default color of blue. So as soon as we use the button component, it will have a color and it will have a value. And it's just fair to do it this way, because if we don't do it, then it's just going to throw an error as soon as we use the button. So we can now go here, not use any kind of value for this button. The value will be predefined. We just need to change the color. For example, lime color, looking pretty good. And the button works exactly as intended. Now you can play around with this. For example, in dark mode, there's no changes yet here. The only change will be to the outline button, which we're going to take care of just in a couple of seconds. But let's say we want a amber color. I just need to copy. Well, actually, this won't work. Amber. And let's say we're going to work on our outline for amber. Paste this in here and change the value to 100. Go down to the bottom. And there it is, an amber. And we're going to work on this one next up, because we're going to create our outline color. Okay, now in order to create our outline variable, we're going to go back to button and create the next one. So just going to copy this, replace this with outline, and I'm good to go back here and change the variant is equal to outline. Okay, so no changes yet because we didn't add anything specific to it. Now let's delete everything that we have here. I like to start fresh. Shouldn't have even copied it. Let's hit save. So we got our nothing button here. One thing I want to change is the text of the button. We have 0 possibilities to add any kind of text. So what I'm going to do now is come down here. Instead of blue, I'm going to go in here, wrap it into curly brackets, type in children, with lowercase, type in lowercase children, okay? And if children exist, then display the children. If not, just display click the string of click me. So if I hit save, we need to pass this up here as a prop. So now instead of that number, we have click me, click me, click me. Now we can go outside to the button. In order to pass in children, you need to use not a self-closing component, but an opening close component. This is pretty simple. You're just going to delete this and close here the component. So button and close it up. Okay. Now, if I type in here something, let's type in start, the value or the name, the text of the button will change. Now, remember that I added custom classes, the property of custom classes. So for example, I want to make this button as wide as these buttons. So I'm going to come up here, type in classes or cus classes is equal, open close curly brackets. Now, you don't need this. You can just type in also within double quotation marks. And let's say width and full. And this is going to give me a full width of the button. So it's going to take up the entire width of its container. For example, if I want to add a shadow to this little fellow, I'm going to add it first of all here, shadow, and also just copy this from here. So I'm going to copy everything this here and paste it here. Did I do it correctly? Yes. Take out this width full. So once again, what I just do? I just removed this little fellow from up here, added the name of start, now going to be, let's say, pause, and close up the component here. In order to add children, you need to close up the component. You can't have a normal component. So I also added the class of shadow to this. If I would remove the class of shadow, it will look like this. Okay. Now let's move on to our outline button. Let's go back to our buttons. First things first, I'm going to add a border. Boom. So we can always see we have a light border here. We want to add color to the border. We need to use border dash dollar sign, open close curly brackets, color, whatever color is passed in here. And we need to set this to 500. This is one of the colors that works as a value. So once again, in this kind of button, we will not use value, only the color variable. And also I'm going to add now, so copy this from here and paste it in here. And this will be finish. Okay. Next up, go back to the button. Let's add a text color. So text dash the color that is going to be passed in, color. And we also need to set this to a regular color. Remember, the color that is working as a text is 600. So we're also going to set this as 600. The font will be again normal font. Now the background needs to be transparent. So BG transparent. Now if I hover over this button, I want to have the smallest inch of effect for it. So what I'm going to do is type in here hover BG, the color that is passed in, color, and then 50. There we go. Just a slight change of color. Now one last thing we want to add to this, because this is one of the buttons that will be affected, change it to the dark mode, by the dark mode. But we are going to use this when we're going to come to the project section. So we're pretty much done with our button components. Next, we're going to create a card component. Now let's create a card component. This is a very exciting one. So let's go open up our Explorer. In card, create a new file. We're going to call it card.jsx rfc, React Functional Component. We're going to leave this as a div. Close this fellow up and save it. Bring it in here. Right after show cards, going to scroll down here to do create your own card component. Bring in the card. And I'm just going to tell you, we're going to also bring it in as a component that can also accept children. Okay, so let's go up here. You can just copy this button, and instead of button, we're going to replace everywhere this with card. This will be cards and, was it cards? Yes, it was cards and then card. So this should work. Perfect. So we have down here something that says card. Okay, let's go to a card component. Now, the card is one of those components that is going to have, I'm just going to start and pass in all of the props. It's going to have a BG color. It's going to have a text color. It's also going to have a dark mode. Dark mode is going to have children, and it's going to have a card title. After card title, we can also have a card text. But honestly, this is getting a little bit too much, and I'm going to show you how we can, well, change this with children, simplify it. Because each card could be, at the end of the day, individual in description, but it has a longer, shorter description. The title could be more complex. The way this looks could be different. Also, most of the cards have images. We're not going to do this. We're going to maybe do it in a project or in a later project, but it's pretty simple. Just going to replace the background with the image. So let's go to the card down here. First, we need to create our general card, how it looks. So I'm going to go into the very first div, create a class name, and start adding here, delete those double quotation marks, open and close curly brackets, open and close backticks, and start adding here, and just move this part down, some general classes. For example, our card will be rounded with LG. It's going to have an overflow of hidden, a shadow of MD, and now if we change here, let me just show you here in a finished project, but change this to dark mode, the background of the cards where the text lives will also change. We need to pass in the dark mode here. I'm going to leave it in dark mode, but we're going to pass it in. So open first of all $sign, open and close curly brackets. We're going to pass it in as the prop. So dark mode, and if it's not undefined, then we're going to use dark mode. Now, if it is defined, then dark mode could be, so if dark mode exists, then we're going to have a BG gray and 700. And if it does not exist, if it's not triggered, then we're going to have a BG white. Simple as that. Now let's also work on the text, because I'm going to now step, where are we here? So still within the backticks, going to say now that if dark exists, then BG gray and 700 and dark text white. Now this is just due to the fact that I'm going to trigger it from this button. And this is just a state that I'm passing here down here. This, on the other hand, will be automatically recognized, as you can remember, through the dark class that is added to the body. So we're done with this part. Now let's move on to the container of the card. So we're going to create now this little header. I'm going to call this header, and this header, well, will contain nothing unless we add something to it, for example, an image or something, but it will have a class name. I'm going to wrap this into backtick, so open and close curly brackets, and a BG of whatever BG color, variable of BG color will be passed down here, basically the prop. And also I'm going to give this a min height of 24. And there we go. Now let's add some content. After the header, we're going to first of all check if there are any children being inserted into the card. So if there are children, then just display the children. But if not, then open and close parentheses. And actually, this should also be wrapped into parentheses. And I'm just going to move this down here. And let's create a div with a class of padding 4. Within here, we're going to create an h4 with a class of font, bold, and dot margin bottom 2. Here we're going to have the card title. So if the card title exists, then display the card title. Doesn't, then just display the card title as a text. And you should see here, card title, we can see it. Let's first of all pass in here default color. So BG and default color is blue 500. Now if I pass in here any other color, go down to the card and BG color, let's go with the lime color. And just select it from up here. Type in lime 500. So remember, you could just select lime 500 and paste it in here, and it's going to work. Or 700. Let's go for 500. Much prettier. Lime 500, pass it in, and you should have it 500. 400 here. Sorry. So let's switch out the dark mode so we can now see the title, but I should be able. Now we never pass down here dark into the prop, so let's go into a card and pass down dark mode and just type in dark mode. Now we should have access to, if I click it here, then the color will be triggered. Remember, this is just using state. So in the project that is coming up after we have our components, you're going to see this being taken care of differently. So we're just inserting this to class, okay? So I can trigger it. So the next thing that we need to add to our card after the title will be some kind of text. So we're going to come here, a padding, not a padding, a paragraph tag with the text of text dash sm and dot opacity. I want this to have the same color, but less opacity that the initial text that will be inserted. So opacity, and 80, and then a margin to the bottom of 4 once more. And we're just going to pass in here the text of this is a simple card component styled with Tailwind CSS utility classes. Boom. There we go. There's the text. And you're wondering, where are we going to add this text color? Why are we adding it to the text? We could add it to the text, but what I actually want to do, normally the text and the title are kind of the same color. This is why I just added the opacity differentiator to them. So for example, take out dark mode. It looks pretty good. It is readable. You could add the text color to them, both. Just add it up here, and each and every text will be then changed. But what I want to do is create down here a button. And this button will just say read more, ... Now this is where I want to apply my text color. So let's say I'm going to have here class name. Now obviously you can change this. Open and close curly brackets, open and close backticks, text, dash, and the color. And pass in here text and color. Okay. Now we also need to pass down the text color. And we could have it the same as the color here, but once again, not all colors will work. So for the text color, we're just going to add a color and we're going to force the value of 600. So let's add here text color. You know what? Let me try something else first of all. So let's do a regular lime and 500. I'm going to take out the value here. And as we can see, that does not work. So let's do a 600. And this is the one that works. So even 700, 800, so they only work above 500. 600 will work, but anything less than this will not work. So I'm going to leave it up to you. Do you want to pass in here different colors, or do you want to just pass in here? I'm going to leave this here, copy it, comment it out, lime, and then you need to pass down here the value, 600 for example. Okay, now let's make the text now a bit more prominent. First, we're going to shrink it down in text SM, make it smaller, and then font and go to medium. Okay, there we go. We have ourselves a custom card. Now let me show you how this works with children. And the way we're going to do this is take this, copy it, go outside, and you know what? I need to create another card. Let's create a second card. I'm going to change this to red. And now I'm going to create here custom cards. So go back to the card, copy this, go in here and paste it within those two card tabs. Now we are missing a couple of things. So for example, card title, this is too much. Just need to add in here some kind of title. So my card with children. Then down here, instead of the text color, we will actually have the text color of lime. Did I have lime? Red. I had red. And now I have a different card. So this means that I don't need this. And I also, well, that's pretty much everything that I don't need. But in the above card, I can go ahead and go up here and say card title and say my custom title. For the text, we could also replace this card text, and let's just do a my custom text goes here, and I love my custom. Oh my god, what am I typing? Custom text. I needed some text, and you cannot write lorem ipsum here. So card text. Wait, why isn't this working? Wait, and yes, because why not? We'd replace it in the card with card text, and if card text exists, then display the card text, else display a card text goes here. Okay, my custom title, my custom text, read more, so on and so on. action. You can change the action button, but as you can see, there's so much to do here. If these are not simple cards, it would be buy, this would be try more, or whatever. I would suggest that you do it with children. Why I wanted you to have both variants. Okay, that's it for this. Let's move on to, that's it for cards. Let's move on to alerts. Now in this video, we're going to create our own alert. It's not going to be only one, but two alerts. Going to be an information alert and a simple alert. So we're basically going to create once more a component, a alert component that's going to have two types, just as we had with the buttons, but they had multiple types. So let's go here in our Explorer and create in alerts. So component alerts, a new file called alert.jsx. Close up the Explorer, and now we're just going to create an React functional component. We're going to call it alert. Hit save so we can see it. Now import it. Let's go down. We have our alerts buttons. Then we have showcase card, and there we go. There's our alert. And right here where it says create your own alert, we're going to bring in our alert component from components. And up here, it's already brought in automatically for me. So alert, there we go. If not, just go to /components is it backslash forwards? forward slash alerts and alert. Okay, let's go down to our component here. Let's just leave it here and let's open up the component. So what does a alert contain? We're going to talk shortly about props, open and close curly brackets. We need a type of alert. First, we need to specify the type. We need the color of the alert, and we need some sort of message that we want to pass down. So each time a alert is triggered, we want to be able to say what kind of alert it is, what kind of color should it have, and what should it say. I'm not going to assign to this a default value here. I'm going to do it a different way. So first things first, let's go here in the div. It's going to be just a normal div. Let's add here class name, open and close curly brackets. So delete those double quotation marks, open and close backticks. And let's create a BG and send in the color. That's very important. The first thing that we need to specify here is the color. Now, due to the fact that alerts are really, I should explain it the best. Very simple elements. The color will always have a limited of 100 on its scale. After that, I'm going to pass in the type, and depending on what type it is, it's going to have borders or not. Or actually, yes, but just one single border. So I'm going to show you how you can do this. So first things first, we're going to open $sign, open and close curly brackets, and ask this is if the type is equal to the string of alert. I actually know what I'm going to change this to info, because this is an alert. Info. Then we're going to have, just as we have here in our informational alert, just one single border. So we need to add here, open and close double quotations, border dash left dash 4. So I have a thicker border. Now, if it is not, then we're just going to add a all-around border. So open, close, quotation marks, and border, and there we go. So we can already see that here our alert has a border due to the fact that I didn't specify what kind of alert it is. Now, remaining within our backticks, we're not done with our general design here. We're going to also say that the border, whatever border will be passed in here, will have then the same color that is going to be passed down, but I'm going to limit this to a 500 on the color scale. Also, the text that is going to be passed in will be, again, the same color. And again, it will be limited to a 700 color scale. Now, let's add some padding around the text. So padding of 4, all around padding. Let's round down the edges using just simply rounded. Okay, there we go. There's our alert. Now, instead of this alert, we're going to have a message. So what I'm going to do here is, first of all, check what kind of alert this is. Depending on what type of alert it is, we're going to have a information icon here. It's just going to be an SVG. We also use font awesome icons. I'm going to use an SVG because it's really accessible from all around the places. I don't want to include any kind of CDNs at each and every page. So if you just include this SVG, which is from w3.org, then it's going to work regardless from where the user would try to pull this icon. Now, as I said, first we need to check, so I'm going to delete this alert, check what type of alert we have. If we have the type of alert of info, then open and close parenthesis, and then a else, and open and close parenthesis. So if we have the type of info, then we're going to have a div here, open and close div, with the class name of flex and item center. So what I'm basically doing here is already aligning these two items, playing them as flags and aligning them to the center. So let's pass in our very first item, which will be an SVG. Now, I would suggest that you just, oops, I hit saves, and that's why I hit an error, because this is missing some information. You know what, I'm going to pass in the information really quickly. So paragraph tag, package, but open and close paragraph tag. And this is going to be really simple, open, close curly brackets, and pass in, if there is a message, then display me that message. Else, display me the string of simple alert. Now we're going to use the same idea up here. You can always see this is passing simple alert here. We're going to use the same one up here in the message, in the div, in the informational alert. We're going to use it again as I didn't copy the paragraph tag. So paragraph tag, but this is the second item. The first item is this icon. And also the paragraph tag this time will have a class of font medium. Perfect. So let's create before the paragraph tag now the SVG. Now, I'm not going to type out the entire thing. You can just copy it from the finished files, but let's just go through it. So we got an SVG, the class name. We're going to give it a width of 5, height of 5, a margin to the right. So it's going to have a little bit of distance there. And now I'm going to go back to the color palettes and type in here type info in a string info, and it's going to change to an information alert. Also, let's give it a color and string of red. And there we go, red alert. Red alert, great game. And let's move back to our alert. The message is not right. This should be informational alert, information alert. Okay, so we have the right alert now. If I would take out the type, leave this open, then we're going to have a simple alert, but the color will still remain the same. Okay, so let's put in our type again. And should I copy this to have both of them? Yeah, let's copy it, change the color to green, lime. I love lime. Check it out. Beautiful. Okay, simple alert, information alert, alert components. Just created two of the most used components that you will ever have, and that is alerts, custom alerts. Oh, actually the buttons will be the most used components, but the second most used is alerts, and then is cards, because you will always have some kind of back and forth with the user, and it is mostly done through alerts or pop-ups or notes or something like that. Okay, let's go back to our alert and let's talk about the SVGs. So these are the classes, then fill current color, going to fill the color, whatever the color is, going to change it here. Then where it's coming from here, XML and S. And then the path will be blah, 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 a lot of stuff that we don't need to know about. You just copy this in. There you go. You have your informational icon tag. You could also search for, let's say, would be interesting. So this is an information alert, but you could also create danger and caution and so forth and so on. And then you would need a danger icon, SVG. So let's search for your icon, SVG. Let's see. Yeah, something like this. So, but you would need one that is exactly like this. So from free.org. Let's see. Yeah, something like this. And this would be pretty cool. But you do need the entire SVG code. There we go. SVG. Correct. Let me test it out. I'm going to add it here. Oops. No. They do have explanations in it. SVG. Just going to copy this, paste it in here. We don't need this little fellow. Wait, so this is opening and closing again. Yeah, there we go. And that's a phone. Not what I wanted. I wanted SVG icons, phone. Well, there's no caution. Nevertheless, let's don't waste any more time. Hope you enjoyed it. We're kind of done with our components. Let's just do a recap here. So we have 3 buttons, depending on what we want to do. A primary button, a secondary button, and an outline button. Then we have card components. Our own card components, which are affected by the dark mode. The button, only one button is affected, but not quite, because I just added a background transparent, so it's going to have the background, whatever the background is. You do have to be mindful then with the color that you're choosing here. And then we have our alerts. And I'm going to take out that phone, unless you don't want to see that phone. So Control Z, the magic of Control Z. Okay, so we have everything that we wanted to achieve. And we can now move on and create a couple of awesome projects. So see you in the next one. Welcome to Shopping King. In this little project, you will learn how to implement all of the components that we have created for React, using Tailwind CSS, of course, and React. So we're just going to create here a simple shopping application. We're going to have multiple products. You can add more products if you want. we're going to have a shopping cart, and we're also going to have a dark mode. I'm going to show you this later on. So what can this little page do? It is first of all completely responsive from mobile to desktop view. It can add items to the shopping cart. Also, it brings in products from the products database. We're just going to hardcore the database. But we can have multiple products with multiple colors for the banner. We can have product name, product description, product price, product button. If we click on one of these buttons, then we're going to add one product to the shopping cart. Also, you saw here a little alert. You want to see it again? Then let's add another product. Let's say I want 2 products from product 1. Add another one. It's going to trigger our alert. Is going to increase the total value here for per product. We have 1 price, then 2 times going to be the double price. Down here, we're going to have the total value. Now, if you want to add multiple products from this product, we could just increase them from here, triggering once again a alert component. Also down here, you can see each and every button has its own background with its own icon, with its own color. The checkout button is a outline button. Now, if you want to delete one product completely, well, if you want just to reduce it, you're going to click on this minus. You're going to trigger a product remove from cart. Or if you want to delete it completely, then you can just delete it from here after a quick confirmation. And then once more, you're going to get that alert. Now let's say I want to add 3 times product 3, 2 times product 2, and 5 times product 1. So we have here a nice shopping cart. Now let's test our dark mode. Let's just click on this little icon down up here with the moon icon. This is going to turn to a sun, and the entire web page will then turn into dark mode, which with each card having its dark mode, the shopping cart having its dark mode, the buttons here having their dark mode. They have just a different hover effect now. The dark buttons and have a lighter hover. And the checkout button, well, it kind of remains the same as we're used to it because it has a completely transparent background. So once again, let's say we have, well, our product 1 costs a lot. Let's reduce this to just roughly $100. I increase it once more. Now we still have a little money left. It's only $279. So increase product 2 by 1. And let's also, we have $300. Maybe we still want to have a little cash left. So let's reduce product 3. There we go. You know what? I don't like product 3. So I'm going to delete it completely. Click here. And I'm happy with this. I still got $100 and something left. So I'm going to check out. And if we check out, click on this little button. First of all, we'll be prompted. We really want to check out. And if you're okay with it, then thank you for shopping or for your purchase. And this entire product page, after confirming this, the shopping cart will be emptied. So hope you're excited for this little project. And we're going to build it from the ground up, so from complete zero. So let's get started. Next, we are going to get started with, well, setting up our project. So remaining within our projects folder here, let me just close up everything completely. Remember, I will work in finished. You're going to work in start. So we could just go into our project once more. So if you stopped it before, I'm going to just restart everything. So CD into project, into finish. For you, it's start and then react. Okay, I'm just going to run now the server. So npm run dev. Open up the server. This is going to open up this server, our last project. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here to the app.js and just comment out this little fellow. Also, you can comment out this part. So what we're going to do next, which is going to leave us with just an empty page, we are going to go, nothing to call us here. We are going to create a new project. So just create here in source, a new folder. I'm going to call it shop and king. Okay. In our shop king folder, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it shop king and .jsx rfc react functional component. And there we go. There's our shop king. Save it. Go into app. And now here where we have our return, let's just rearrange this and just return, bring in the component of shop king and close it up. Okay. Now you could remove everything as I did here. You could leave it in. I would suggest removing it for now. Remember, you could just add everything back in. So all we want to return is the shop king, app, I mean. Now we're going to go to our folder back here, create a new folder, call it You know what? We're going to do it the other way. We're going to go into color palettes, take the components folder, copy it, close it up, go into Shopking and just paste it in. So Control V or Control or right click and paste. Go in here, open up the components, go into alerts, for example, delete the show, delete from the button the buttons, and from the cards, showcase card. Okay, so we're just going to have these three components. You can basically just drag them outside in the component because the folders are now redundant. Card, drag it out in the component. And where else do we have? Button, drag it out in the component. Okay, and just click on alert, hold down shift, click on card, select all three of them and delete them. Perfect. So in components, we have three components. Now, these components, I would call, get a new folder, utility. Let's just call it util. Take all three of them and move them in here. Okay, I'm going to close them all up here. Close this one up. Let's also close up the app. We no longer need it. And we're just going to go into Shopping King. And this is where the magic happens. From here, let's do our outline for the project. Up here, we're going to bring in utility. So util comp or utility components. Then we're going to bring in other components, comp. And before that even, well, actually after that, doesn't really matter. We're going to bring in the database. Then down here, we're just going to create a couple of states. We're going to have a state for the card, for our lures, for dark mode. And then we're going to just create, I'm just going to write this nicely out for you. We need to create a function that adds product to the card. Then create a function that is going to remove products from a card. We need to update the products in the card. We need to also be able to trigger dark mode, but I think I'm going to do this at the end. And we also need to handle our checkout. So create a function that is going to handle the checkout. Okay. So basically, that's all we're going to do. It's kind of a crude application. Create, read, update, delete. So I would say that we get started in the next video. And first of all, we're going to create next up this little header right here. And then we're going to move on from there. So let's get started with the header. First, I'm going to just take care of this very first div. I'm going to give this the class of container, a margin on the x-axis of auto. You can see in our finished project, if I drag this to the side, it's kind of contained to a specific width. So in order to achieve this, we have a container here. Going to contain the entire application. We're going to set our margins auto, so it's going to be centered. We're also going to limit this to a min height of screen and just a all-around padding of 6. So there's our shopping. Now I'm going to replace this with our header. Our header will be composed out of a general container of the header, then a text, which is going to contain 2 icons, and we need to use Font Awesome for this. Not Font Awesome, sorry. We're going to use React icons, so we need to install them. Then we're going to have here a text, and then this button right here, which is going to trigger the dark mode. So first, I'm going to create here a header tag. I'm going to give this the class of relative, and you already guessed it, this button right here is positioned absolute. This is why we're positioning the header as relative, or the container of the header. Then we're going to have a text of center in order to center all of the text, a padding on the y-axis of 12, a background blue of 600, a text white, and a rounded and LG. Okay. Also, I want to have a shadow down here. So I'm going to add as a very last thing here, shadow and MD. Also just go with shadow. Shadow is also okay. Shadow. Yeah, MD is still better. So MD. Next for the text. So fellow, we're going to come into our container of header. We're going to create an H1 with a class of flex. Now, why are we using flex here or just simple text? Because we have here 2 icons. So we got actually an icon, the text, and then another icon. So flex, and you know what? I'm just going to create this H1. Install now. You can just open up a new terminal and type in npm space I space react dash icons and hit enter. And this is going to install React icons. You can check it out here by going to your package.json, and you should see at dependencies, React DOM, didn't disinstall it. should already update it. Let me just check it. Create here the very first icon of FA crown and close it up. And we also need to bring them in. So we're going to go up here, import, and you're going to open and close curly brackets, FA and crown. And you need to tell it from dot forward slash, actually not the forward slash, just open close, double quotes, and react dash icons and dash FA. And if it does not appear, yep, it did appear. So it is installed successfully. If not, you would have to install it restart the server. So basically you would need to control C here, control C, to show you this. You're going to stop the server. If you are on a Mac, it's going to ask you for a confirmation. So just type in Y or enter. And we're just going to do a npm run dev once more, and this should restart the server. Open it times. So we have a crown, goes up package.json, but I should see it. Why the dev down here sleep beat? That's very strange. Am I finished? Okay, it installed it out here. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's do this one more time. Open a new terminal. Now you need to actually do not open a new terminal. Do the following. Stop the project. I installed it outside. That's the so you need to be in your project. So npm I react dash icons and install it. And you can see in dependencies, it's installed now as React icons. So I don't know why this worked. It shouldn't work. Maybe because I brought it in from somewhere else, but now it should work. Now it should definitely work. Okay, so we have our first crown. I'm going to add to this. You can play around with these icons. Actually, you can add to them classes. But what we are going to do is try to rotate them, as you can see here. One is rotated to the left side, one is rotated to the right side. So in order to do this, I'm going to add here class name. And I'm going to start with the left one. So I need to rotate it negative to minus rotate and dash 45 degrees. And then dash translate, also minus, because you need to translate it negatively. I'm going to translate it on the y-axis, translate on the y-axis 5. So let's hit enter, and didn't do anything. Am I on the right side? You need to restart the server. npm run dev. Sorry about that. So this should work now. Okay, and you should see it rotated. Don't forget to restart your server. Okay, so this is rotated. We're just going to copy it, paste it in one more time, remove this negative, and it's going to rotate in the other direction. Okay, now between them, we're going to add the text of welcome to shopping. Okay, and now we're going to go into this h1, add classes to it, class name of flex, justify and center, gap 2, text 4x XL, and font bold. Where's bold? There's bold. Okay, there we go. Underneath of H1, we're going to create a paragraph tag. So paragraph with a class of margin to the top of 2 and a text LG. And type in here the best place to buy amazing products. Okay. Now, right after this little fella, we are going to have a button. We already have our buttons here, so we're just going to bring in the button component. So button, and if you see this, the button, if Emmet is working here, dot components utility so far and so on is going to automatically up here bring in the button. If you don't see it, then you have to import button from open close double quotations dot / components / utilities / button. Okay, so I brought in the button, but I'm going to bring it in as an open close component because we are going to use children here. And the children will be as following. We're just going to display dark mode. Actually, we're going to have two icons. We're going to have a sun and we're going to have a moon. So I'm going to display them first of all both. So within here, we're just going to display a icon of FA sun and close it up. Then a FA, open FA and moon and close up this little fellow. So I'm going to go up here and bring them both in. So comma, FA sun and comma, FA moon. And you don't need the curly brackets now. So bring them in like this. We can see our button, we can see a sun and a moon. And we're going to have here a dependency as soon as we come to the document. Actually, you know what? I'm going to create it right now. So we're going to go up in state here. I'm going to create our very first state. And this will be just create const, open and close square brackets. And I'm going to have here dark mode and icons, and then set dark mode and icons. And we're going to assign this to use state. We need to bring in icons. Call this use state, open and close parenthesis, type in false. Go up here where we have React, comma, and bring in the hook of use state. Okay, and this should throw an error because this should not be in parentheses, but between curly brackets. There we go. What else don't you like? Use state, import use state. What? Yeah, you don't import it 2 times. Plus, you don't need to React if you're not working with implicit. You can just get rid of React. If it throws an error, then bring it back depending on the React version you're working in. But if you're working here in React, you should be in the version 18, I believe. Let me just check the package, just JSON. 19, even better, version 19. So we have here our state of dark mode icon. So if you're going to go down between the button and use the state now and say if dark mode icons is true, then display a sun. If not, then display a moon. Because it is set to false, its initial state is set to false, use state set to false. Dark mode icon is now false, it's going to display a moon. When we're going to implement dark mode, I'm going to click on this, it's going to display a sun. Simple as that. And this is also going to trigger the dark mode in our project. Now let's style and position our button. So I want here to have a blue, it's already blue, but we could also leave it this blue. I used a dark blue here, really dark blue. You can also leave it as this, perfectly fine. Now what I need to do is add this later on an on-click event and trigger dark mode, and I'm not going to do it right now. So the only thing that I'm going to add to this is a custom class. Remember that we have a cus class here. So open and close double quotation marks, and I'm going to have first of all a positioning of absolute, open and close quotations, absolute. And now where do we want to position it? Well, margin top empty and 4. Also top -1. Okay, now we want to move it to the right side. We're going to do a right and 5. Okay, there we go. Position perfectly and can be used then later on. Cool. We are done with the header. Now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so we implemented our header, and now I'm going to create, there should be a comment. What am I doing here? And now we're going to create the products and implement the cart components, or implement the products into cart components. So we're going to go up here where I typed in database, and I'm going to copy it in first of all. You can then also copy it from the finished project. So products will be just a variable, and it's going to be an array of objects. So const products, and remember it is before this function. You can also have it within the function. I prefer it outside the function. Now the products are as following. Each product consists of an object, and that object contains key value pairs of a ID, a name, product 1, a description, which we just typed in. This is product 1. This product is awesome. Why not? Then a price consistent of a number. So these are strings. This is a number. And then a color, because as you can see in the finished project, each product has its own color. Please feel free to activate later on the other project. If you want to activate the other project, you just need to, let's go back here, in our app, and just bring it in here via a parenthesis. I'm going to show you this later on. And just grab a different color and implement it here. So that's why that project was so important, because you're going to have a complete visual color palette of how your components would look. Okay, I'm going to close up the app. So we have here the products. Each one has an ID, a name, a description, a price, and a color. Different. So we're going to take these products, go underneath our header, and here we're going to create a div, which is going to group our products. So because we have multiple products, best cases or best practices to use grid systems. First things first, I'm going to declare this as grid. Then I'm going to grid columns and 1. And as soon as I'm in a medium size or larger screen, I'm going to grid calls and 3. Okay. Also going to have a gap of all around gap of 6 or on both axes. and a margin from the top of 10 in order to have some separations between these fellows. And just going to go down here, type in blah, 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 and there we go. There's one, and we can create multiples. So the way we're going to use this is by looping over our products, and each and every product will be pushed into one cart component. Remember, we have a cart component here. So each and every product will be pushed into this cart component. Now, in order to do this, I'm going to close the cart. I'm going to delete this. And right now, I'm going to open and close curly brackets, take the products. Remember, this is an array, so I could perform a map operation on it. And each and every product here, so product, just send it in an arrow function and open and close parentheses. And here is where I'm going to bring in the card component. And please bring it in as a open and close card component. So I'm going to go up here, didn't bring it in automatically. So import card from open and close quotation marks dot / components / utilities and / card. Okay, and you should see already 3 cards. Simple as that. Now we need to populate these cards. So first of all, each and every card will have a different background color. Remember, we have props on each of every card. Now, if I hover over a card, I should see the prop of BG color. So I'm going to say BG color, and this I'm going to have quotation marks, opening and close curly brackets, and bring in each product. And from that product, let's go into the array up here. We have product ID, name, description. So I'm going to choose from the product the keys. Okay, and if I choose the keys in the program, visually the values will be displayed. So product dot color, and each of them is going to have a different color. Oopsie-doo. Now, when you're using maps, you need to add a key. So key will be the product dot ID. The ID is extremely important. You're going to use the ID for many, many things when we're going to perform operations on this. So we're in our card, and from here, I'm going to not populate it with card name, card title, but I'm going to populate it with their children. So you could just go back to the card and basically grab everything that is in here. Will this be messier? Just thinking loud. So we need this, this, and this. You know what? It's going to be messy. Let's code it out. It's pretty simple. We're going to have an h4 with the classes of font bold dot margin bottom 2. Hit enter. Within here, open and close curly brackets, type in product dot name. It's going to give each product a different name. So we have here a product. Why the heck don't we have enough padding? Oh yeah, because I forgot the main wrapper. So within here, create a div with a padding of 4. And this div is where we're going to push this h4 upwards. And underneath our h4, just hit save. Underneath of h4, we're going to have a paragraph tag with the class of text sm dot opacity of 80 and dot margin to the bottom of 4. Hit enter, and within here we're going to have the product, open and close curly brackets, product and dot description. Okay, there's a product description for each and every product. You see how powerful this is. Now underneath of this paragraph tag, I'm going to copy this paragraph tag, paste it in once more, and instead of product description, I'm going to change this to not description but price. Now I want this to, well, the price is correct, but normally when I'm going to perform operations, I would suggest that always add the operator to fix and limit this to 2 commas or 2 after the comma, only 2 decimals. And also add before the product, just a simple $sign. Okay, and there's a $sign. Now after this, we're going to have a button. So we're going to bring in a button component. So you should bring it either in automatically, also bring it in as, button is already brought in. Bring it in as this and type in add to cart. Hit save. So we have 3 buttons, add to cart. They're already styled. I'm going to change the color. So go to the button, change the color to slate, and just add it on click of, we're going to pass in here a callback function and just say alert. We're going to alert product added to cart. Okay. So if I click on one button, product added to cart. Each button pretty much does the same. Product added to cart, and that's it. So simple as that. And it should be already responsive. We just created our products and display them also. Very important. Now we're done with this part. Next, we're going to create the shopping cart itself. Okay, we got our carts up and running. Next, we're going to create our shopping cart. So what we need to do is create a container for the cart where the carts will be held, and each and every product that will be inserted here will be held in a cart item. Let's just call it as that. So we're going to create a layout of the cart. It's going to take a bit to create each and every component, but we're going to fuse them together and we're going to have this nice shopping cart. And then we're going to start adding functionalities to the entire website. Okay. So let's go to our project. I'm going to make this smaller once more. Go to our project in Shop King. I was calling it Shopping King. And let's go underneath a card right here. Underneath of this div. Let's type in here a to-do, create the shopping cart component. Okay. I could just create it outside here, but I'm going to create it right within here. Not going to overcomplicate things. So it's much easier for you also to follow. So again, to have, first of all, a general container here for the shopping carts, we're just going to start up with a div. We also create a section. Should I create a section? Now, let's leave it as a div. And let's start up with adding a little margin to the top of 10. So let's push it down. Then a all around padding of 6. I want the BG to be white. And we're going to round down the edges, round it, and LG. Okay, let's add a shadow MD, -MD, and let's see something. And we're going to apply the dark mode to this of dark. And let's implement here gray, BG gray, not just gray, background of gray and 700. And of course, the text will be then white. So dark text white. Simple as that. Okay, so after we're going to implement dark mode in our project, we could also see the changes. So I'm going to create next up a little header. Let me change it back. This header section, which is going to contain the shopping cart and the amount of items in the shopping cart. Close up the left side. But this is just going to be the skeleton of the shopping cart. So we need to integrate a lot of stuff here. So I'm just going to create here the header, using a header. And within here, I'm just going to have an H2 with a shopping, text of shopping and cart. And then within here, we're going to have, just hard code here in parentheses 0. Okay, so 0 items for now. Good. We should see it down here. Okay, now before this title, I also want to have this little icon, and we're going to bring it in from select icons using FA, shopping, and cart. Close it up. And let's also give this the class, because I want this to be much, let's just add a little bit of margin here to the right. This didn't bring it in, so we're going to go up here. It's going to be FA shopping cart. There we go. Okay, so you should see now a little shopping cart down here. Now what I want to do is add a margin to the right. Well, we won't see this, so I'm going to style the H2 first of all. Let's increase the text to 2XL, a font of bold. We're going to display those two items because we have the icon and we have the text. We're going to display them as flex, item center, and margin to the bottom of 6 in order to have more space there. Okay, now I could add a little margin to the right of the card. So class for the card, or you could just add a gap because you're already using flex here. Let's add after flex a gap of 2. Is this okay? Yeah, it's okay. Perfect. Now for the header, I'm also going to come up here. And because we're going to have multiple elements after the header, which is basically this is where the alerts will live. So if you take a look here, if I add something, you can see the alert to the right side of the header. So we're going to display this as flex. We can see, I'm going to add right after the H1 a open and close curly brackets and just Windows dot alert, the message here of alert. Okay, so basically going to be the first alert. We're going to have 2 of them. One will be for a successful usage. So for example, if I would add more items, that would be an alert of success. If I would reduce item, that would be a danger alert. Okay, so these are the 2 items. So what I'm going to do now is go up to the header, type in class, and so we're going to display this as flex, justify content with space between, and item center. And that's basically it, what we want to style here. Not baseline, center. Okay. Okay, and this alert is triggering automatically. So, you know what, I'm going to comment it out. But this is where the alerts will, we are going to have 2 alerts, just so you know. After the header, we are going to actually have our list here. So what I'm going to do is create a, right after the header, a UL with a class of dot margin and top of 4. And this is where, well, basically the cards, the items will live. So I'm just going to create here a li and item, copy it and paste it in a couple of times. You should see a couple of items. Okay. Now, after our items, we're going to have on the bottom here total and then a checkout button. So let's style them or add them first of all. This right after the UL, and I'm going to create here div for its container. Now, this will not be visible as long as there is no item. And we're going to take care of this just in a couple of seconds. So first of all, let's create a container for them. Again, margin top of 4 and dot flex, because we are going to have 2 items, and justify with between, space between, and items center. Okay. And within here, I'm going to have a span tag, and this is going to contain the total. I'm going to add here a $ and some number, 300, let's say, dot and 0. So that's the total. I'm hard coding it now. We're going to change it later on. And the span tag will have the class. So to have a bit of more size here, text and XL. Use the text size and of course add more boldness to the font bold. Okay. So there we go. We're done here. We have this. And now next we have to create the checkout button. So we already aligned them as flex and space between the elements. So basically it's going to automatically go to the right side. So I'm going to use now a button component, button, and this is going to have the variant of outline. The color will be green, and I'm going to have a on click event. I'm going to pass in here a function alert and the message of checkout. Okay, and of course the text of checkout. Don't forget for children, checkout. Okay, so we should see this little fellow. If I click it, checkout. Boom. So we're done with this fellow. Now we can move on and create our items actually. So let's start creating our items, and I think I'm going to create first of all the cart component, not the component but the state. So const, I'm going to choose here state of cart and then show cart or set show cart. Set show cart, and we're just going to assign this to a use state, and we're going to pass in here an empty array. At the start, we're going to have nothing in our cart. So we're going to have a cart, and as soon as a item is in the cart, it should be displayed. But for this, we need to create an item. So we're going to move here to our Explorer, and we have our utilities components, and we have our regular components. One of them will be just going to call it item. You could call it cart item if you want. Just going to call it item because I'm not going to increase this at all. So capital item and .jsx. So RFC create functional component, and let's start off with the item. And each and every item should then accept a prop of item. So the item itself with these values will be passed in here. We're going to update then the item. But you know what? I'm not going to. We're just going to style it for now. We're going to come back to updating them later on. So let's start out with a div, which is going to contain the item. We're going to style this as class of flex. And let's just take a look at the finish item first. So the finish item has the product name, the product price, the price then multiplied with the amount of products in the cart. Then we're going to have a minus sign and a plus sign button for adding or reducing the number of items in the cart, and then to delete them. So we're going to first of all take care of the style itself, because that's what we're learning here, how to add, how to style things like this using Tailwind CSS, and then we're going to take care of the functionality itself. So we're having here an item, then we need to tell this to have the full width of its container. Then the items, we need to center them, so all of them will be on one line, and we're going to justify the content with space between and not around. So let's replace this item first of all with it's basically going to have 2 parts. It's going to have, this is one part, and the other one, the actions, the functionality, is another part. So for this, we're going to create 2 divs. Div number 1 with the class of flex and item center and space, the x-axis of 2, going to be 1, and just going to copy it and paste it once more here. If we want to see something, shall we bring it in? Yeah, you know what, I'm going to bring it in. So details and call this action. Okay, now let's bring the item in. I'm just going to go down here. So item, instead of this little item, I'm going to bring in the item component like this. Close it up. And you should see down here details and actions. Okay, and now we can see it, and now I can style it. So let's go back to the item and start working first of all on the details. So the details are going to look as following. We're going to have one paragraph tag with the class of font semi-bold and also text XL. Okay, and this is where the item name will live. After this paragraph tag, we're going to have another one. This is going to have the class. What am I doing here? The class name of text green. I'm going to choose here 600. Now also going to add to this a font semi-bold and also a dark of text and green 400. So light the text color as soon as we hit the green, the dark mode. So between here, I'm just going to add to the paragraph tag a $sign and price per price, single price. That's enough. And this should be items center. Okay, now it's aligned. After this paragraph tab, I'm going to create a span tag with just a class of span and a class of margin to the left side of 4. And with here, we're going to have an equal sign, and it's going to be item times price, item number, item amount, item number, item amount, and this should also be in dollars or whatever currency you're using. Okay, now let's move on to the next part, which are the actions. Delete this, and this is going to contain another div, which should contain a button, actually multiple buttons. So let's start off with a button component, button, and it's going to have a FA minus. Close it up. Did it already bring in? Yes, it was brought in. Why do I have an error? Oh, because it didn't bring in the button. Ooh. Okay, so import and button component. Yo, sorry about that. So we can see now our minus button. Now let's go ahead and style it. I'm going to have a color of slate. Then the value will be 100. It's also going to have an on-click event. I'm not going to add it right now to it. And a custom class. And it's going to be a bit more complex because we want to have hover effects. So hover, text, red, and 500, meaning that this little minus button right here will turn into red color as soon as I hover over it. Now let's work on a dark mode. We're going to have dark and BG slate 900, and then dark text white dash white, and then when we hover over the text, when we in dark mode, so hover, we're going to have BG slate and 800. Okay, and also increase this, or actually decrease to the size of 14. This is going to make it just a tinge smaller. Then after this, I'm going to have a paragraph tab with just a simple X in it. And it's going to be the item or quantity. Yeah, item. Let's just type in i.quant. Okay. Now the paragraph tag, give this a margin, class name of margin on the x-axis 1. And we're going to style it just in a couple of seconds, because obviously this is going to be styled as flex. So after I'm done with this button, I'm going to copy it and paste it in after the paragraph tag, which is going to be the plus button. So all we need to do now is change this to a plus. Hopefully it was brought in automatically. Yep. If not, it's just comma plus from React icons, so on and so on. So you should see both of them now. And just a couple of changes. So this is going to be green, and that's basically it. So there we go, green. Okay, we're done with this. Now let's go underneath of this. I'm just going to finish up with the button. Copy this button, go underneath the div tag, the very first div tag after the button, paste in the next button. This is going to be the delete tag. So we're going to change FA trash and alt. Okay, check it if it was brought in. It's brought in for me. So FA trash alt. Up here, we're going to have slate 100. We're also going to have click events, but for now, text is going to be red again. BG slate dark text white, and hover slate 800. So, oh, why aren't you right? Red. There we go. It's red. Okay, now let's style this div right here that is around the plus and the minus button. And pretty straightforward. I'm going to copy this, paste it in here, and we're not going to have a space here. of 2, but we are going to have a border, and then a border and 1 and 4. Okay, so here, boom. Then let's color this border with border late and 200, padding on an x-axis of 1 and padding on, so we can add a padding of 1 and rounded MD. And you should see now this little fella. Okay, so we're done with styling our item. Next, we need to start adding a bit of logic to this in order to bring in items from the cart. Okay, so what we're going to work on next will be to add items to the cart, first of all, because without that functionality, we cannot create items. So I cannot show you the items in the cart. So one last thing before you leave is I'm going to take back in the main app, we're going to take our shopping king and we're going to basically right here in our UL list, I'm going to delete these 2 items, and I'm going to wrap this item into curly brackets and say that the cart dot map. So we're going to loop over it using map, and I'm going to extract each and every item from that array and pass it in here, close parenthesis, as a li. And then in this li, I'm going to have the item now, cut it out, pass it in here. And because you're using map, each and every element should have a key and, oh, not that, a key. And we're going to assign for the key, we're just going to use the item.id. Okay. Let's also style the li, so class name, and we're going to have a border bottom. You can see right here. So each item will have a border down here as a separation between the items, just border bottom, and then simply padding on the y-axis of 2. We're going to display it as flex, justify the count, because we're going to have multiple items one after another. Justify as between and items center. Okay, and each and every item will be now displayed here, but we do not have any items in a cart. But as soon as we do, we're going to pass them down here, and we're just going to pass them for now item, and you should have, so we're passing down the prop item, which is going to take this item, pass it down here. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how, if you add an item, I'm going to populate this with the right amounts. Okay, so see you in, right, so we're done with that part. We created our item. Now we need to be able to add something to our shopping cart. And we are going to work now on creating a function that is going to add a product to the shopping cart, or add a product as an item then to the shopping cart. So let's go up here where we had our comment. And I'm just going to create a function using const. We're going to call it add to cart. And I'm going to use here an arrow function. So open close parenthesis, arrow function. And within here, we need to use our state in order to create a cart and then set the cart. So I actually made here a spelling mistake. This should be just set cart, not show cart. Okay, so when we initiate this function, we first need to set to the cart, and we're going to bring in now the previous cart, and this is going to accept from here a product. So each time we initiate this function, it's going to take a product and pass it into the cart by setting it. And first of all, grabbing onto the previous cart, so everything that was previously in the cart. So we need to create a const here called existing items or item, which is first of all going to search for the previous cart, the prev cart dot find, and we're going to search for open close parenthesis again, a item, and this item dot id needs to match the product dot id. Now, if this is true, so we're going to use here a if statement, a condition. If this is true, that there is a existing item, then we're just going to return the previous cart dot map, and we're going to pass in here the item. And then using an IR function, we're going to add item dot id needs to be equal to the product dot id. So if this is true, then we're going to open close curly brackets, use your spread operator, and to that item, I'm going to add or change the quantity, just misspelled quantity, and that's going to be the item dot quantity, and we're going to just add 1 to it. Remaining within here in our curly brackets, we're going to also change the total, and it's going to have the item dot quantity plus 1. We're going to multiply this by the item dot price. Now we're not quite done. Next, we need to pass in here that if this is not true, then we're going to just return the item. Okay. And I'm going to go in here and set just a comment that we are going to, let's go to the finished project. And each time I'm pressing this button and adding an item to the cart, we're also having an alert. This is only triggered when this is successful. So trigger, I'm just going to type in this alert success. Okay, and we're going to take care of this later on. Now let's step outside here, because else we're going to close return here the array of spread operator, previous cart, and open and close curly brackets, because we're updating now the object of product. Again, spread operator, product, and then we're going to have the quantity of 1, comma, total, and product dot price. Simple as that. And after, so not here, not after the else statement, but outside, here we're going to also show alert. Okay, so we need to pass now down this function into a button that is on the cart. Go down to the cart. Here's a cart, here's a button. And instead of alert product added to the cart, we're going to pass in this. And here we're going to just have a product. Not in an array, but just in the parentheses. Okay. So when this product will be passed down into, or is going to be initiated, then it's going to pass down a product to the cart. So let's press it down here. As you can see, I have one product in the cart. And if I refresh, it's going to disappear. So no matter what product I now click, it's going to be passed in the cart. Now, actually, these buttons, I'm going to finish styling them. So custom classes. I'm going to also pass in here margin top of 2, a width of 4, because I want them to be spread out completely. Let's also trigger here the dark of BG slate 900, dark and hover BG slate and 800. Okay, so if we be in dark mode, it's going to transform that in a different hover mode. So we can pass now, you can see multiple items. It doesn't count now the items. And also we're not going to do too much React, so I'm not going to go too deep into explanations here. But just remember that we have now passed down items to our array. So the product, whatever product we're passing down into the cart, should be now displayed. Now, really quick change here, and that is if, let's go down, for example, here, the cart. And also, you know what, let's do it up here. So we have our shopping cart, and I passed in multiple items, and we cannot see them. So let's change the count here, which I hard-coded. And instead of 0, we're going to use here in the parentheses, and close curly brackets, the cart dot, and we're going to use the length from it. Okay, this is going to show me 2. I have 2 items in cart. Now if I pass this one, I'm going to add 3 items. We cannot multiply them yet, so add even more items to that. But what we are going to do is now go into the item, and let's see here, we're passing down the item. Now we can use this item and say that the item price here, first of all, the name. Item name, I'm going to change, add this to curly brackets and just add here a dot and a delete. So now I should see exactly the item names, product 1, product 2, product 3. Now the price will be then passed this into curly brackets and item dot price. And well, usually this is just best practice, 2 fixed and 2 to have only 2 decimals after commas. So we also need here the item amount times the price. And I'm just going to copy this right here, paste it in here, and just change this to total. Okay, and we're also going to get, you do remember that I passed multiple times on this click. So you can see this is working. It's not showing me the total items as we have it here. They also have only 3 items, but multiple times those items. But what we want to do is also then make it interchangeable from here. We're not done. Item quantity down here, the X, where do we have it? The plus, is the plus first? No, minus is first. Actually, all we need is this little fella. We're going to change this into open close curly brackets and item and quantity. T and T. Okay, so we got 6, 9, and 1. I would add from product 1. Click it a couple of times. We're going to have here 5 now. Okay, now our items are showing. These buttons are not working, but product 3, product 2, we can add multiple items to them. change their quantity, I'm sorry, but still have only 3 items in the cart. Maybe if you add multiple products here, then you will have multiple products or items in the cart, and then they're multipliers. Now we're pretty much done with the, actually not quite, we still need to update. So this is also going to happen from here, and delete items or remove them from the list. So I think we're going to do this next up to update the items. Okay, so let's just start working on updating the items. We're going to go outside and go up here in our functions, and here we have create remove product. Now let's work on update product first. I would like to run this first. Okay, so let's go down here. We're going to create another function, error function cost. We're going to name it update and quantity. We're going to assign to an error function. So close parentheses, and here we need to pass in the product ID and the change. Okay, now assign to an error function, close curly brackets, and again we're going to set the cart. We're always working with the cart. Again, we're going to pass in here the prev cart, pass it down here in our error function, and from here we're just going to say that the previous cart dot map. So let's loop over it, search for an item because we need to update it. We need to update the items. So we're going to search for the item dot ID. We're always searching for the ID, which is equal to the product ID that's going to be passed in here. Okay. So if we find that little fellow, I'm going to create now if else statement. If we find it, then we're going to use your spread operator, take that item and update from that item the quantity by adding here math operator. And we're going to pass in here 1 and then item dot quantity plus the change. Now the change will be that little button press is always going to be 1, and then comma, the total will also be updated by math and, well, oops, I forgot the dot max. Sorry about that. This is also dot max, math.max and math.max, and it's basically the same formula here. So let me just toggle here word wrap. Did I toggle it right now? No, I did not. I untoggle it. I toggle word wrap, and there we go. So the change, the yada yada yada. Yeah, and times the item dot price. Okay. Now one is comma because we are also going to go down here and have a else statement, which is going to be items. So if we find an item if we find the item that its ID coincides with the product ID, then we're going to do the update. If not, we're just going to return the item. Okay, so we're not done, or actually we are done. We're going to just come here and say show alert. Yes. Okay, so let's try it by taking this function and passing it down. We need to go down now to the item. And where's the item? There's the item. Okay, we're going to pass it down here as a prop. So update quantity. We're going to assign it to update quantity. Take it, go into the item, go upside here, comma, update quantity, send it down. And well, both of these buttons, minus and plus, will update the quantity. Isn't it so? So we're going to go to the minus, but actually to the button, and add here you can add it wherever we want. You can add it at the start, wherever we want. I'm just going to add it here. So on click, we're going to trigger here a callback function. And this is just going to trigger then the update quantity. And we're going to pass in here, remember, we need the item ID, comma, and the change will be to subtract 1. This is negative. Okay, we're going to subtract 1. We're going to copy this, scroll down, paste it into the plus button. And what do you think we're going to do here? Well, we're going to add 1. Simple as that. Okay, so let's try it out. If I click now on plus here, I should have 11. Okay, here 12, 13, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to decrease this down to 4. Okay, so updating works. We can now move on to removing an item. Now, in order to remove your item, exactly as we did before that with update, just going to go up here, creating, adding, and there we go, removing a item. Now, let's create a function. We're going to call it remove from cart. Into an arrow function. We're going to pass in here the product ID. And we're going to search for the ID. And then, first of all, we're going to create a variable const called product, which is going to be the cart dot find. And we're going to search for the item that has the ID of the product dot product ID. Okay. And if we have it, come down here. So if the product exists and we confirm its deletion, so we're going to use windows.confirm. We're going to say here that we're going to use backticks. Are you sure you want to remove? I'm going to pass in now the item that is trying to remove. So product dot name, step outside here, from the cart. And I messed something up. So yes, because we're not done. Now, if he is sure, then we're going to set cart and taking the previous cart, the prev cart, filter, and return to us the item. That's ID. So item.id. Now this time does not match with the product ID because it was removed. Product ID. Okay. And after that, we're going to use some show alert changer. So if I click, let's see, 11, let's make 10 of them. Actually, this is going to delete everything. So it's not going to delete one. We can subtract one if we want. But this should now also pass down the function. So remove from cart. We're going to pass it into the item, of course. Where's item? Here's the item. Pass it down here. Hey, fellow. And also, I hope you cannot hear my kids screaming. I'll be sorry about that. So we're passing down, remove from cart, passing it down into the item. So let's go down here. Going to move up, accept the prop, take the prop, go down to the delete button. Once more, we're going to use here on click, callback function, and this function is going to call on remove item, is going to need now the item.id. So let's try it out. I'm going to try and delete product number 2, sorry. And it's going to alert you, are you sure, not alert, but open a confirmation with us. Are you sure you want to remove product 2 from the cart? If I hit cancel, nothing happens. And if I confirm it with OK, then product number 2 was removed from the cart. Whoop-de-doo, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Aha. Okay, so we're done with removing items from the cart. Now let's start adding some alerts to the cart each time we add and remove. Okay, so let's do this next up. Now we know that we have our alert utility here, and we're going to use it now to add, to signal us when we added items to the cart, when we're moving items to the cart, when we increase items in the cart. So we are going to open this, we're going to close it up, start and passing in some alerts. And the first alert that we're going to use, and you can pretty much close up your item because we're done with the item component. We're going to go up here and add to cart. So our first comment was here. And what we need to do is first of all create a state for the alert. And we're going to come down here and say const show alert, and also set show alert. We're going to assign this to a state, use state. And within here, I'm going to create an object that is basically going to have two properties of show alert. One will be to show alert, and we're going to set this to false. Boolean false is the default parameter or value. And the type of the alert will be nothing for a start. Now, each time we want to show an alert, we need to change the state. So when we're adding an item to the alert successfully, we're going to have here show alert and change it to show true and type success, string of success. Now let's move outside, and down here where I said show alert or commented show alert, we're going to set now show alert to show true and type success. Now, if I add an item to the cart, I'm going to get nothing because we need to show the alert. Just going to refresh here. So where do we want to show our alerts? Well, right here, as I said in the cart header, we're going to add our alerts. And we have two alert components. So now we need to select which alert will be shown. So we're going to come down here, open and close curly brackets, and say show alert dot show if this is true, and the show alert dot type is success. There was too much E in that. Then we're going to return here the alert component. Alert. Let's try this one. Alert. Why isn't in my alert? Oh no, never mind. The alert component, we need to import it now. Bring it in here. Import alert from dot component and alert. And it, okay, component. Oh, why isn't it finding my alert component? Oh, what am I doing here? So, and / utility fill and / alert from, not form. Okay, now let's move down here. So we just said that if this is true, then return me this alert. And if not, then return nothing, null. Okay, now if I click now on this little fellow, then nothing will happen still because you need to specify the type, the color, and so on and so on, and the message. So let's go to alert and say type, I want to have a info. Then for the color, we're going to go with green. And for the message, we're going to go with the string of product added cart. Okay, now let's go up here and also trigger this alert. I said that I'm going to set this show alert. Oh, and I missed this, so you shouldn't be here. You should be nothing filter. This should be in the head of the card. I just typed the code in the wrong space, wrong place. So here is where the code should be, right after H2. I don't need this. So, okay, and it's already showing. Let me refresh this. Now, if I add this element, it's going to show the alert. The problem is the alert doesn't disappear. So we're going to go up in where we add it. So add to cart, show alert. Here's where we're showing our alert. Now we need to get rid of our alerts. So we're going to use here a set timeout and open close. And pass in here set show alert, and we're going to reset it. So basically we're going to say show false, comma, type none, open string. Okay, and we're also going to add to this at the end. This should be in curly brackets, or just add it here. We're going to wrap it into curly brackets and add here 1500, and this is 1500 milliseconds with 1.5 second is at which point the alert will disappear. Simple as that. So we're going to do this in multiple places. For example, this danger success, we're going to add it also here when we're updating something. So if I'm adding here more elements. Now if I'm subtracting the element, then we're going to use a different alert, and we're going to, is it success, updating, and also when we're removing. So I'm going to go up here. When I remove an element, then we're going to have this set to true, but this is going to be danger. And again, reset the type here. So now let's create also danger alert. Here we're going to go down in the header. I'm just going to copy this, paste it in one more time, and it's going to be, if this is danger, then this is going to be red, and the message will also differ because now we can say product removed from the cart, Okay, so if I now subtract one, product, nope, I still need to add it also in the update, remove, add, remove, and create function update. And here we need to change this so the type will be, well, it depends. If the change will be greater or equal to 1, then it's going to be success. If not, then it's going to be danger. So depending on what kind of action we trigger here, is the success, so we added something, or we remove something, it's going to be danger. Also, if I, let's add something, a product number 2, and I delete it, okay, and this should also trigger or remove, or trigger remove, product remove from cart. Okay, so I think we're done with the alerts. We do have one more alert, and this is at the checkout. So let's also work on our total here and on our checkout. So the total is pretty simple. First things first, we need to hide it. So if there's nothing here, exactly as we have in our finished project, if I got nothing in the cart, then it's just going to show an empty cart. Or I could even make this disappear if we have nothing in the cart. And the way we do this, actually we're just going to take the normal route first of all. So make this disappear because you cannot check out if there's nothing in there to be checked out. Remember we created our button, checkout and so on and so on. I'm going to wrap this, so the container, just click on the first one, you're going to see where it closes. I'm going to wrap this into curly brackets, say that cart. Now ask the question, dot length, is it greater than 0? So if it is, I'm going to add here a double ampersand and wrap this entire thing into a parenthesis. So the question is the cart's content larger than 0? If yes, then return me what this means, the content that is in this parenthesis. If not, well, then don't do nothing. And that's exactly what it's doing. It's not returning anything. If I click here on something, add a product, that is going to return the entire list. And now let's work on our little total here. And we need to calculate here the price. So I'm going to just wrap this into curly brackets and say calculate total price. And open close parenthesis. We need to create this function. And this is a very simple function. We're going to go up here. There's get, have it right after our update. We're going to calculate or to do calculate total price in the cart. And pretty simple, const with the function. And let's do here an arrow function. And we're just going to return one single thing. And that is going to be, and actually need to wrap it into curly brackets here. So we're going to return here the cart dot reduce. We're just going to do a complete sum of it. So the way this works, we need to add in a total and the item. And now we can say that, hey, move up here, that the total plus the item dot total, comma 0. And we're just going to wrap this little fellow into dot to fixed and 2. Okay, there we go. So we already see here the total because we added the function down here. So if I start increasing the elements, I'm going to see the same total. If I start adding multiple products, I'm going to see the total change and so on and so on. So we're done with this part. Now let's also create a checkout. And let's scroll up here to const handle checkout. The checkout, assign to an arrow function. And we're just going to have here a pretty simple line of code that if confirm, I'm going to pass in here are the string of are you, hey, you should be a string. Are you sure you want to check out, maybe buy multiple products? And if this is confirmed, then we're going to set the cart to nothing, to an empty array. And you know what? I should wrap this in curly brackets. I'm going to wrap everything into curly brackets. And not only that, but we're also going to alert. Actually, I need to bring in here a component. I forgot to do it in the previous project. We're going to set alert, show alert, to show true. So you could basically just copy it from here, pass it in here. Okay, so if I check out, I also need to add handle checkout, go down to the button, and instead of alert checkout, we're going to pass in our on-click handle checkout. Okay, so let's click on this. Nothing happens because on click, oh, we're passing it down to the button. Sorry, it already has a callback function. Okay, now if we check this out, we're going to, first of all, have the option to cancel it. And if we click on this, we're going to have product added to the cart, which is not what we want. We want to change the message here. Let's say this type will be check out. We're going to have our third variant, or if success, or alert type. Check out, or we're just going to add show alert. Let's change the message to show alert, and thank you for shopping. Okay, so let me just reiterate this. Show, if we check out, when this is triggered, we have two possibilities. Either we have a type of message success, which is going to trigger this product added to the cart, or we have a message, or we have a type of checkout, which is going to trigger this message, thank you for shopping. Okay, so regular product added to the cart, product added to the cart, also from here increase it, from here increase it, decrease it, and then if we want to check out, then we're going to have thank you for shopping. Simple as that. So let's test out our site here. The last thing that we need to do is add our dark mode. So let's do this in the next one. So the last thing we want to do is to add dark mode to our project. The finished project is working. So we need to add dark mode to each component to have this pretty dark mode, sun and moon. And let's get started in our project. First things first, I'm going to start closing up here things. These are so cluttered up. Close you up, remove, set. What else do we have? Also close up the products. You can also add them externally. Could also be a possibility to add the product, to handle the checkout, and so on and so on. So right here, we're going to create a new function. and this will be called const toggle dark mode. Now remember what how Tailwind CSS works. The way we add dark mode is by just setting it to the page, the body. So we're going to do the following. We're going to grab onto the document, so document.body.class list, and we're just going to toggle the class of dark. Okay. Now that's not all. We're also going to toggle the dark mode class. We're going to set it as how it should look. So document.body.class list. We're going to set this to toggle. Also toggle the PG of gray and 950. Obviously, you can choose another color. And remember, we created up here the dark mode icon and set dark mode icons. We're going to take this setter, come down here, and now set whatever the opposite is to the dark mode icon. Okay, so theoretically, if I click this, it should also, we need to take the function and trigger it by adding it to the button. We're going to go down to the button that not in the card. Here we have dark mode, and set it on click. We're just going to toggle dark mode. So clicking on it is going to toggle dark mode for the background. Now we also need to toggle it for the other elements, and the way we do that is first of all going into Explorer, going into our Tailwind configuration, and right here we're missing one essential thing, and that is to trigger the dark mode on select. Okay, so now if I trigger this, I'm going to trigger the dark mode on each and every element. Now this is the true dark mode triggered on the website using Tailwind CSS. Now, because we do not have access to the body, or basically I will need to go into index and add here the class of dark and then BG slate and 950, and go back into our shop king, and where we have our, wait just a second, Explorer, close it up, where we have our function here. I could comment this now out, and voila, it would now also work for the background. Remember, in React, we do not have access to the body unless we go to the index.html page. And this is also going to be exported then later on to if we build this project. Okay, so that's it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it. Let's just try it one more time. We have a shop king. We can add elements here. We're going to have a couple of alerts. So we can add the products. We can multiply then the amount of the product. We can decrease the amount of the product. We can delete the product completely. Delete this one more time. Product deleted. We can add back to the cart, and we can also trigger dark mode, and we can also check out and empty our cart. Okay. So no payment system or something like that implemented. We don't need this. But everything else that you would need, the basics are here. So I hope you enjoyed it, and see you in the next one. Don't forget, I'm Norbert PM, and I teach web development. Love you all. Happy coding. Now, one last thing before we close up this project. You probably want to showcase your project and showcase it on the internet. And I'm going to show you how you can get this up and running on the web, meaning we're going to deploy it now. In order to deploy a website, we're going to go to our project, our code here, close everything up, open up your Explorer here. Be sure to stop your server. Be sure you're in your folder. And instead of running npm run dev, you're going to npm run build. And don't hit enter. See this. So you are here in React. You have your public, you have your so on and so on. If you run this build, you're going to get another folder. Hit run is going to create now a distribution folder. This little fellow, you're going to right click on it, reveal in Explorer or reveal in Finder, and there you go. There's your distribution folder. So what I'm going to do now is open up a site provider. For example, Netlify. You could also use a different provider. You could also use GitHub Pages if you want. Now I'm going to show you because this is going to go really quickly. Just create an account on Netlify. You're going to see something like this. You're not going to see these projects, my project, my websites. Add new site, import from, deploy manually. Click on this. And right here is where you're going to grab onto your distribution folder, drop it here, wait a couple of seconds. It's going to run for everything that you have in here. And somewhere down here is going to say completed. You're going to see your assets, your index, And now just click on preview and you should get your pretty website ready to be shared via this link. Working. Check it out. It's working. Zoomed in too much. Okay. So simple as that. You just deploy your website to the internet. Once again, I'm Norbert PM. Thank you so much for taking part of this course. In this project, you will learn how to use custom configurations of Tailwind CSS in order to create this admin panel, which we're also going to implement dark mode. And this is interesting. We're going to use those variables in those custom configurations in order to specify which colors, which settings, which fonts we will use for our project. So let me just quickly introduce the project. We have an admin panel with a light and dark mode. I'm going to take you through all of this. Then on the left side, we have a side navigation, which is basically going to navigate us through different sections of the application. For example, we are currently in our home, and then we can go to analytics, where we're going to have a couple of diagrams. Then on the last part, which is the settings, we're going to implement a alert. This alert will just demonstrate that, for example, the user will not have access to the settings. We're going to have here a specific alert depending on in which color, in which mode we are. Are we in dark mode or are we in light mode? For example, this access denied will then change, if we change it to dark mode, to a blue background. Also, the background for the analytics panel will change. Also, if we go to home, you see we have this loading effect. This also changes color from light to dark mode. If I change this back, it's going to be blue. If I change it to dark mode, it's going to be orange. So the loading will be orange. Also, we're going to have icons changing the color depending on light or dark mode. And we basically only have here a couple of background color changes. In our home, we're going to have our cards. We will change color and the font, of course. Now, again, this project is focused mainly on the custom settings. This is why it's a pretty simple project. And you could add multiple panels to it if you want. You could also build out the settings. I am thinking about adding a login panel. This would be also interesting, but it's basically repetitive. The main thing that we're focusing here is the custom setting. And of course, this is going to be completely responsive. For example, if I drag this here and make it smaller, we're going to have our side then disappear. Our side doesn't disappear in a specific screen here. So I want to activate it again. I want to click on the burger menu. This is also depending on in which mode we are, light or dark mode, as you can see. Okay, so hopefully excited for the project. Let's get started. Now, let's get started with our project. I'm going to make this just smaller. Let's leave it here. Okay, let's open up our folder. We're going to go into React and we're going to create a new folder here. We're going to call it admin and panel. And we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it dashboard and JSX. And let's just RFC export this dashboard. So let's first of all work on our setup. Now, as you can see, this dashboard contains a main navigation up here. So let's add it in here. Before we do that, let's actually start up our project. So let's bring it in here. Instead of return shopping kings, I'm going to delete our shopping king and bring in the dashboard. Okay, close this up, save it. And what we don't need, we're just going to comment out. Now let's open the terminal. Let's cd into, so let's clear this. Cd into projects. Then I'm going to cd into finish. So finish. And of course, you will start in start and React. Okay, and from here, we just npm run and dev. Okay, let's open up our project. We should see here a dashboard. Perfect. I'm going to close up the app. We don't need this anymore. But what we do need is, as I said, a navigation, a side, and then the different components here for home, for the main menu, and for the analytics. For the settings, we're not going to have anything. We're just going to have, when we click on settings, this alert appear. So we're going to use, as you can see, button components, card components, and again, alert components. That's why we created them, because they're so awesome and extremely often used. So let's kind of write out to do our to-dos, what we have to do to get to this result. Right here in our dashboard, we will create a side. So to do, create a side or side navigation, side navigation. After that, we will have a general container, the flex of 1, where we're going to have our main nav up there, nav. So to do top navigation, row to, to do, we're going to have a top navigation.
which is also going to have the dark mode. So with dark mode toggle. After that, we're going to have our home. So to do main card component. And after that, we're going to have our chart overview component. So to do chart overview component. Okay, now also these will have different functionalities. For example, in our home component, on a refresh, we'll have this data delay effect from loading. And we also, for our side, we need to implement this responsive design. So if I would make this smaller, the navigation will disappear. Okay, so we have to implement those. But for now, we're just going to create here general, set up a general draw out of the page so we can understand each and every component. We're also going to create on the left side then a multiple components for the UI, for the utilities. You know, we could actually create them right now. We get to have here components, and within here we're going to have general components or app components. So for the app, then we're going to have UI components and of course utility components. Now, for example, a UI component are actually the navigation. So the side navigation and the top main navigation. For utility components, of course, we have a card, we have our alert, and we have our buttons. So those will just be copied in, but I'm going to change them a bit. I'm going to modify them. So let's close up the Explorer, and I would say we could get started with the next one, which I would say let's get started with our configuration. In order to configure Tailwind CSS, we're going to open up here the Explorer and go down where we have our tailwind.config.js file. I'm going to close up the Explorer. Well, let's talk about this a bit. We have here at the top content. This basically means where is the content that Tailwind CSS is watching for. Then we have theme. Now this can be expanded, as you can see, or extended. In, for example, what will happen to colors? Now these are always key value pairs. So if, for example, I want to change something in colors, and this will affect everything. If it's a border color, a text color, a margin color, a background color, the colors that we're going to define here will affect absolutely everything. So for example, open and close curly brackets. Again, we're going to create key value pairs. So if I want to have a primary color, which is, for example, this dark blue, then I just have to type in primary. And basically, I'm naming it. You could call it grandma, you could call it Norbert, whatever you want. And then give it a value. And the value will be within double quotations, a hexadecimal number of 6366F1. Okay, this will be our primary color. Now, what is so cool about this is that each time you presented this website, you can have different colors. All you need to do is come then in here and change the color, and the entire web page will change. That is why I created that color generator, because you could just take the colors and think, this would go good with this. So let's combine them. Now let's create a secondary color. Call it the secondary. Again, you can call them whatever you want. This is just key value pairs, so naming conventions. And we're going to create a FFA 500, comma. Let's create a dark color. I'm going to have a 1E29 free MB, and then a light color. Light and the value of F8 FAFD, and close it up with a did I type in wrong here? FAFFC. Okay. Now we can also define font families. For example, I'm going to come down here. Now remember, you need to use your camel case, so font and family, as you can see it. Open and close curly brackets. Let's call this sans. I'm going to define in an array of inter and then comma and sans serifs. Sans dash serif. Perfect. One last thing, you could also change dark here to class, so class specific. This will have the same effect. So this is the way you can change colors, basically. Or not only colors, but make custom changes. You can also influence the font size and font weight. You could create a specific font if you want, a specific height if you want. We're not going to go over them right now, but just remember, this is the way you extend the main configuration of Tailwind CSS and add in your own configurations. Always delimit them by a comma. So key and the values, which has key value pairs, key and the values, which has key value pairs. And it's pretty much repetitive. Okay, so we're done with this one. Next up, we're going to take care of our navigation up here. Now let's get started with our top navigation here. And we're going to call it the main nav. So let's go
into components, into UI, and we're going to create here, let's just call it nav bar, nav bar .jsx. I don't want to complicate things. RFC, close this up. So we're going to have up here just a name, a button, and a background. So pretty simple navigation. Let's go ahead, change the div into a nav. Let's add to this a class. We want to have a full width of this. So let's add classes. And in order to see something, let's go to our project and bring in the nav. And we're going to have it here. Top navigation with dark mode. Bring in the nav component here. Nav bar. You want to, at least for me, bring it in automatically. If it didn't bring it in for you, then please take care that you import nav from components, UI, and nav bar. So you should see up here a nav bar. Okay, the text, something is wrong with the text. Let me just into config and enter, oh, stance. There we go. There's the right font. Close this up once more. So let's start working on nav bar. We're going to style it using, first of all, it's going to have the entire width. So width full, and let's just test our variables here. So if I would give this a BG of primary, I should see that purple color. Okay, we're not going to have a BG primary, but you can see this is working. It's going to have a BG light, and then we're going to change it up into dark when we're going to initiate dark mode. So also let's add here a dark, and we're going to change the background to dark. Now let's add some padding of 4. We're going to display everything as flex. And if we are at flex, I'm just going to jump really quickly to nav and implement here an H2 with the text of admin and panel. And after that, we're just going to have a button. So after the H2, I'm just going to initiate now a regular button. You know what? Let's bring in our UI components. So because they're pretty much the same, except for small modifications here, we're going to go to Shopking, Components, UI, and going to take all 3 of them, copy them, and we're going to actually save them into utilities. So paste them into admin, components, and utility. Just click on it and Control D or right click paste. Okay, it's going to be the same thing. Oops, copied them 12 times. No, go away. Oh, now I have to delete them. The copy, and delete. Good. Close up Shopking, just going to mess up our code. So let's bring in our button. Where we have our button, I'm going to delete this and bring in here the button component, button, and I'm going to make it a open and close component because we want to add now here. First of all, we're going to initiate here the dark mode. So I'm going to go up here and import use state from React. So at React, comma, open and close curly brackets, use state, and also import the button. It wasn't imported automatically. Button, and from 1 up 2 levels in utilities, and from here we're going to select the button. Okay, so there's a button. Click me because it's the default. And right now all I want to do is implement dark mode. So it's going to go refresh const, create a state for dark mode, and set dark mode. I'm going to assign it to use state, set it to false, go, and false, boolean of false. And down here we're just going to const, we're going to toggle it, toggle with the function, toggle dark mode, and we're going to assign this to an arrow function, which will then go to the document. We just need to initiate the dark mode class on our document. So document element. We're going to select the entire document element, class list, and dot toggle. We're going to toggle here the class of dark. Remember, that's the way we can activate dark mode. And now we need to set the state of dark mode to whatever the opposite is of the current state. So negative or dark mode. Okay. In order to initiate this, we're going to add it as an on-click event. So toggle on-click, and send in toggle dark mode. Okay, and this should already work. If I click this, it should toggle dark mode. Okay, dark, yeah. So as you can see, this is perfectly working. Now let's continue on styling. Styling the main nav. We have now both of our elements. We can see much more now from, where is the right side? This one. We can see much more from our navigation here. So we're going to display it as flex, and after that we're going to justify around. Why am I doing this? Let me go in a finished project. So we're going to justify around until we're going to hit that breakpoint that is going to show me the hamburger menu. So just take a look at the space
for the dark mode button to the right side. If I leave this, it's going to jump to the right side, meaning that now is justified with space between. So that means that after we have basically left the medium size, it should be justified with space between. Okay, so only medium size is going to medium, and after medium is going to justify with space between, and everything else, meaning after medium, so smaller than, is going to be justified with space around. So adding just a bit more space in order to fit in this little hamburger button here. Now this is created in the aside, so we won't see it right now, but this is the way I planned this. So after, you can see it here, after we are leaving the empty display, it's going to be changed the way it's shown. So what else we have? We have our width, we have our background, we have everything that we need, excepting a shadow. Not SM, just shadow. Boom. Perfectly. So we have our shadow. Great. Now our admin, our text here, let's change this. So add a class name. Want to make it larger, so text of Excel. Want to make it bolder, so font semi-bold will be enough. The text should be dark. He's going to change the color just a bit, but in dark mode, the text should be, of course, text and light. And that's pretty much it. So we can test it out. There we go. Text light. Hey, text light. Why isn't this working? We take a look in configuration. Because I forgot to add hashes to them. What am I doing here? Perfect. Okay, now this should be working right now. Also, you can see the difference between this light and this light. So this is white, completely white. It is just a tinge more gray. Okay, so we got this out of the way. Going back to the nav bar, we're going to add a couple of classes here to the button. Make this larger. So class name, actually not class name. We need to add custom classes of BG primary. Change the color. Now remember that if we don't change the hover effect, you could just leave it as this, and it's going to automatically have its initial effect of the button, which is going to be blue. Now within here, want to replace the text. So if dark mode is active, then I want to replace the text. So question mark, question mark, and then hyphen. After the question mark, replace it with light mode. And if not, we're going to replace it with dark mode. The text of dark mode. Now I have in the finished project is moon and sun, and you can copy them in from the finished project. Of course, there's no code for them. There's just icons. Okay, there we go. And that's pretty much it. That's how the navigation will work. So dark mode, light mode, dark mode, light mode, light mode. Okay, so we're done with this part. Now we can move on to our next one. Now we're going to work on our main card component here. So let's create it. We're going to go into app, new file, we call it main, yes, XRFC. And we are going to, first of all, create here instead of div, a main, and also bring it in our dashboard. So right here, main, bring it in, close it up, all we need for now. We're going to also close out the nav bar. We don't need it anymore. Alerts, we're going to change them later on. Let's go into main and start working on our main. First, we need to add here 3 cards. So I'm going to bring in card and just going to bring it in 3 times. Oops, 4 times, 3 times. Also import card from form from, and we're going to go 1 level up, utilities. And from here, we're going to bring in card. Oh, wait, we still need to go 1 level out. So another dot here in the front. Okay, there are our 3 cards. Now we need to change them just a tinge. So let's open up the card component right here. And there are a couple of things we won't need. So these background, text color, and dark mode, we will not need. Just delete them. Also going to delete everything that is in here after this $, and here we're going to delete this. I'm going to add here a BG light from the get-go for the entire card. I know this is screaming at me because it's missing now color. We're going to change it just in a couple of seconds. So we're going to have BG light. Then for the dark mode, we're going to change this from BG gray, so on so on, to dark. And the text will be light. Also going to add a bit more padding to this. Padding of 6. A rounded LG. A shadow LG. And that's pretty much it. I had it as MD. Change it rounded. We already had it in there. Okay, so that's it for this part. For the main wrapper of the card. Now let's go into the header. And here, instead of BG
color, we're going to change this to text and primary. Then we're going to have a dark. We're going to change the text just as we had it in our finished project. Have it here. If I change the from light mode to dark mode, we're going to change the text to the secondary color. So in dark mode, the text will be secondary. We're going to display everything that's in the in the header. There's nothing in the header, but we are going to add something in the header. There's going to be a icon that is going to be brought up in here. So icon. As you can see, this icon is actually in the header. And then we have the text and text. So icon, and I want to have the icon with a bit of padding. So also let's delete this min height. We're going to add here a padding of 4. Display as flex. We're going to justify as I want to center this icon. So justify center and LG, because if you take a look in our finished project, in the card, all of the elements are centered, but only if we have a tablet or a phone display. So after that, they're actually to the left side. We can have multiple cards. Okay, and the trick here is to have them LG justify to the start. Okay, and also going to add here a margin bottom of 2. As you can see, there's more space between the icon and the user. We can't see anything yet because we're still missing a couple of things. So children, we're going to leave it as it is. But what we're going to replace here is everything that says card title. We're going to just replace it with title, make it a bit shorter, and card text. We're going to replace it with text. And instead of the button, I can remove it. You could just comment it off, but I'm going to remove it actually. So what else are we missing here? Children card. Oh yeah, and this should be then title and with text. Okay, so you should see everything now. Now we can go into our main, and you can actually close the card. That's pretty much it. Remember, we need to add a title, text, icon, and children will be, well, if we add something to it. We can close that one up, go into our main, and start adding, for example, oh yeah, one last thing. You should already have React icons installed. If not, go down here in the terminal, stop the terminal, and PMI React-icons, hit enter, and now npm run dev, and we should actually just open up the server once more. Go into Explorer just to make sure, go into package.json, and you should see React icons as a dependency. We're also going to install another dependency just in a couple of seconds, but you need to have this, so React icons. Okay, let's close it up. Let's go back to our React, to our cards, close up the Explorer, and let's start bringing in a couple of icons. So I'm going to start here with, first of all, the prop of icon. I'm going to bring in now FA user, friends, and close it up. And it didn't bring it in, so we're going to go up here, import, open and close curly brackets, FA user, friends, and we're going to bring this one in from, close, double quotation marks, react dash icons and /FA. So each time it starts with FA, you need to bring it in as from FA. Okay, and there's the first icon, it's displayed as flex. It's too small, so what we're going to do is increase its size by just, these are properties from icons. So size, you can use the prop of size, and 38 is going to make it much larger. So let's take this icon, everything that they did here, and you know what, I'm going to finish this and then make some changes. So card, then the title, going to be equal to the string of users. Okay, you should see now users here. And then the text, and replace the text with just a value of 1,245, for example, 8, 5, whatever, just a placeholder. Now also we're going to implement loading, but in the next one. So let's take this one and replace it here. And once more, we have it 3 times. And the second icon will be now place it FA money bill. This should bring it in automatically. If not, just type in up here, money bill. The next one will be FA cart and arrow down. So we're inserting something in the cart. This should also bring it in. And well, that's it. That's almost it. One last thing that I want to do is up here in the main, add some classes. So let's start our main, add class name. First of all, let's add a padding of 6. And then let's, everything there's a text, you should type in a center. Let's display this as grid,
because it's going to have different functionalities depending on in what format we are. So first of all, we're going to have a grid calls 1, gap of 4, but everything else is a LG display, grid calls and 3 and LG gap of 6. Okay, so if we change this, I should have it as MD, this MD, and this is going to be now in a row and then column. Okay, perfect. So we're done with this part. Next up, we're going to implement here the loading effect. Okay, so now let's implement the loading effect to our component. Oh, and one last thing, I changed here revenue title, so the titles to revenue, orders, so far and so on, as you can see in the finished project, and also the values here to 50,000 and 342. Okay, so you should see it now here. Now we need to implement loading to our project. The way we're going to do this is simulate that if the data that we're fetching from the database over an API is missing or is taking some time, then we need to display it or have this little function, have this little spinning wheel here in order to simulate to the user that the data is coming, just wait. Okay, so the way we're going to do it is first of all go into, actually here into cards. So I want to display here loading, and the way we're going to do this is, well, by using state and use effect. So we're going to go back to our dashboard, and in the dashboard, first I need to bring in use state and use effect hooks. So after React, comma, open and close curly brackets, use state and comma, use effect. So some basic hooks. Then we need to bring in here or create a state const for is loading, and comma, set is loading. We're going to assign this to the state, and we're just going to specify this as a boolean of false. Now, in order to use this, we're going to use effect, and when the application runs, we're first of all going to set is loading to true. This would work in reality as following. We would just ask here the question before the set, is the data there? And if it's not, then set this to true. And as soon as the data is there, this is going to reset. If we add it as a variable, then down here, just for a couple of seconds. So we're going to wrap this into curly brackets. And after this, we're going to create here a const timer. And we're going to set this to set timeout in order to simulate it. So set timeout, callback function, and set is loading to false after, let's say here, 200 milliseconds, which is basically 2 seconds. And we're going to also reset this, so return and open and close parentheses, callback function, clear timeout to timer. So what this will do is initiate a loading each time down here, comma, the application runs. And also we're going to change it then if we change the page. Refresh always the data. So in order to pass this loading down to our main component, we're going to go here, main, pass it down as a prop. So main is loading is equal to curly brackets is loading, and we're going to catch it in our main. So in here, we're going to create a is loading prop, and we're going to pass it down here into the text and just ask the question that if is loading is true, then display me a question mark, a string of loading, and if not, then display me the value. So this would actually display the data. So let's try this out by refreshing the, oops, not here, in our project, refreshing the page, and you should see loading. Okay, and then after 2 seconds, it should disappear and show you the data. Now we actually want that spinning wheel here, as you can see here. So we're going to create a component that we're going to call loading. So let's open up our Explorer, go into utilities, because it's a utility. We're going to call this loading.jsx, of course. So it's loading.jsx and RFC, create a component. And I'm basically going to kind of paste it in here because this is an SVG. So I'm going to delete this and paste it in, and we're going to cover it just a couple of seconds. So we have here an SVG, just copy and paste it. This MR3, I don't need it. It is basically wrapped in a span tag, which has a flex. We want to center it. Display this flex, item center, just for center. But on a LG, and there should be MD, we're going to justify it to the start. Just as we have it here in our finished project, it is now here instead of data. If I refresh this, you can see the loading here. But if I go back here, it would be in the center. So as you can see now, it's in the center. Okay, so the way we're going to do this is display as flex, but at empty display as start. That is going to have the color of primary for the text, has a spin animation, has a height and width of 5. You increase it or decrease it by changing these if you want to. But I like it that small, it shouldn't take up, it's not that important, just signify to the user that it's loading. And then if it's in dark mode, then it should be yellow dark mode. Okay, so let's bring in now loading. Let's go to the main and bring in loading by bringing it in here first. Also import loading from utility and loading. And instead of this loading down here, we're going to actually have it as a component. So just wrap it in here as a loading component. Okay, now let's try it out. I'm going to refresh the page and we have here loading. Also in dark mode, it should be orange. Perfect. So this is working. So what I'm going to do is copy this is loading question mark and this down here in the text and then down here. So both of them, if I all three of them, if I refresh this now, page going to show me is loading and also in different colors. Fresh, different color. Perfect. So this is working. And one more time, loading is just an SVG. It has the configured colors. It says spin and animation on it. I'm going to close this up. Close up the card. We don't need it anymore. Hope you made those changes to the card as I showed you. And also here in the main, we're just sending down this loading component, which is then watching for the is loading state, which is coming from the state of is loading, which is watching for if the data is being fetched or not. And this is just a simulation. It would actually watch for a real data via a API or something like that. Now we're also going to add here, just in a couple of seconds, another condition that each time the home page changes, the data should be refreshed, meaning that we should also watch for the changes in the page. But we're going to implement this. Basically, if I go to analysis, the data will change here. If I go to home, the data will again refresh. So analysis, refresh. Also in dark mode, the same thing. We're going to implement that after we're done with our analysis here, and then we're going to create the side panel. Now that we're done with our main card component here, we can work, take a look at our finished project, on the analysis component. So on our chart overview, yes, we're going to call them charts overview. Now this, we're not going to create all of this. This would be madness. We're going to use a library. We're using React, so we can use a library. What I'm going to do is stop the terminal, Control C, stop the terminal, and install here another dependency. We're going to npm I, which stands for install, at MUI/x and dash charts. Install this one as a dependency. We spell charts. There we go. And after this, we're also going to install MUI material and motion react charts. And just don't mind those warnings. And now I'm going to npm I at MUI/material at and then at emotion/react, then space at once more emotion/ and styled. Okay, hit enter and you should be good to go. So let's take a look in package.json. You should see emotion react, emotion styled, MUI, and xchart all being installed as dependencies. Perfect. We can close this up, package.json. We can also close up the main. We're kind of done with this. What we're going to do now is go into Explorer, app, and we're going to create here our next component, which will be charts and overview.jsx and RFC. So in order to create our charts overview, we're going to first of all bring in two types of charts. We're going to bring in bar chart, step outside here from, open and close double quotation marks, at MUI/x dash charts and /bar chart. Okay, just copy this and also bring in pie chart and just replace this bar with pie chart. So these two are those that we need. So we'll bring this component now into dashboard down here, main. After main, we're going to bring in our overview or chart overview. If it didn't bring it in for you, then just import it. Import charts overview from components /app/charts overview.
and you won't see anything because you still need to create a chart. So let's go into the chart, into this div, and first of all I'm going to add this a class of margin top and top of 4. Close it up, and then down here, but you should see charts appearing here. This is strange. Oh yeah, we npm run dev to restart the server, of course, because it stopped the server. So we should see it now. Chart. Did I misspell something? Yes, MUI. So U and I. Let's replace it also here. Hit save, and it should be working now. Okay, so there's a chart. We don't see any chart, but there's a text from chart at least. So let's add here title instead of this charts. We're going to add here H2. Just type in here analytics and overview. And let's also style the title. Let's give this a class name of text and to Excel, text center and font bold. Okay, we're going to also have text dark default, and then in dark mode, of course, text light. There we go. That's how we also test it out. Okay, I want to have a bit more space here, so I'm going to do M, Y, and 6 for margin on the y-axis of 6. Now after this, I should have 2 charts. So these 2 charts, I'm not going to take a look here in the finished state. I'm not going to align them in the center. I like them this way, so exactly as they are displayed. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in those 2 charts. So first chart will be bar chart, and this has a couple of properties. So series, and normally you will need to add in here key value pairs in an array. So because we're going to have, let's see, 4, 1, 2, we have 4 quarters here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Going to add here 3 series with the data. And we're just going to display the, specify the data within here. So these are just a couple of numbers. Okay, 35 doesn't mean necessarily anything, just how high the bars will then go. 44, 24, comma 34, and then this should also be in a, because they're key value pairs, in a object. So open and close curly brackets, then add a comma to it, and then comes the next one, the next one, the next one. Just going to copy them in. So these are the 4 values. Now we're not quite done, because after this we also need close up this component here. After this, we also have the height. We can specify now how high should this chart be. Let's say we're going to add here 290 pixels. Go here, and there we go. There's our chart. And now we can also add for the X and Y axis a couple of values. So go down here, X axis. We can add a array of objects, key value pairs, data, and another array of quarter 1, outside quarter 2, comma, and I'm just going to copy them all in quarter 1, quarter 3, quarter 4, and this is still missing something. So we have the data, but we also need the scale. So comma scale type, and we're going to just add here band. Okay. Now for values and margins, we're going to add in here margin, open and close curly brackets, open and close curly brackets again. We're going to go from top 10, bottom 30, left 40, and right, we're going to have here 10. Okay, and I mess something up. You should close up here, close up here. There's a comma here, we don't need it. Need it here, and I forgot here this. Okay, so this is working. Well, we can see the values because we need to add another background to the dashboard itself, so to the application itself. So let's go to the dashboard, and here in our first div, let's actually style this to class and display, I think, as flex. In the dark mode, we're going to add a BG primary. Color and min height of this will be the screen. Okay, so there we go. We have our analysis down here. Now let's add another chart, which between dark and color. Oh, this is perfect. So let's add another chart. This one right here. This is a bit more simpler. So we're going to, this was the bar chart. Create another one. We're going to create a pie chart. So you have both of them. Pie chart, close up the component. Again, this is going to have a series. I'm going to copy them in. So series with the data. And this is going to be a series with the data of, well, it's a pie chart. Now this also needs a height and a width. So height of 400, and actually this will be the width of 200, and height width and height of 400, height 400, 200 and width of 400. Exactly. I'm missing here a P, and there we go. Okay, so there we go. There's also a pie chart, and we're kind of done with this part. We can now implement this little navigation, so for only to show one or the other. So now let's start working on our side navigation here. We're going to go to our project. We're going to go to the dashboard and create a new component. We basically also close up the chart overview. We don't need this anymore. And we're going to go to UI, create here a new file. We'll call this sidebar.jsx rfc. RFC. There we go. And also bring it in our dashboard. So this has to be very careful. You have this div, which has the nav bar, the main, the chart away, and this needs to be outside of this container. Okay. So don't bring it in here in this div, bring it outside of the div in the main div. So we're going to bring it in with sidebar, close it up, and well, we have the sidebar here on the left side. So let's move to our sidebar and start adding some code. First, I'm going to create a sidebar. Then we're going to work on opening different parts of the navigation. And then at the end, we're going to implement that alert. So let's get started, first of all, with the button. We need to have here a button, which will then open and close the sidebar in different variation. But you know what? No, let's not start with the button. Actually, I'm going to delete this div. Just have an opening, closing tag here and create a side tag. Within the side tag, we're going to have a unordered list that is going to contain a couple of divs because I want to have a click option on them. 3 divs, which are going to be home and analysis and also settings. So let me style one of them and then we're going to change the name because they're all going to have the same style. So class of hover dark BG dark, and in dark mode we're going to have on the hover effect a BG secondary. Then in dark mode we're also going to have the text difference. So let's take a look here in dark mode. We're going to have the text changing from white to dark. So hover and text and dark. Now I'm going to add some padding to it of 2. So all around padding, round up the element rounded, and cursor pointer, cursor and pointer. And all we want to do is also add a transition because the fading in from adding the background color and removing the background color. So transition and all. And that's basically all we need. So this will be home. Let's go home and we need 2 more. Hey, you should be text over not dark. Wait, be white. Okay, so because I'm actually adding this to all of the elements. So let's just copy this 1, 2 times, and you should be analysis, the second one. Analysis, analytics, not analysis, analytics. And the last one will be settings. And for those icons, just copy them from the finished files. But after you're done with this, add them in order for you to see them. Okay, so just copy them later on. Okay, but the hover color should be on. Wait, dark mode, orange, dark color. Okay, so this is working. We just need to add the light color to the text, but this is going to be done by the aside specification here. So let's go back to the UL and add here class name. And we're going to just add a margin from the top of 6. I want to push it down in order to have more space for the button. Then space between the axes, space on the y-axis of 4, adding more space between the elements here. Now let's style the entire aside. So class name, and I'm going to add in here, first of all, fixed for the positioning, and in a medium, going to have relative with a width of 64, a entire height of screen height, a background of primary. Then when we are going to have our dark mode activated, we have going to have a BG of dark. Dark. Okay, let's hit save. This should already work. There we go. Now let's add the text of white, and now we have our elements white. Okay, also add a padding around padding of 4, a transform of transition all, and duration going to have 300 milliseconds, and this is going to have a Z index of 50. So it's going to overlay, here is going to overlay the rest of the items, because we want this to actually be opened and closed after it's not needed. You're just navigating through it and then closing it up when you are not needing it. You have to have constantly your navigation open. It's just taking up screen size or screen real estate, and we don't need that. We need our elements in here. Now, when we are in a median screen, then we're going to transform or translate rather on the x-axis to 0. So this should go then back and well not be shown. Now, in order to activate this, we need buttons and we also need to watch the screen size. So what we can do here is actually wrap everything that is in here into curly brackets and wrap it also into backticks instead of quotation marks, because we want to add then a watcher, and this is going to just watch if this is open. So let's bring in here use state, bring in a button, import button, and I'm also going to bring in a couple of icons. One will be from one will be from FA, from React icons. So FA, we're going to have here window close button, and one is going to come from React icons /FA. And this is perfect because I'm going to change it, show you the other variation. This is going to come from FE because this is going to be FE and menu. So FE menu from React icons, but from the FE library. So let's use both of them. And basically, first we're going to create in our function a state const. And we're going to create a state for is this open or not. So is open, comma, set is open. And we're going to assume this to use state. And let's type in here false. Now we need to ask if this is open or not. And for this, we're going to go down here in our empty component here and just presume that if this is not open, then open close parenthesis, we're going to create here a button component and bring in our FI menu. Also, let's give it a size of 24 and close it up. So we should see a button. Let me just smaller. There's the button in blue. Now you can see that the button disappears after a certain width of the screen size, but this is just overlapping the buttons. So what we're going to do here is first of all send down in the button a onClick event, and we're just going to create here a callback function, and we're going to set this is open to true. Also, let's add a couple of classes to it. So custom classes, cost class. I'm going to change here the PG to primary. We're going to fix it to the top. So fixed and top 4, left 4, and Z index. And now you should see the button, and you can see it. But it should be here. Yeah, because you need to hide the navigation. So the button is up here somewhere. We're going to see it just in a couple of seconds. And also let's say that in a medium display, this should be hidden. Okay. Now we're going to go down in our aside. So before UL, you're going to now create an open button. So once again, is open. And then we're going to basically use almost the same button with the same functionality. So I'm going to copy this. Also, don't forget the parenthesis. This needs to be in this parenthesis. And pack it in here. We're going to change this to FA, window close. I'm going to remove this immense size and change this to secondary, the background color. It's not going to be fixed. Well, I am going to leave it as hidden. Now, all we need to do is watch for the window size. So we're going to come down here where we created our aside up here. And I told you that we need to watch here. So I'm going to actually, before this MD, this is in curly brackets. So we can add here a $, open and close, like this. Open and close our curly brackets. And now if this is opened and with the and sign, the window dot inner width is greater or equal to 768, then we're going to open and close double quotation marks, translate on the x-axis to 0. And if not, out of here, hyphen, then we're going to negative translate on the x-axis to -fall. Okay, and as soon as we do this, we can see that this automatically translates. Now, if I click on the button here, it's going to open the menu and have my closing button here. Now, the closing button should then, wait, this is the opening button, this is the closing button. This should set this to false once again. Okay, so if I click this, it's going to close up the menu. And this then works automatically as soon as we change window sizes. So this and this. Remember, I'm zoomed in, so this should look something like, look something like this. Okay, so does work. Now, next we're going to make this home and analytics button work by, well, basically showing either the home screen or the analytics overview. Now, in order to make these two buttons work, let me zoom back in here. We need to create or ask the question. So let's remain in our aside here. Where are we now? Are we in home? Are we in analysis? Now, these actions will be performed here in our side, but they will be sent down from home, from our dashboard, not from home. So in our dashboard, we're going to do the following. We're going to create a state const here for home and a state for set. Also, we need to set home, assign this to use state and set it to false. I'm going to copy it and change home to analytics, and here also analytics. There we go. So set analytics. Both of them are false. So first of all, remember when I told you that if home changes, then also these change. We're going to take home and paste it down here in our use effect. And each time home will change, these values will also change because we're going to recall this use effect. Now we need two functions that will set either that we're in home or we're in analysis. So we're going to create here const. We're going to call it handle open home and callback function. We're going to set here home to true, but we're also going to set analytics to false. And we're going to do the same thing, copy this function, paste it in, and this will be open analytics, and this will set home to false. I'm losing my voice here, and set analytics to true. Okay, both of these functions now need to be passed down in a sidebar. So we're going to pass them down as props, as handle open home will be assigned to handle open home, and handle open analytics will be assigned to handle open analytics, of course. Now let's grab onto them in our aside. So where's the main function? Up here, space. So the prop of handle open home, comma, handle open analytics. In our side, we're just going to assign now handle open home here in this div as a click. So on click, we're going to handle open home, and the other one will be, where do we have it here? On click, handle open analytics. Okay, so now if I click on analytics, nothing happens. But if I click on home, then this should refresh. Perfect. So now we need to hide our home and analytics depending on which one of them is open. But we know that home and analytics, the clicks at least work. So what we're going to do is go back to dashboard. And from here, we're going to go down to main down here, wrap it into curly brackets and say if home is true, then show it. And the same thing is true for the next one, for the overview chart. If analytics is true, then show it. And right now we're on analytics, but if I click on home, I'm going to change to home. Okay, simple as that. And also dark mode works for both of them. So next up, we're going to work on our settings because this one is blocked. And we're going to alert our user that you do not have access to this fellow. But let's just take a look. Is everything working here? Yep, it's okay. So let's go back to the side working here. Go back here and work on this, on our settings. So let's implement the alert here on our settings. And the way we can do this, go to sidebar. First of all, bring in the alert component. So import alert from /utility/alert. And then we're going to create another state. So const show alert and set show alert. Assign this to the state, use state hook, and set this. So we're going to create here, once again, a value checker. So for example, if show is true, is the default state, and the type will be, well, nothing. It will be just empty. Next, we're going to create here a function that is going to be, does actually check the accessibility. So accessibility, and we're going to assign this to an error function. And this function will basically check if, basically it's activated, just going to activate and check if the user is allowed to use this or not. So we're not going to go over the immense verification that it will need, because this would require then a login. So what I'm going to do is just set here set show alert, which is going to set show to true, and it should be false actually. I'm doing false. So initial state is false with an empty type, and then down here we're going to add a type of info. Okay. Now after this is done, we also need to hide that alert. So set timeout. Remember exactly as we did in the previous project. Set timeout arrow function, and it's going to set show alert, or reset it basically to show and false, and the type will also be reset to nothing. Okay, and this is going to then take, close this one up here, going to take 1500 milliseconds, and close up the parentheses here, close up with semicolon. So where should this alert be shown? First of all, where should it be triggered? We should trigger it on the last setting. So here on the last button, we're going to on click. We're going to trigger here our accessibility. Actually, just you don't need a callback function. We already created the function up there. So accessibility will be triggered here if we click on it, and it will be shown as we have it here right after this element. Right after the last elements, right after this div, we're going to ask the question that if the state show alert is true, so dot show, then we're going to show alert. So open and close parentheses. We're going to bring in the alert component. And remember, this alert has type, the type property assigned to it. So the type is info, and the color will be primary. And we need to change something for the color. And the message will be access denied. An exclamation mark because we're telling it denied. So let's just try this out. The color is not working as expected, but it does show. So we're going to go to open the Explorer, go into alert. And instead of where we have color here, we're just going to, actually we don't need this. We are going to automate, so delete the color, because we're going to manipulate this alert to the exact colors that we want. So we're going to have here BG of secondary. We're going to leave the type info, so far and so on, but the border will be here dark, and also the background, we're going to go back to our background. If it's dark, then BG primary. Now, if this is true, then the border will appear, but the border will be dark, and in dark mode, the border will be light. Okay, and for the text color, just going to add here 700. We're going to change the text to text dark, and on dark mode, the text and light. Okay, so this should now work, and there we go. And if I change it to dark mode, I'm going to have the auto alert. So simple as that. And let's check out the project once more, make it larger. So we got our, let's say, hey, this should be on the left side. Something messed up here. Go into cart, we close up the alert, close up the sidebar, close up the dashboard. We're going to go into main, and let's see here. We open up. By the way, you can actually, this is a component. If you hold down Control and click on the component, it's going to open up the component for you. So let's scan it from the bottom to the top. So card, text, font, text primary, and secondary. This is correct. Then text LG, font bold, and so far and so on. This is correct. Heading to the left side. Maybe I messed up the main wrapper here. So let's see. We have BG light, overflow hidden. We don't need this. Hidden, we just need the dark mode, then dark, text light, run the shadow, and that's pretty much it. But down here, justify start, center, LG, justify start, this should be MD. Let's take a look in the main, because in the card we did everything right. Create column, the cap calls free, cap, oh yeah, and one last thing here, text. So in MD, we're going to have text left. And this should work now. Okay, perfecto. So we're done with this project. Hope you enjoyed it. Maybe going to add an admin panel or a login panel to this admin panel. Many more to come. Catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.